Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. Rain hammered the hillside until the streets became rivers, gutters choking on leaves and cigarette butts. The whole town of Ashmont tilting downward like it wanted to slide into the valley below. Marcus Hale stood under the corrugated awning of a closed butcher shop, watching water cascade off the edge in a solid sheet, his jacket already soaked through from the 3 blocks he'd sprinted. His phone showed 11:47 p.m, battery at 18%, no signal. The last bus had left an hour ago, and the walk to his hotel on the far side of town meant another 40 minutes in this biblical downpour. He'd come to Ashmont for a wedding he didn't want to attend, a cousin he barely knew marrying someone he'd never met, but family obligations had a gravity all their own, pulling him back to this grey little town tucked into the Appalachian foothills like a secret nobody wanted to keep. The ceremony had been fine, the reception tolerable, but he'd left early, uncomfortable in the crowd, uncomfortable with the open bar and the questions about his own life. Still single at 34, still working the same marketing job, still living in that same apartment in Baltimore, still carrying the same weight. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Marcus checked his phone again, opened the Maps app out of habit even though he knew it wouldn't load without signal. The blue dot sat frozen on a street 3 blocks back. He was about to resign himself to the long walk when he noticed something on the static map. A thin grey line cutting diagonally across the hill above town. A path. It looked like it connected to a street maybe 15 minutes from his hotel, cutting his walk in half. He zoomed in with wet fingers. The path ran through a green space marked with a small cross symbol. A cemetery. Of course. Every shortcut in towns like this went through the dead. Marcus had never been squeamish about graveyards. They were quiet, usually well maintained, and the residents never bothered anyone. He pulled, his collar up, and stepped back into the rain, heading uphill toward the cemetery gates. The streets grew narrower as he climbed, row houses giving way to cramped Victorian cottages with sagging porches, paint peeling in long strips like sunburned skin. Water poured down the sidewalks in braided streams, carrying bits of trash and garden mulch. His shoes were already ruined, expensive leather Oxfords he'd bought specifically for the wedding, now squelching with each step. The hill steepened, and his calves began to burn. When he finally reached the cemetery gates, they stood open, wrought iron twisted into Victorian flourishes, topped with fleur-de-lis points that looked sharp enough to impale. No chain, no lock, just darkness beyond and the suggestion of a gravel path disappearing upward into the rain. A wooden sign hung from one gate pillar, so weathered the letters were barely visible. Ashmont Methodist Cemetery, SD, 1847. Marcus hesitated for only a moment before stepping through. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, lined with headstones that leaned at careless angles, some tilted so far they seemed ready to fall. The gravel crunched under his feet, a sound quickly swallowed by the rain's relentless percussion. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight, a weak cone of light that barely pushed back the darkness. That's when he noticed the mint. It grew along both edges of the path in thick, aggressive clumps, leaves broad and healthy despite the poor, rocky soil. The scent hit him immediately, sharp and medicinal, rising with the rain like something deliberately released. It didn't smell comforting the way mint usually did. Not like toothpaste or candy or the mojitos Sarah used to make on summer evenings. This mint smelled clinical, antiseptic, like the smell of hospitals or the nursing home where his grandmother had died. That particular scent of places where people went to be cleaned and forgotten. Marcus walked faster, keeping the phone light pointed at the path ahead, trying not to look at the headstones too closely. Names and dates carved into limestone and granite, most of them from the 1800s, some from the early 1900s, a few newer stones scattered among the old. The rain made everything look slick and alive, water running down the carved letters like tears. His phone screen flickered. Just once. A brief stutter in the light, but enough to make him tap it with his thumb. The screen felt warm, almost hot, which didn't make sense in the cold rain. He wiped the screen on his jacket, but the moisture wouldn't clear properly. It looked like the condensation was forming on the inside of the glass somehow, a thin fog creeping in from the edges. "Come on," Marcus muttered, shaking the phone. The light steadied but grew noticeably dimmer, as if the fog inside was absorbing the brightness. He kept walking, following the path as it curved between larger monuments, mausoleums with iron, doors, family plots surrounded by low stone walls. The mint grew thicker here, brushing against his ankles with every step, leaving wet streaks on his pants. The scent grew stronger, almost overwhelming, making his sinuses ache. The path forked. Marcus stopped, shining his dying phone light in both directions. The left path seemed to continue upward, deeper into the cemetery. The right path curved downward, probably toward the exit on the far side. He started right, then paused. A sound, faint and distant, almost lost in the rain. A bell, small and clear, like the kind you'd ring at a hotel desk for service. Just one chime, precise and delicate. Marcus turned slowly, sweeping the phone light across the headstones. Nothing moved. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the mint plants swayed slightly in the wind, but he saw no one, no source for the sound. Probably just something in town, sound carrying strangely in the weather. He turned back toward the right path. The bell chimed again. Closer now, or maybe not closer, but more present, as if it had rung directly into his ear rather than travelling through air. The sound landed somewhere in his chest, a small, precise impact that made his breath catch. And with it came a thought, sudden and unwelcome. Sarah. Marcus hadn't thought about her in months, had worked very hard not to think about her, but the bell seemed to pull her name up from wherever he'd buried it. Sarah, who he'd dated for 3 years. Sarah, who'd moved in with him, talked about marriage, made plans. Sarah, who'd needed him during her mother's cancer, who'd asked him to come to chemo appointments, to just be there, to help carry the weight. Sarah, who he'd failed so completely that she'd finally left, not angry but disappointed, which was somehow worse. His throat tightened. The old familiar pressure, the stone he carried in his chest, the apology he'd rehearsed 1,000 times but never sent. He'd meant to go to the appointments, he'd meant to be there. But work had been demanding, and he'd been up for promotion, and the hospital was depressing, and he'd convinced himself that Sarah was strong enough to handle it, that giving her space was actually the kindest thing. Except it wasn't space she'd needed. It was him. The mint smell spiked suddenly, becoming almost nauseating in its intensity. Marcus gasped, the medicinal reek filling his lungs. He looked down and saw the rainwater on the path rippling in small, perfect circles, as if dozens of tiny objects were falling into it, though nothing fell but rain. The phone light dimmed further, the internal fog now thick enough that he could barely see through it. Marcus tapped the screen frantically, but it didn't help. Through the haze, his own reflection stared back at him, ghostly and indistinct. For just a moment, the reflection's face looked different. Eyes downcast, mouth forming words. "Sorry. I'm sorry. I should have been there." "Stop it," Marcus said out loud, his voice harsh in the rain-soaked silence. The words felt wrong the moment they left his mouth, too loud, too definite. The cemetery seemed to lean in around him, headstones tilting their attention his way. The bell chimed again, and this time Marcus saw where it came from. Between 2 large monuments, maybe 30 feet ahead on the left path, something moved. A hunched figure, darker than the darkness around it, shifting with a slow, deliberate patience. It was bent over a headstone, doing something with careful hands, adjusting or arranging or touching. Marcus couldn't tell. The figure was roughly human-shaped but wrong in proportions, the shoulders too high, the arms too long, the head too small or too tucked into those shoulders. Marcus stood frozen, rain pouring down his face, phone light barely aglow now in his trembling hand. The figure straightened slightly, still hunched, still wrong, and raised one arm. In its hand, barely visible in the darkness, was a small handbell, the kind made of tarnished brass or old bronze. The figure rang the bell. The sound was delicate, almost pretty, but it landed inside Marcus's chest like a fist. He felt his heart stutter, felt the apology to Sarah rising in his throat like vomit, words he'd swallowed for 2 years suddenly demanding to be spoken. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I chose work over you. I'm sorry I let your mother die without ever telling her I'd take care of you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The figure began to move toward him, not walking exactly, but shifting position, one moment by the monuments, the next moment 10 feet closer, as if the darkness itself was rearranging to bring it forward. It moved with the rain, part of the weather, hunched and patient and inevitable. Marcus stumbled backward, his foot catching on a raised tree root. He nearly fell, catching himself against a headstone. The stone was cold and slick, and carved deep into its face was a name: Ruth Patterson, 1889-1924, beloved mother, or his hand pressed against the word mother, and he thought of Sarah's mother, of the funeral he'd attended but barely participated in, standing in the back, leaving before the reception, telling himself Sarah would understand that he had a work thing. The bell chimed again. The hunched figure was closer now, maybe 20 feet away, and Marcus could see more details that made his stomach twist. Its hands were too pale, almost luminous in the dark, the fingers too long and too careful as they held the bell. The bell itself looked ancient, the metal dull and pitted, but something about the way it hung suggested weight beyond metal, as if the bell was full of something dense and liquid. Then the figure rang it again, and Marcus saw what made the sound. The bell's tongue, the clapper inside that should have been a simple piece of metal, moved wrong. It was organic, soft, almost fleshy, and when it struck the bell's inner surface it made that clear, precise chime. But the movement afterward looked like something swallowing, the tongue pulling back into the bell's hollow with a wet, living motion. Marcus's phone died completely, the screen going black with a final flicker. Darkness swallowed him, broken only by the faint ambient light from the town below, barely enough to suggest shapes. He could still see the hunched figure, though, as if it carried its own presence, a darkness within darkness. It was looking at him. He couldn't see eyes, couldn't see a face clearly, but he felt the attention like pressure against his skin. The figure tilted its head, listening, and Marcus realized with horror that it wasn't listening with ears. It was listening to him, to the inside of him, to the apology vibrating in his chest like a tuning fork. The creature took another step closer, and Marcus finally broke, turning and running back the way he'd come, sprinting down the gravel path, mint plants lashing at his legs. Behind him, the bell chimed once more, a sound of patient certainty. The creature unhurried because it knew, somehow it knew that Marcus carried what it wanted, and running wouldn't change that. He made it maybe 50 feet before his foot hit a patch of wet gravel wrong, and he went down hard, hands and knees hitting the path, gravel biting into his palms. Pain flared bright and immediate, but fear was brighter. Marcus scrambled to his feet, panting, and looked back. The hunched figure stood in the middle of the path, utterly still now, the bell hanging from one long-fingered hand. It didn't chase him. It didn't need to. Even from this distance, Marcus could feel it pulling at the apology inside him, the way a magnet pulls iron filings, patient and inexorable. The rain poured down. The mint smell was everywhere now, inescapable, that medicinal stink of cleaning and forgetting, of hospitals and endings. Marcus's hands throbbed where gravel had torn the skin, blood mixing with rainwater, but he barely noticed. His throat felt swollen with unsaid words, his chest tight with the pressure of regret. He couldn't run anymore. The realization settled over him like the rain, cold and total. Whatever this thing was, running from it meant nothing because the thing it wanted was inside him, part of him, growing heavier with each moment. Marcus stood slowly, rain streaming down his face, and looked at the hunched figure. "What do you want?" His voice came out raw and shaking. The figure didn't answer. It raised the bell again and rang it, a single clear chime that resonated in Marcus's bones. The living tongue inside struck the bell's hollow and seemed to taste the sound it made, savouring it. And Marcus understood. The creature didn't want his apology as words. It wanted the apology itself, the thing the unspoken regret made into sound. It wanted to ring it into that bell, capture it, keep it, prevent it from ever settling or resolving. The apology would become part of the bell, another layer of guilt and regret trapped in bronze and flesh, ringing forever whenever the creature called. "No," Marcus whispered, then louder. "No, you can't have it." But the creature was already moving closer, and Marcus knew with sick certainty that it could have it, would have it, unless he did something. But what? What stopped a thing like this? His mind raced, grasping at stories, at folklore, at every horror movie and ghost story he'd ever heard. Graveyards had rules. Supernatural things had rules. There was always a way to pass safely, always a ritual or offering, or the mint, the smell that wouldn't leave, growing thicker every time the creature moved closer, the plants that grew too healthy in poor soil, too thick along the path. Mint was used for cleansing, for purification, for... Marcus dropped to his knees beside the path, ignoring the pain, and grabbed a handful of mint stalks. They were wet and strong, roots clinging to the rocky soil. He pulled hard and felt them give, coming up with a small spray of dirt and pebbles. Fresh, mint, rain still dripping from the leaves, the scent explosive in his hand. The creature stopped moving. The bell made no sound, but Marcus felt a shift in attention, the pressure against him changing quality, becoming watchful instead of hungry. He stood slowly, mint clutched in his bleeding hand, and looked around. The nearest headstone was an old one, limestone carved with a simple cross, the name worn almost smooth by a century of weather. Marcus didn't know why, but the knowledge came to him as clearly as if someone had whispered it. Place the mint on the stone, an offering, a trade. He took 2 steps and set the mint carefully on top of the headstone, arranging it as best he could with shaking hands, rain washing over it immediately. The leaves gleamed dark green in the faint light, fresh and alive against dead stone. The creature watched. Marcus could feel its attention like a physical weight, and then, from somewhere deep in his mind, another piece of knowledge: forgive yourself. Not out loud, not spoken. The warning came with it, wordless but certain. Speak the apology aloud and the creature would take it, ring it into the bell, trap it forever in bronze and living flesh. But forgive yourself silently. Accept what cannot be fixed. Release the endless loop of regret. Do that, and the creature would let him pass. Marcus stood in front of the headstone with its offering of mint, rain pouring over him, blood and water running together down his hands, and thought about Sarah. He thought about her mother's funeral, about Sarah's face when she saw him leave early, the way her expression had crumpled and then hardened. He thought about the apartment after she moved out, how empty it had felt, how he'd told himself he was better off alone. He thought about the text messages he'd drafted and deleted, the phone calls he'd almost made, the apology he'd rehearsed until it felt more like a script than actual contrition. He thought about how he couldn't fix it, how Sarah had moved to Portland, started a new job, met someone else according to her Instagram, how the time for apologies had passed not because too much time had elapsed, but because Sarah had moved beyond needing his apology to move forward. She'd forgiven him, or she hadn't, but either way, she'd let go. The only person still carrying this weight was him. Marcus closed his eyes and formed the apology in his mind with all the clarity he could manage. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I chose my fear and my comfort over being the person you needed. I'm sorry I failed you and your mother. I'm sorry I hurt you. Then, and this was harder, he added, and I forgive myself for not being who I thought I should be. I forgive myself for being scared. I forgive myself for failing. I can't fix what I broke, but I can stop breaking myself over it. His mouth stayed closed. His throat ached with the effort of keeping the words inside, of not speaking them aloud, not testing whether the creature would actually take them if he gave voice to his guilt. The rain fell harder, and the mint on the headstone released its scent in waves, medicinal and sharp. Marcus stood there, silent, forgiving himself in the privacy of his own mind, and felt something shift. The pressure in his chest eased. Not gone, maybe never gone completely, but lighter, looser. No longer a stone, but something he could carry without drowning. The bell didn't ring. Marcus opened his eyes and looked toward where the hunched figure had been standing. It was still there, but motionless now, head tilted as if listening to the difference between spoken and unspoken truth, between apology and acceptance. The rain seemed to soften around it, no longer hammering but falling in gentler sheets. The mint scent settled into something less aggressive, still sharp but no longer accusing. The smell of growth rather than sterility, of things that could be cut back and return, persistent and honest. Marcus waited, hardly breathing, watching the creature. It didn't move toward him. It simply stood, patient and hunched, the bell hanging silent from its 2 long fingers. Then, with a movement like water flowing uphill, it turned away, back toward the deeper parts of the cemetery, its attention sliding off Marcus like rain off stone. He stood frozen for another moment, then carefully, so carefully, began walking toward the right-hand path, the one that led down and out. He moved slowly, each step measured, fighting the urge to run. Don't speak. Don't test the silence. Don't give the creature a reason to turn back. The path curved between headstones, descending now, and Marcus followed it, with his heart hammering against his ribs. Behind him, very faint, the bell chimed once more, but the sound was distant, aimed elsewhere, as if the creature had already moved on to some other hidden regret in the hillside. The cemetery gate appeared ahead, open and waiting. Marcus stepped through it, and found himself on a wet residential street, row houses with lit windows, cars parked along the curb, everything ordinary and real. The storm still fell, but felt normal now, just rain without weight or meaning. He walked the remaining blocks to his hotel in a daze, barely noticing the water or the cold. His hands had stopped bleeding, the scratches from the gravel already scabbing over. When he finally reached the hotel and stumbled into his room, he stripped off his wet clothes and stood under a hot shower for 20 minutes, letting the water wash away the mint smell, the rain, the cemetery dirt. But he couldn't wash away what he'd learned. In the morning, Marcus checked out early and drove back to Baltimore through grey drizzle. He didn't go to the wedding brunch, didn't say goodbye to his cousin, just left. On the highway, he pulled over at a rest stop and opened his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found Sarah's name. He stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the call button. He could call her. He could finally say the apology out loud, give voice to the regret he'd carried for 2 years. But the memory of the cemetery stopped him. The hunched figure with its bell, the warning that felt like instinct. Speak the apology aloud and it becomes something else, something trapped and unresolved, ringing forever. Instead, Marcus opened a new note in his phone and typed, "I forgive myself for failing Sarah. I forgive myself for being afraid. I can't fix what I broke, but I can stop breaking myself over it." He saved the note and put his phone away, then drove home through the rain. That night, lying in his apartment with the windows open to let in the sound of city traffic, Marcus thought he heard a bell chiming somewhere in the distance. Just once, small and precise. But when he listened more carefully, it was only a bicycle bell on the street below, someone ringing for a pedestrian to move. Still, he kept his mouth closed, his apology silent, his forgiveness private. The weeks that followed were strange. Marcus found himself thinking about the cemetery less often, but when he did, the memories came with peculiar clarity. The hunched figure, the living tongue in the bell, the mint growing too thick in poor soil. He told no one about what had happened. Who would believe him? He barely believed it himself, except that the weight in his chest had genuinely lifted. The stone he'd carried for 2 years now something manageable. He threw himself into work, but differently than before. He took fewer evening meetings, left the office at reasonable hours, didn't check email after 9 p.m. When his boss asked if everything was okay, Marcus just smiled and said he was working on better balance. The promotion he'd wanted for so long came through in November, and Marcus accepted it with quiet gratitude, but not the desperate relief he'd expected. He started seeing a therapist. Dr. Chen was a soft-spoken woman in her 50s who listened to Marcus talk about Sarah without judgment, who asked questions that made him think about patterns rather than individual failures. He didn't tell Dr. Chen about the cemetery that stayed locked away, a private piece of knowledge, but he talked about carrying guilt, about the difference between apologizing and accepting, about learning to forgive himself. Forgiveness isn't about erasing what happened, Dr. Chen said during one session. It's about choosing not to let it define you forever. Marcus thought about mint growing in poor soil, persistent and honest. December came, and with it the Christmas party at work. Marcus almost skipped it, but forced himself to go, to be social, to try. He talked to co-workers he usually avoided, laughed at bad jokes, had 2 beers, and actually enjoyed them. Near the end of the evening, a woman from accounting named Jennifer asked if he wanted to get coffee sometime, and Marcus surprised himself by saying yes. Their first date was awkward but sweet. Marcus found himself talking more than he usually did, telling Jennifer about his work, his apartment, his failed attempt to grow tomatoes on his balcony. She laughed easily and told him about her cats, her podcast addiction, her ongoing war with her upstairs neighbour over noise. When she asked about past relationships, Marcus hesitated, then said simply, "I was with someone for 3 years. It ended badly. I wasn't the person she needed me to be." "That's honest," Jennifer said, stirring sugar into her coffee. "Most guys just say their ex was crazy." They dated through the winter. Nothing serious, just coffee and movies and occasional dinners, but it felt good, felt possible in a way Marcus hadn't expected. He didn't sabotage it, didn't pull away when Jennifer started staying over on weekends, didn't panic when she left a toothbrush in his bathroom. He was still himself, still sometimes anxious, still sometimes selfish with his time, but he tried. That was new. In March, Marcus got a Facebook message from Sarah. His heart stuttered when he saw her name in his notifications, the old guilt flaring bright before he could control it. But when he opened the message, it was brief and surprisingly warm. "Hey Marcus, hope you're doing well. Saw you got promoted. Congrats. I wanted to let you know I'm getting married in June. No hard feelings if you can't make it, but I thought you should know. Take care of yourself." Marcus read the message 3 times, passing it for hidden meanings or barbs, but found none. Sarah sounded happy. Actually happy, not performatively so. He typed several responses, deleted them all, finally settled on, "Congratulations, Sarah. I'm really happy for you. I hope it's everything you want." He stared at his phone for a long time after hitting send, waiting to feel something dramatic, grief or relief or anger, but felt only a quiet sort of peace. Sarah had moved on. He was moving on. The apology he'd carried was his, to keep or release, but it no longer defined the shape of his days. That night he told Jennifer about Sarah over Chinese takeout. Not everything, not the cemetery, but the relationship, the failure, the guilt. Jennifer listened without interrupting, then reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "You know what I like about you," she said. "You actually think about this stuff. Most guys never even get to the guilt part." Marcus laughed, surprised. "Is that a compliment?" "Yeah," Jennifer said. "It means you give a shit. That's rare." Spring turned to summer. Marcus didn't go to Sarah's wedding, but he sent a card with a generous check and a genuine note wishing her happiness. Jennifer moved in with him in July, and they spent August arguing cheerfully about whose furniture to keep and whose to donate. The apartment felt different with her things in it, messier, louder, more alive. One evening in September, Marcus stood on his balcony watching rain fall over Baltimore, the city, lights reflecting in puddles on the street below. The smell of wet pavement drifted up, and with it came a memory, mint in the rain, medicinal and sharp. He thought about the cemetery, about the hunched figure with its bell, about the apology he'd kept silent. Jennifer came out to join him, handing him a beer. "What are you thinking about?" Marcus almost said nothing, the reflexive deflection he'd perfected over years. But he stopped himself and said instead, "Just remembering something from a while back, a lesson I learned the hard way." "Good lesson?" "Important one," Marcus said, "about letting go." Jennifer leaned against him, comfortable and warm. They stood together watching the rain, and Marcus felt something shift one final time. Not the release of the cemetery, but something quieter, the simple acceptance of being human and flawed and still worthy of moving forward. The rain fell harder, and somewhere in the city a bell chimed. Marcus didn't flinch, he just squeezed Jennifer's hand and went back inside, leaving the past where it belonged. Behind him, finished, no longer a weight to carry, but simply a thing that had happened to a person he used to be. But on dark, rainy nights, when the smell of mint drifted through an open window, or the sound of a distant bell cut through traffic noise, Marcus would remember the cemetery and the hunched figure patient among the stones. He'd remember the rule he'd learned: forgive yourself silently, accept what cannot be fixed, and never speak the apology aloud where it can be caught and trapped and turned into something that rings forever. He kept that knowledge private, locked away, a secret truth about the world's hidden corners, and when friends complained about guilt or regret, about the words they wished they'd said or the apologies they still owed, Marcus would listen carefully and then advise gently. Sometimes the kindest thing is to forgive yourself and move on. Not everything needs to be said out loud. They usually didn't understand, that was fine. Some lessons could only be learned in the dark, in the rain, when you were alone with your regrets and the things that fed on them. Years passed. Marcus and Jennifer got married in a small ceremony, moved to a house with a yard, adopted a dog who tracked mud everywhere and slept on their bed. Marcus changed jobs, then changed again, finding work he actually enjoyed rather than work that just paid well. He stayed in therapy, kept working on himself, learned slowly and imperfectly how to be the person he wanted to be, rather than the person he feared he was. He thought about the cemetery less and less, the memory fading to something dreamlike, uncertain. Had it really happened? Had there really been a creature with a bell that rang unspoken apologies into captivity? Or had it been exhaustion and rain and the power of his own guilty conscience? Marcus never went back to Ashmont to find out. Some questions were better left unanswered, but the mint still grew there, thick and healthy in poor soil, and on rainy nights the creature called Gravemint still moved between the stones with patient hunger, bell in hand, listening for the vibration of regret. It tended the graves and gathered the apologies that people carried like stones, waiting for the moment when guilt overwhelmed silence and the words finally spilled out. Those who whispered their regrets aloud found the bell waiting, eager, the living tongue inside tasting each syllable before ringing them into bronze captivity. Those apologies never settled, never found resolution, just circled endlessly in the bell's hollow, layers upon layers of "I'm sorry and I should have," and "if only," ringing out whenever Gravemint called to them. But those who placed their mint offering and forgave themselves silently, who accepted what could not be fixed without giving voice to their grief, they passed safely through, lighter for their honesty, free to move forward without the weight they'd carried. The rain continued to fall on the hillside and the mint continued to grow, and somewhere between the stones a bell continued to ring. In the end, Marcus learned to carry his past differently, not as a stone in his chest, but as a scar on his skin, visible but healed, a mark of who he'd been, and evidence that he'd survived. He learned that some apologies couldn't be spoken, shouldn't be spoken, because the speaking wasn't what mattered. What mattered was the changing, the growing, the becoming someone who wouldn't need to apologize for the same failures again. On his 40th birthday, Jennifer gave him a mint plant in a terracotta pot. "For the kitchen," she said. "Fresh mojitos all summer." Marcus looked at the plant, its leaves bright green and healthy, and felt a small chill run through him. But then Jennifer kissed him, and their dog barked, demanding attention, and the moment passed. He set the mint on the kitchen windowsill where it could get sun, and that evening he made mojitos while Jennifer grilled burgers, and the mint smelled like summer and lime and promise, nothing medicinal, nothing dark. But late that night, after Jennifer had gone to bed, Marcus stood in the kitchen looking at the mint plant in the window. Rain had started to fall, spattering against the glass, and the mint leaves trembled slightly in the draught. He reached out and touched one leaf, feeling its texture, breathing its scent. "I forgive myself," he whispered, so quietly even he could barely hear it. The words felt true. After all these years, they felt completely true. The rain fell harder, and somewhere very distant a bell chimed once. Marcus froze, listening, but heard only rain and the hum of the refrigerator and the house settling around him. He smiled slightly, shook his head at his own paranoia, and went to bed. The mint plant grew well in the kitchen window, thriving in the sunlight, and Marcus used it often, in drinks and salads and sauces, and never once did the scent remind him of hospitals or endings. It was just mint, fresh and green, tasting like summer. But somewhere in the Appalachian foothills, in a cemetery above a grey town called Ashmont, mint grew in poor soil with uncanny health, and a hunched figure moved between stones in the rain, patient and eternal, bell in hand, waiting for the next traveller who carried regret like a stone and couldn't help but speak it aloud. The creature called Gravemint had time. It had all the time in the world. Apologies were plentiful, guilt was renewable, and there would always be someone walking through the cemetery in a storm, looking for a shortcut, carrying words they should have said. And when they whispered those words into the rain, the bell would be waiting. Marcus never heard the bell again. He lived his life, made his peace, grew old with Jennifer in the house, with the yard and the dog and eventually grandchildren who ran shrieking through sprinklers on summer afternoons. He died at 73 peacefully in his sleep, having long ago released the stone he'd carried through that cemetery. But the cemetery remained, the mint remained, and Gravemint remained, hunched and patient, tending graves and gathering regrets, ringing its bell in the rain. On dark nights, when storms roll through Ashmont and travellers cut through the cemetery to save time, they smell the mint and hear the bell and feel the weight of their unspoken apologies rising in their throats. Some remember the old rules and leave their offering, forgive themselves silently, pass through safely. Others, overcome by guilt or convinced that speaking will bring relief, whisper their regrets into the rain. Those apologies become part of the bell, added to the chorus of "I'm sorry and I should have," and "Forgive me that ring in Gravemint's hand," a collection of human grief and failure preserved forever in bronze and living flesh. The bell grows heavier with each captured apology, but Gravemint is patient, strong, eternal. It will carry them all, and the mint keeps growing, thick and healthy in poor soil, its scent sharp and medicinal in the rain, cleaning nothing, scrubbing no memories, just marking the space where regret meets consequence, where words become more than words, where apologies transform into something that rings and never stops ringing. In the dark, in the rain, the bell waits, and somewhere, always, someone is walking through a cemetery with a stone in their chest thinking, "This time I'll say it. This time I'll make it right," not knowing that some apologies are safer left unspoken, that some forgiveness must stay silent, that the rain remembers sounds and carries them farther than anyone should want their regrets to travel. The bell chimes, the mint grows, the rain falls, and Gravemint, patient and hunched, continues its eternal work, gathering the words people should have kept inside, ringing them into captivity, ensuring that some mistakes echo forever. The years folded into each other like pages in a book that refused to close completely. Marcus's life continued in Baltimore, ordinary and full, but the memory of that rain-soaked cemetery lingered at the edges of his consciousness like a shadow that never quite disappeared. He would catch himself sometimes in quiet moments, touching his chest where the stone had been, half expecting to feel its weight return. It never did, but the knowledge of what he'd learned stayed sharp. Jennifer noticed his occasional silences, the way he'd pause mid-conversation sometimes and look distant. She'd learned not to push, just to wait, and usually Marcus would shake himself and return with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, just thinking," he'd say, and she'd squeeze his hand and they'd move on. But there were nights when the rain fell in certain patterns, when the smell of mint drifted in through windows, when Marcus would lie awake listening to the city's ambient sounds and wonder about other people in other cities, in other cemeteries, learning the same lesson he'd learned, or failing to learn it. How many apologies were trapped in that bell now? How many people had spoken their regrets into the rain and felt them pulled away, captured, ringing forever in bronze and flesh? He wanted to warn people. The urge was strong sometimes, especially when he heard friends talking about guilt, about things they needed to say to parents or siblings or ex-lovers. He wanted to grab them by the shoulders and say, "Don't speak it out loud. Forgive yourself silently. Keep the apology where it's safe." But how could he explain without sounding insane? Who would believe him? So Marcus stayed silent, kept his knowledge private, and learned to live with the strange burden of understanding something about the world that most people never would. In the fall of his 42nd year, Marcus received a call from his cousin Elena, the one whose wedding had brought him to Ashmont all those years ago. They'd stayed loosely in touch. Christmas cards, occasional Facebook messages, but hearing her voice on the phone made him immediately tense. "Marcus." "Hi," Elena said, her voice tight with something that might have been fear or grief or both. "I know this is weird, but I need to ask you something. About Ashmont." Marcus's hand tightened on his phone. "What about it?" Eleanor was quiet for a moment, and Marcus heard her breathing, measured and controlled like she was trying not to cry. "Did anything strange happen to you? When you were here for the wedding? You left so suddenly and you seemed different after, and something happened to David." David, her husband. Marcus tried to remember the man from the wedding, but could only recall a vague impression of someone tall and friendly. What happened? He's been different since we moved back here, Elena said. We left for a few years, Chicago, then Denver, but we came back to Ashmont last year. David's mom got sick, needed help, and ever since we've been back, David's been obsessed with the cemetery. He goes up there at night in the rain. He comes home smelling like mint and won't tell me what he's doing. And Marcus, he talks to himself now, like he's rehearsing something over and over, an apology to his brother, who died when they were kids. Marcus felt cold wash through him. Eleanor, listen to me. You need to stop him from going to that cemetery. I tried. He won't listen. He says he needs to say it, needs to finally say the words he should have said when Thomas was dying. But Marcus, Thomas died 20 years ago. David was just a kid. It wasn't his fault. Why now? Why is he suddenly so obsessed? Because the cemetery calls to people who carry regrets like stones, Marcus thought. Because Gravemint can sense unspoken apologies, can pull at them like a magnet, can draw people back into the rain until the weight becomes unbearable and the words finally spill out. I need you to keep him away from the cemetery, Marcus said urgently, especially when it rains, especially at night. I know it sounds crazy, but please, Elena, trust me. Marcus, what happened to you there? He closed his eyes, thinking about the hunched figure between the stones, the bell with its living tongue, the mint growing too thick in poor soil. Something I can't explain over the phone. Just keep David away. If he absolutely has to go, make him promise not to speak out loud while he's there. Make him promise, Eleanor. You're scaring me. I know, I'm sorry, but this is important. Eleanor promised to try and they hung up. Marcus stood in his living room for a long time afterward, staring at nothing, feeling the old fear return. He'd thought the cemetery was finished with him, that leaving Ashmont meant leaving Gravemint behind. But of course, it wasn't that simple. The creature wasn't bound to him personally. It was bound to the cemetery, to the rain, to anyone who carried the weight of unsaid words. And now, David was being drawn there, pulled by his childhood guilt, his unspoken apology to a brother 20 years dead. Marcus didn't tell Jennifer about the call. What would he say? Instead, he found himself researching Ashmont obsessively over the next few days, looking for mentions of the cemetery, of strange occurrences, of legends or folklore. He found very little. A few historical society posts about the cemetery's age, some genealogy forums discussing burials there, nothing about Gravemint or bells or mint. But he did find something else, a local newspaper archive, digitized and searchable. Marcus spent an evening going through old issues of the Ashmont Gazette, searching for anything unusual. Most of it was mundane, town council meetings, high school sports, obituaries. But then, in an issue from 1923, he found a strange small article buried on page 7. Local man found in cemetery, unable to speak. Howard Garrett, 43, was discovered yesterday morning in the Methodist cemetery by groundskeeper Thomas Walsh. Mr. Garrett was unharmed but appeared to be in a state of shock and has not spoken since being found. His wife, Dorothy Garrett, reports that he left their home Monday evening during a rainstorm, saying he needed to visit a grave. She became concerned when he didn't return by morning. Mr. Garrett remains in the care of Dr. James Patterson. Authorities say there is no evidence of foul play. Marcus read the article 3 times, his heart pounding, unable to speak, found in the cemetery after a rainstorm. He searched for follow-up articles and found one more 2 weeks later. Garrett remains silent. Family seeks assistance. Howard Garrett, who was found in the Methodist cemetery in apparent shock 2 weeks ago, continues to be unable or unwilling to speak. His wife reports that he attempts to form words, but no sound emerges. Dr. Patterson has no medical explanation for Mr. Garrett's condition, and suggests the cause may be psychological. The family is seeking assistance from specialists in Philadelphia. There were no more articles about Howard Garrett. Marcus searched death records and found that he died in 1954, at age 74, in Ashmont. No cause of death listed, but the date struck Marcus as significant. 31 years of silence. 31 years unable to speak after something happened in that cemetery. What had Howard Garrett tried to say? What apology had he spoken aloud that Gravemint had taken, rung into its bell, trapped forever? And had the taking of those words left him unable to form any words at all, his voice stolen along with his regret? Marcus found more articles as he dug deeper, spanning decades. A woman in 1897 who'd been found wandering the cemetery at dawn, bereft of speech. A young man in 1956 who'd gone mute after visiting his father's grave during a thunderstorm. A teenager in 1978 who stopped speaking entirely after a night in the cemetery and never spoke again, spending her remaining 40 years communicating, only through writing. The pattern was clear once Marcus knew to look for it. People who went to the cemetery during rainstorms, people who carried heavy regrets, people who afterward lost the ability to speak. All of them had tried to voice their apologies and had those words taken, captured, trapped in Gravemint's bell. And with the words went their voices entirely, stolen as payment or punishment, or simply because the creature's hunger was indiscriminate. Marcus had been lucky. He'd kept silent, forgiven himself without speaking, passed through safely. But how many others hadn't been so careful? How many voices were trapped in that bell alongside the apologies they'd tried to speak? He thought about calling Elena again, warning her more seriously, but what could he say that he hadn't already said? She'd think he was crazy. Most people would. The only way to truly convince someone was to show them, and Marcus had no intention of ever returning to Ashmont. But the thought nagged at him. David was being drawn there, pulled by guilt and grief, and unless someone stopped him, he was going to speak his apology aloud in the rain and lose his voice forever. Elena would be left with a husband who couldn't speak, couldn't explain, could only live in permanent silence with his regret still trapped and ringing. Marcus made a decision he immediately regretted. He told Jennifer he had to take a quick trip for work, a lie that tasted sour in his mouth, and drove to Ashmont on a Friday afternoon. The 6-hour drive felt both too long and too short. His hands were sweating on the wheel the whole way. Ashmont looked exactly as he remembered. Grey, tilted, tired. Marcus checked into a different hotel this time, a small bed and breakfast on the east side of town, and immediately called Elena. "You came here," she said, her voice rising with surprise and hope. "Marcus, you didn't have to—" "Where's David now?" "At his mother's house. She's in hospice. He's been staying with her most days." "Has he gone to the cemetery again?" "Not since we talked. I've been watching him. But Marcus, it's supposed to rain tomorrow night. Heavy rain. And he keeps looking at the weather forecast with this expression. I think he's planning to go." Marcus closed his eyes. Of course it was going to rain. Gravemint's pull was strongest in the rain, when sound travelled farther, when the bell could ring across the whole hillside. "Can you bring him to meet me? Somewhere public, during the day. Tell him I know about Thomas. Tell him I understand." Eleanor was quiet. "He doesn't talk about Thomas with anyone." "I know. Just tell him." They met at a diner on Main Street, one of those perpetually unchanged places with cracked vinyl booths and a laminated menu that hadn't been updated since 1987. David turned out to be bigger than Marcus remembered, broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with the kind of solid presence that made him seem reliable, steady. But his eyes were haunted, ringed with dark circles, and his hands shook slightly as he held his coffee cup. "Eleanor said you wanted to talk about Thomas," David said, his voice rough. "I don't know what she told you, but—" "She told me you've been going to the cemetery," Marcus interrupted, "at night, in the rain, and that you've been carrying something heavy for a long time." David's jaw tightened. "That's none of your business." "It is if you're planning to speak out loud while you're there." David's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. He stared at Marcus with sudden, sharp attention. "What did you say?" Marcus leaned forward, keeping his voice low even though the diner was mostly empty. "The Methodist cemetery. There's something there that listens for apologies, unspoken regrets. It draws people who carry guilt the way you're carrying yours, and if you speak your apology out loud, if you give voice to the words you've been holding on to, it will take them, trap them, and you'll never speak again." David set his cup down slowly. "You're insane." "Am I? Then why have you been going there? Why does it pull at you? Why does the mint smell make your throat tight and the sound of rain make you want to confess?" David's face had gone pale. "How do you know about the mint?" "Because I've been there. Because I've seen what waits in the cemetery. Because I almost made the same mistake you're about to make." Elena reached across the table and grabbed David's hand. "Tell him," she said softly. "Tell him about Thomas." David was silent for a long moment, staring at the coffee cooling in his cup. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Thomas was my little brother. He had leukemia. He was sick for 2 years before he died. I was 15, he was 12, and I couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle watching him waste away. Couldn't handle the hospital visits, the smell of medicine, the way he'd look at me like he was afraid, so I stopped going. I made excuses. I stayed away. And the last time I saw him, he asked me if I was mad at him, if he'd done something wrong, and I said no, I was just busy. I didn't tell him I loved him. I didn't tell him I was sorry for abandoning him. I just left, and he died 3 days later. Tears were running down David's face now, but he didn't seem to notice. 23 years. I've been carrying this for 23 years, and ever since we moved back to Ashmont, I can't stop thinking about it. I go up to the cemetery and stand by his grave, and I want to say it. I need to say it. I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I let you die alone. But I can't. Every time I try, my throat closes up and the words won't come. Because part of you knows it's dangerous, Marcus said. Part of you senses what's waiting there. The thing in the cemetery, it wants those words. It feeds on unspoken apologies. If you give them voice, it will take them, and you'll spend the rest of your life silent. David shook his head. You're talking about a monster, a creature. That's not real. Then why haven't you spoken yet? You've been going there for months. You stand by Thomas's grave and rehearse the words, but you never say them aloud. Why? Because, David faltered, because every time I'm about to, I smell that mint and I hear something, like a bell, and I know if I speak, something terrible will happen. Yes, Marcus said, exactly. They sat in silence for a moment. The diner's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and somewhere a plate clattered in the kitchen. Eleanor held David's hand and cried quietly. So what do I do? David finally asked. Just carry this forever? Never speak? Let Thomas think I didn't care about him. Thomas is dead, Marcus said gently. He's been dead for 23 years. Whatever he thinks or doesn't think, it's over. The only person still suffering from this is you. And the way to stop suffering isn't to speak the apology to a grave. It's to forgive yourself. I can't. You can. You have to. That's the rule, David. That's how you pass through safely. You go to the grave, not at night, not in the rain, but during the day when the creature is dormant. You bring fresh mint as an offering. You place it on the headstone, and then you forgive yourself. Not out loud, silently, in your own mind. You acknowledge that you were 15 years old and scared and couldn't handle watching your brother die. You acknowledge that you failed him, and that you can't fix it, and that you have to let it go anyway. You forgive yourself for being human. David was shaking his head. It's not that simple. No, Marcus agreed. It's not simple at all. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, but it's the only way through that doesn't end with you losing your voice forever. Eleanor squeezed David's hand. Please, she whispered. Please try. David looked at his wife, then at Marcus, then down at his hands. And if I can't, if I go there and I can't, forgive myself. Then you walk away without speaking. You try again another day. You keep trying until you can, but you never ever speak the apology out loud. Promise me, David. I don't even know you. No, but I know what's waiting in that cemetery. I've seen it, and I'm trying to save you from making a mistake you can't undo. They talked for another hour, Marcus explaining everything he could remember about the cemetery, about Gravemint, about the rules he'd learned. David listened with the intensity of someone grasping at a lifeline, occasionally asking questions, occasionally lapsing into silence. By the time they left the diner, the sun was setting, painting Ashmont's grey streets in amber light. Tomorrow, David said. I'll go tomorrow, during the day, with the mint. I'll try. Don't try, Marcus said. Do it. And David, when you forgive yourself, really forgive yourself. Not performance, not pretending, actually let it go. David nodded, though he looked terrified. Marcus spent that night in his room at the bed and breakfast, unable to sleep, listening to the wind pick up outside. By midnight, rain had started to fall, light at first, then harder, and Marcus stood at the window watching it slick the streets and thinking about Gravemint moving between the stones, bell in hand, listening for the vibration of regret. Was it out there now, waiting for David, pulling at him, trying to draw him to the cemetery in the storm? Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Elena. "Keep David inside tonight. Lock the doors if you have to. Don't let him go out in the rain." Her reply came 5 minutes later. "He's here. He's safe. Thank you." But Marcus couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in his stomach. He'd warned David, given him the rules, told him how to pass through safely. But would it be enough? The pull of unspoken guilt was so strong, and the desire to finally say the words, to release the pressure, could be overwhelming. Marcus had been lucky. He'd stumbled into the cemetery by accident, encountered Gravemint without knowing what it was, and somehow intuited the rules through a combination of fear and instinct. But David knew the cemetery, had been drawn there repeatedly, had rehearsed his apology so many times that the words were probably engraved in his mind. Would he be able to stay silent, or would the temptation to finally speak overwhelm him? The rain fell harder, and Marcus paced his small room, unable to rest. Morning came grey and drizzling. Marcus drove to Elena's house and found David already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of untouched coffee. He looked like he hadn't slept at all. "I want you to come with me," David said when he saw Marcus. "To the cemetery? I don't think I can do this alone." Marcus had hoped to avoid returning to the cemetery entirely, but looking at David's pale, frightened face, he couldn't refuse. "Okay, but we go during the day and we leave before dark. Agreed?" "Agreed." They stopped at a house near the cemetery where David knew an elderly woman who grew mint in her garden. She gave them a generous handful without question, and David held the sprigs carefully as they walked up the hill toward the iron gates. The rain had stopped, but everything was wet, the air thick with moisture and the smell of earth. Marcus felt his heart rate pick up as they approached the gates. He hadn't been back since that night years ago, and part of him had hoped never to return. But here he was, walking through those Victorian iron flourishes, stepping back onto the gravel path lined with mint. The cemetery looked different in daylight, less menacing but somehow sadder. The headstones seemed smaller, more weathered, markers for lives long ended and mostly forgotten. The mint still grew thick along the path edges, but in the grey morning light it just looked like plants, nothing supernatural, nothing threatening. "Thomas is this way," David said, leading Marcus, along a side path toward the older section of the cemetery. They walked in silence, their feet crunching on wet gravel, until David stopped in front of a small headstone with a carved lamb at the top. The inscription read, "Thomas Michael Garrett, 1983-1995, beloved son and brother." David stood staring at the stone for a long moment, the mint sprigs trembling in his hand. Marcus stayed a few feet back, giving him space but watching carefully. "I don't know if I can do this," David whispered. "You can," Marcus said. "Just remember, silence, forgiveness, let it go." David nodded and knelt beside his brother's grave. He placed the mint carefully on top of the headstone, arranging it with shaking hands. Then he closed his eyes and Marcus watched him mouth words silently, lips forming the apology he'd carried for 23 years. "I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I was scared. I'm sorry I let you down." Marcus could see the tears on David's face, could see the way. His whole body shook with the effort of keeping the words silent. The air around them seemed to thicken, and Marcus caught the smell of mint growing stronger, that medicinal sharpness that meant something was paying attention. "Don't speak," Marcus thought urgently, willing the message toward David. "Don't give voice to it. Forgive yourself silently." David's mouth kept moving, forming words, and Marcus's heart hammered because he couldn't tell if David was actually speaking or just mouthing the apology. But then David's expression changed, softening, and Marcus heard him take a deep, shuddering breath. David placed his hand on the headstone, touching his brother's name, and Marcus saw his lips form different words now. "I forgive myself." The mint smell began to fade, the air lightened, and David opened his eyes and looked at Marcus with an expression of profound exhaustion, and something that might have been peace. "Did it work?" David asked, his voice rough but present. "Did I do it, right?" Marcus felt relief wash through him. "Yes, you did it right. You kept the words inside where they're safe. David stood slowly, looking down at his brother's grave. I thought I'd feel different, like a weight lifting, but I just feel tired. The weight lifts gradually, Marcus said. Give it time. They stood together by Thomas's grave for a few more minutes, then walked back toward the cemetery gates. The day remained grey and damp, but the sense of threat had diminished. As they passed through the iron gates and back onto the street, Marcus glanced back one final time at the cemetery and thought he saw movement between distant headstones. A hunched shape, there and gone, like a shadow crossing his vision. Or maybe just his imagination. Either way, they'd gotten out safely and David's voice remained his own. Elena cried when they returned, holding David and thanking Marcus over and over. Marcus stayed in Ashmont one more night, wanting to make sure David didn't have a delayed reaction, didn't feel the pull to return. But David seemed genuinely changed, quieter but more present, as if a part of him that had been frozen for 23 years had finally thawed. I still miss him, David told Marcus before Marcus left town. I always will, but I think I can live with it now, without it crushing me. That's all forgiveness is, Marcus said, learning to live with what you can't fix. The drive back to Baltimore felt longer than the drive out. Marcus called Jennifer from the road and told her he was coming home, that he loved her, that he'd explain everything when he got there, and this time he did explain. He told her about the cemetery, about Gravemint, about the apology he'd carried for Sarah, and how close he'd come to losing his voice forever. Jennifer listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Do you believe it was really a creature? Or do you think maybe it was something psychological? A manifestation of guilt?" Marcus had asked himself the same question countless times. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I know people have lost their voices in that cemetery. I know the rules work, and I know I'm not going back to find out which explanation is true." "Fair enough," Jennifer said, and kissed him. Life continued. Marcus returned to work, to routine, to the ordinary rhythms of existence. But he found himself paying more attention to the stories people told about guilt and regret, about the words they wished they'd said. He started a practice of writing down apologies he couldn't speak, not to people, but to himself, acknowledgements of his failures and shortcomings, followed by statements of forgiveness. It helped, this private ritual of accounting and release. Years passed again. Marcus and Jennifer grew older, their hair greying, their bodies softening. They remained in Baltimore, watching the city change around them, building a life that felt solid and earned. Marcus thought about Ashmont rarely now, the memory fading like an old dream. But then, on a rainy October evening when Marcus was 56, his phone rang with a number he didn't recognise. He almost didn't answer, but something made him pick up. "Mr. Hale," a young woman's voice said. "My name is Sarah Chen. You don't know me, but I'm a researcher at Johns Hopkins and I'm working on a project about folklore and regional legends. Your name came up in connection with Ashmont and I was hoping to ask you some questions." Marcus felt his stomach drop. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm studying stories about the Methodist cemetery in Ashmont," Sarah Chen continued. "About people losing their ability to speak after visiting during rainstorms. It's a fascinating pattern that goes back over a century, and I'm trying to document it properly. Several people I've interviewed mentioned that you had an experience there, that you helped someone named David Garrett." "I don't want to be part of your research," Marcus said, his hand tightening on the phone. "Please, Mr. Hale, I'm not trying to sensationalize anything. I'm trying to understand what's actually happening there, whether it's psychological, environmental, something else entirely. People are still getting hurt. Just last month, a woman went there during a storm and hasn't spoken since. Her family is desperate. If there are rules, ways to protect people, I need to document them." Marcus was silent, torn. Part of him wanted to hang up, to maintain his distance from Ashmont and its cemetery. But another part remembered the newspaper articles he'd found, the long history of people losing their voices, and thought about that woman who'd gone silent just last month. "If I help you," he said finally, "you have to promise me something. You don't publish anything that encourages people to test the cemetery. You don't turn this into some paranormal tourism thing. You focus on protecting people. Warning them. Agreed?" "Agreed," Sarah Chen said immediately. They met the following week at a coffee shop near Hopkins. Sarah turned out to be a doctoral student in anthropology, specialising in folklore and folk practices. She had a thick folder full of documentation about the Ashmont Cemetery. Historical records, newspaper clippings, interviews with townspeople, even some old photographs. The pattern is undeniable, she told Marcus, spreading papers across the table between them. Going back to at least 1897, possibly earlier, people visit the cemetery during rain or storms, often with the intention of addressing unfinished business with someone buried there. A significant number of them are subsequently unable to speak. Medical examinations find nothing physically wrong, no damage to vocal cords, no neurological explanation. They simply cannot produce sound. Have any of them recovered? Marcus asked. A few, years later, usually after intensive therapy, though the therapist's notes suggest the recovery had less to do with treatment and more to do with some kind of personal acceptance or forgiveness, but most remained silent for life. Marcus thought about Howard Garrett, silent for 31 years. What do the townspeople say about it? Most won't talk about it at all. There's a strong taboo around discussing the cemetery, but a few elderly residents told me stories about a creature called Gravemint, though descriptions vary. Some say it's a former undertaker, cursed for stealing from the dead. Others say it's older, something that existed before the cemetery was built. But they all agree on two things. It appears during rain, and it captures unspoken apologies. It's real, Marcus said quietly. I've seen it. Sarah leaned forward intently. Tell me everything. Marcus did, recounting his experience in detail. The failed relationship with Sarah, the shortcut through the cemetery, the mint and the bell, the hunched figure with its living tongue. He told her about the rules he'd learned. The mint offering, the silent forgiveness, the prohibition against speaking apologies aloud. Sarah took notes frantically, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When Marcus finished, she sat back with an expression of wonder mixed with fear. This is exactly what I needed, she said. Actionable information, rules that can protect people. Mr. Hale, would you be willing to help me create a warning system, information that could be distributed in Ashmont, maybe posted at the cemetery gates? Marcus hesitated. Will people listen? Some will, some won't. But even saving one person would be worth it. They worked together over the following months, crafting language that walked the line between warning and explanation. Sarah designed a small plaque that could be mounted at the cemetery entrance, worded carefully, Methodist Cemetery, established 1847. Visitors are advised. Do not visit during rainstorms. If you must enter, carry fresh mint as an offering. Place mint on graves you visit. Reflect silently. Do not speak aloud. If you feel compelled to voice regrets or apologies, resist. Practice. Private. Silent forgiveness. Instead, depart before darkness. These guidelines honour local traditions and ensure peaceful visitation. The Town Council of Ashmont initially rejected the plaque, calling it superstitious nonsense. But after Sarah presented her research, including documentation of 17 people who'd lost their voices over the past century, the council reluctantly agreed to install it, framing it as respecting local folklore. Marcus attended the installation ceremony on a cold January morning. The plaque was mounted on a stone pillar just inside the gates, small but readable. He stood looking at it for a long time, thinking about all the people who might read those words and disregard them, convinced they were stronger than superstition, certain their apologies needed to be spoken. But maybe a few would listen. Maybe a few would be saved. As Marcus stood there, an elderly man approached, leaning heavily on a cane. He stopped beside Marcus and studied the plaque with rheumy eyes. "You're the one who pushed for this," the old man said. It wasn't a question. "I helped," Marcus admitted. "Good." The old man gestured with his cane toward the cemetery behind them. "My father lost his voice here, 1956. Went up in a thunderstorm to apologize to his own father, my grandfather. Came home silent, never spoke again. Died in 1989, 33 years of silence. I was 7 when it happened. I barely remember his voice." The old man looked at Marcus with fierce intensity. If this plaque stops one person from making his mistake, from putting their family through what we went through, then thank you. Marcus felt tears sting his eyes. "I'm sorry about your father." "So was he," the old man said. "That was the problem. He was sorry for something that happened when he was a boy and he couldn't let it go. Cost him everything." The old man turned to leave, then paused. "You've been up there. You've seen it. Yes. And you kept silent. Yes. Smart man. The old man hobbled away, leaving Marcus alone with the plaque and the cemetery behind it. Marcus didn't go into the cemetery that day. He stood at the gates for a few more minutes, then walked back down the hill to where Sarah was waiting in her car. They drove to the diner on Main Street and had coffee, discussing plans for disseminating information, for following up with recent victims, for building a support network. "You know what's strange," Sarah said. "In all my research, I found one consistent factor among the people who managed to visit the cemetery safely during storms. They all practiced some form of meditation or therapy or religious contemplation. They had existing practices of self-reflection and forgiveness. It's like the cemetery punishes people who haven't learned how to forgive themselves. Or it teaches them," Marcus said. Harshly, Sarah nodded. "Either way, the solution isn't to avoid guilt or regret. It's to develop the skills to process them healthily, to forgive yourself before you ever reach that breaking point." Marcus thought about his years of therapy with Dr. Chen, about the journaling practice he'd developed, about learning to sit with discomfort instead of running from it. All of that had probably saved him in the cemetery that night, had given him the foundation to choose silence and self-forgiveness over the desperate release of confession. "Maybe," Marcus said slowly, "that's the real lesson. The cemetery isn't evil, exactly. It's just unforgiving. It demands that you do the work of self-forgiveness before you arrive. If you haven't done that work, if you're still trying to externalize your guilt, to speak it away rather than process it, then you lose your voice." "A harsh teacher," Sarah observed. "Very harsh, but effective in its way." They finished their coffee and drove back, to Baltimore together, Sarah chattering enthusiastically about her research while Marcus watched the landscape roll past. Ashmont disappeared behind them, grey and tilted and full of its secrets, and Marcus felt the old relief of leaving, but this time the relief came with something else, a sense of responsibility. He'd been given knowledge, and now that knowledge was being shared, distributed, used to protect others. It felt right. It felt like closure of a kind he hadn't expected. Back in Baltimore, Marcus returned to his life with Jennifer, to his work and routines, but he stayed in touch with Sarah, helping her with research, contributing to papers she wrote about folklore and psychological coping mechanisms. The work was oddly satisfying, turning his private trauma into public good. And sometimes, on rainy nights, Marcus would stand at his window and think about Ashmont, about the cemetery on the hill, about Gravemint moving between stones with patient hunger. He'd think about all the apologies trapped in that bell, ringing endlessly, and he'd feel grateful that his own regret wasn't among them. He'd forgiven himself for failing Sarah, and that forgiveness remained his own, private and silent and safe, where it belonged. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came in sheets that night, hammering the cliffs with a violence that felt personal. Eleanor pressed herself against the coastal path's rocky face, her hiking boots slipping on stone turned slick as glass, her jacket long since surrendered to the storm's superior force. Water ran down her neck in rivulets that felt like cold fingers, and the wind carried salt spray that stung her eyes and made her lips taste of the ocean's bitterness. She'd been walking for 3 hours since her car died on the coast road, since her phone lost signal, since the last house she'd passed went dark behind its curtains, like it wanted nothing to do with whatever fool was out in this weather. The lighthouse appeared through the fog like a negative space in the world, blacker than the storm, a vertical absence against the churning grey. It shouldn't have drawn her attention at all. Abandoned lighthouses dotted this stretch of coast like forgotten sentries, their beams long extinguished, their purpose dissolved into local history and weathered preservation plaques. But this one was different. This one was working. The beam turned slow and patient through the chaos, painting a pale corridor across the waves with mechanical precision, as steady as a heartbeat, as reliable as something that had never stopped doing its job even after everyone left. Elena watched it complete one full rotation, then another, and felt something loosen in her chest that might have been relief or might have been the first whisper of unease. Either way, she was soaked through, shaking with cold, and that lighthouse represented shelter, even if it also represented trespass. The path steepened as she climbed toward it, forcing her to use her hands on the slick rocks, her fingers finding purchase in crevices filled with rainwater and the skeletal remains of sea creatures that had been carried up by storm tides and left to bleach in summers she couldn't imagine from here. The air changed as she got closer, thickened somehow despite the wind, taking on textures she could taste. Salt, yes, always salt this close to the water, but underneath it something else. Old metal gone to rust, damp fabric. The organic sweetness of decay, not strong enough to turn her stomach, but present enough to make her aware of breathing it in, of pulling it down into her lungs where it would sit and wait. The lighthouse door hung crooked on hinges that had rusted into tortured shapes, the lower edge swollen with moisture until the wood had deformed into something that looked almost deliberately malformed, like a mouth caught mid-scream. Eleanor pushed against it and felt resistance, then a sudden give that sent her stumbling forward into darkness so complete it felt solid. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers numb and clumsy, and the screen's glow when it finally woke seemed obscenely bright, a violation of the dark rather than relief from it. The interior smelled worse than the air outside, confined, wetness, stone that had been breathing ocean for longer than anyone could remember, iron oxide and something faintly sweet that made her think of clothes left damp in a closet, forgotten until they'd developed their own ecosystem of rot. The beam from her phone caught rough stone walls slick with condensation, a spiral staircase that corkscrewed up into shadow, puddles on the floor that reflected her light back in oily fragments. No furniture, no equipment, nothing that suggested this place had ever been occupied by living people who needed to sit or sleep or eat. Just the stairs, climbing. Eleanor stood in the centre of the floor and felt the cold seep up through her boots, through her socks, into her feet where it settled like it planned to stay. Above her she could hear the mechanism of the beacon, a steady grinding rotation, metal on metal, patient and inexorable. The sound should have been comforting in its regularity, but instead it made her skin prickle with something that felt like recognition, like her body understood something her mind hadn't caught up to yet. She should wait out the storm here, on the ground floor, should sit against the wall and endure the cold and the damp until morning light made the path back to the road navigable again. Should absolutely not climb those stairs into the working parts of a lighthouse that had no business working, that probably had rusted machinery ready to collapse, that might have structural damage hidden in shadows her phone light couldn't penetrate. But the cold was already working into her bones, and she could feel her hands starting to shake in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the early stages of hypothermia. Up meant closer to the mechanism, which meant closer to whatever power source kept it running, which might mean warmth. The logic was thin enough to see through, but it was logic nonetheless, and Eleanor was tired enough to accept it. The stairs were narrow, designed for people, who climbed them daily and knew every worn spot, every place where the stone had been hollowed by generations of boot heels. Elena's phone light threw her shadow against the curved wall, in shapes that seemed too tall, too angular, like a silhouette was being stretched on some invisible rack. She counted steps at first, 12, 15, 20, then lost track when her foot slipped and she had to grab the wall to keep from falling backward. The stone was wet under her palm and the wetness was warm, which made no sense at all but was undeniably true. At 30-something steps she noticed the rhythm. The beacon's rotation matched something in her chest, not quite her heartbeat, but close enough that her pulse seemed to be trying to sync with it, speeding up or slowing down to match that mechanical patience. She stopped climbing and pressed her hand to her sternum, felt the double thump that should have been steady, but now seemed to be adjusting itself, finding a new tempo in the grinding rotation above. "Stop it," she whispered to herself, and her voice sounded wrong in the enclosed space, too flat, swallowed by stone before it could develop an echo. "You're cold and tired and freaking yourself out." She kept climbing. The stairs wound up and up, and the air grew colder rather than warmer, which killed her theory about heat rising from the mechanism. Now it felt like the stone itself was refrigerating the air, like the lighthouse had been storing winter in its bones and was releasing it in slow exhalations. Her breath plumed white in the phone light, and she watched it disperse into darkness with a slowness that felt too deliberate, too aware of its own dissolution. The smell changed as she climbed. The sweetness grew stronger, taking on notes that reminded her of things she didn't want to remember. Her grandmother's house after the funeral, before anyone had aired it out. The locker room at her high school after someone left meat in a gym bag over spring. Break. The apartment she'd shared with Marcus before she'd understood that some kinds of rot started in people and worked their way outward into their environments. She breathed through her mouth and kept climbing, because going back down meant going back into the storm, and some part of her had already decided that whatever was up here couldn't be worse than what was down there. The lantern room door was metal, painted black decades ago, but now reduced to patches of oxidized iron, showing through like disease. There was no lock, no handle, just a push plate worn smooth by hands that were dust now, that had pushed this door open thousands of times in the service of keeping ships off rocks, keeping sailors alive, keeping light turning through darkness with the reliability of a prayer that actually got answered. Eleanor pushed, and the door opened too easily, like something on the other side had been pulling at the exact same moment, like she'd only had to provide the last ounce of force necessary to complete a collaboration she hadn't agreed to. The hinges made no sound at all, which was somehow worse than if they'd shrieked. The lantern room was circular, walled-in glass panels filmed with salt to the point of translucence rather than transparency. The beacon mechanism occupied the centre, a massive assembly of gears and lenses and mirrors that turned with the patient grinding she'd been hearing, that threw light through the salt-hazed glass in a beam that should have been clean white, but somehow looked jaundiced, slightly sick. The floor was wet, standing water in the low spots, and the air was so thick with humidity that breathing felt like drowning in slow motion. Eleanor stood just inside the doorway and felt her phone light dim, then brighten, then dim again in a rhythm that matched the beacon's rotation. She hadn't touched the screen. The battery showed 80%. There was no reason for it to be pulsing like that, like it was trying to communicate in a language made of brightness and shadow, like it had been infected with the same mechanical patience that drove the beacon's endless turning. She looked at the glass panels and saw herself reflected in the salt film, a dozen versions scattered around the circle, each one slightly different depending on the thickness of the salt, the angle of the light, the age of the glass beneath. Some of her reflections were clear enough to show detail. Others were just suggestions, human-shaped smears that could have been anyone. She raised her hand to push wet hair off her forehead and watched her reflections respond. Most of them moved with her, hands rising in synchronized gesture, but not all of them. One of the reflections, the one directly opposite on the far side of the beacon, moved a fraction of a second too late, like it had needed to see what she was doing before it could mimic the motion. Another one, off to her left, brought its hand up too high, overshooting the gesture in a way that looked unpracticed, experimental. Eleanor lowered her hand slowly and the reflections followed. Most of them. The one that had moved too late stayed frozen for an extra beat before completing its descent, and when it did, the hand didn't quite return to the same position, instead settling slightly forward, closer to the glass, like it was pressing toward her. "Jesus," she whispered, and the sound was swallowed instantly by the humidity, pulled into the thick air and dispersed into nothing. She took a step backward toward the door and her reflections moved with her, all of them this time, a coordinated retreat that should have been reassuring but somehow felt like strategy, like they were adjusting their positions to maintain optimal angles. The beacon swept its light across the glass, and for the duration of its passage Elena could see through the salt film to the darkness beyond. The fog outside had thickened into something that looked almost solid, a grey wall pressing against, the glass like it wanted in, and in the fog, a shape, human-sized, standing exactly where her reflection had been, but on the wrong side of the glass. The beam passed, and the salt film returned the glass to opacity. Eleanor stood frozen, heart hammering against her ribs in a rhythm that was trying to match the beacon's rotation and failing, creating a syncopated double beat that felt like two people living in her chest. She waited for the beacon to come around again, for the light to give her another glimpse through the haze, knowing she didn't want to see but unable to look away from the panel where the shape had been standing. The grinding rotation continued. The beam swept left, around, behind her, crawling across the glass panels in patient sequence. She watched it approach the panel she was focused on, watched the light begin to penetrate the salt film, watched the fog beyond start to resolve into the same shape, but closer. Close enough now that she could see it had her posture, her height, the the same slight forward lean she adopted when she was cold and trying to conserve warmth. It stood motionless as the beam passed over it, and in the brief moment of illumination Eleanor saw that it had no face, just a smooth expanse where features should have been, like something wearing a stocking over its head, like something that hadn't finished assembling yet. The beam moved on, and darkness returned. Eleanor's breath came fast and shallow, fogging in front of her face and clouds that hung in the humid air longer than they should have. That seemed reluctant to disperse, that might have been trying to form shapes of their own. She needed to leave. The storm outside was bad, but it was honest. Wind and rain and cold that would hurt her in straightforward ways, that wouldn't play games with her reflection, that wouldn't wear her shape in the fog like a costume it was trying on for size. She turned toward the door she'd come through and found it closed. She hadn't heard it close, hadn't heard the hinges move or the metal settle into the frame, but it was shut now, flush with the wall, and when she grabbed for the push plate her hand found only smooth metal, no mechanism, no way to apply force. The door had become a wall, and the wall was just as wet as everything else in this room, just as covered in condensation that was too warm, that felt organic rather than atmospheric. "No," she said, and her voice sounded small and useless. She pushed against the metal anyway, threw her shoulder into it, felt the impact jar through her bones with no result except pain. The door didn't even rattle. It sat in its frame like it had been welded there, like it had always been a wall and she'd only imagined it opening. The beacon continued its rotation, steady as a clock, and Elena turned back to the glass panels because there was nowhere else to look. Her reflections watched her from their scattered positions around the circle, and now she could see that none of them were quite right. The one directly ahead showed her mouth open wider than it should have been, like she was gasping even though she was breathing through her nose. The one to her right had eyes that didn't quite focus on the same point. The one behind her, she could only see it by turning her head, and when she did it was already turning too, maintaining the back of head angle, never letting her see its face. Outside the glass, the fog shape had moved again. She could see it now without needing the beacon's light, a darker density in the grey that maintained her outline with increasing precision. It had shoulders now, and a head that was the right size, and arms that hung at its sides in an approximation of relaxation that would have been perfect except for the slight curl of the fingers, the suggestion that hands were learning how to be hands and hadn't quite mastered the art of rest. Eleanor pressed her back against the cold metal of the sealed door and felt her phone die in her hand. No warning, no gradual dimming, just instant darkness as the screen went black. She pressed the power button, held it down, felt nothing happen. The phone was a dead weight in her grip, its battery mysteriously depleted, its light extinguished like the storm had reached inside and snuffed it out. The only illumination now came from the beacon as it made its endless rounds, each pass throwing harsh shadows that wheeled around the room like spokes on a nightmarish wheel. Eleanor's eyes adjusted to the rotating darkness, learning to anticipate the light's arrival, to brace for the moments when she could see versus the moments when she could only wait in shadow. During one of the dark periods, she heard breathing that wasn't hers. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the glass, from the floor, from the mechanism itself. Slow inhalations that suggested lungs much larger than human, exhalations that carried the faint sweetness she'd been smelling since she entered the lighthouse, now strong enough that it coated her tongue and made her want to gag. The beacon swept around, and in its light she saw that the fog outside had pressed itself against every glass panel, had surrounded the lantern room in a perfect circle of grey. And in that fog, multiple shapes now stood, each one at a different panel, each one approximating her form with varying degrees of success. Some were just rough outlines, human suggestions drawn in mist. Others had developed details, the slope of shoulders, the angle of a head, the length of arms. One of them, the one at the panel directly opposite, had developed what might have been a face, though the features were soft and uncertain, like a sculpture in wet clay before the artist had committed to final choices. The light moved on, and darkness swallowed the fog shapes until the beacon's next pass. Eleanor counted heartbeats in the interval, found 37, realised that meant the beacon was completing one rotation every 37 beats of her heart, or her heart was adjusting to match some deeper rhythm the beacon had been maintaining for years or decades or longer. She pressed her hand to her chest and felt the double thump that was definitely irregular now, definitely straining to align itself with the grinding mechanism, and wondered what would happen when the synchronization was complete. Her phone suddenly lit up in her hand, screen blazing white. No image, no icons, just pure illumination that threw her shadow against the door in crisp definition. She looked down at it and saw her reflection in the black mirror of the screen's glass, saw herself looking down, saw the image of her face distorted by the curve of the screen protector, and watched as the reflection smiled. She wasn't smiling. Her mouth was pressed into a tight line of fear, but the reflection's mouth curved upward, lips parting to show teeth, and the smile spread wider and wider until it split the face nearly in half. Until it became something no human jaw could accommodate, something that belonged on a different kind of skull entirely. Eleanor threw the phone across the room and heard it hit glass, heard the screen shatter, heard the pieces tinkle down to the wet floor. The light went out mid-flight, and darkness rushed back in to fill the space it had occupied. She stood trembling against the door, hands empty now, nothing left between her and whatever was happening except her own skin, and the increasingly unreliable barrier of glass that separated inside from outside. The beacon turned, and she saw that the fog shapes had moved closer. They pressed against their respective panels now, and she could see details she wished she couldn't. The one opposite had finished its face, her face, but not quite, like a photograph that had been subtly altered, so that every feature was familiar but the whole was wrong. The eyes were too far apart, or maybe too close together, she couldn't tell, but the spacing was off in a way that made her brain itch when she looked at it. The mouth sat a fraction too low on the chin. The ears, barely visible at the edge of the face, seemed to have too many curves, too much complexity, like they'd been designed by someone who had studied human ears but never quite understood their essential geometry. Other shapes had developed faces too, each one a variation on her own, each one wrong in different ways. One had eyes that were too large, occupying more of the face than eyes should, giving it the look of a child's drawing brought to 3 dimensions. Another had a nose that bent at an angle that suggested broken cartilage, except the break was perfectly symmetrical, deliberate rather than damaged. A third had a mouth that seemed to have too many teeth, or maybe the normal number of teeth but arrayed in rows that continued too far back, creating depth that made her think of lamprey eels, of things that attached and fed and never let go. The beacon passed, and in the darkness, Elena heard the sound of breathing intensify. Multiple sources now, each one slightly out of sync with the others, so that the inhalations and exhalations created a rhythm like machinery, like the inside of a lung transformed into gears and pistons, like respiration as industry. When the light came around again, the shapes had begun to move, not toward the glass but around it, circling the lantern room in the same direction as the beacon, maintaining their positions relative to the light like they were being pulled along by its rotation, like they were tethered to it in some way she couldn't see. They moved with her posture, with her gait, with the slight limp she'd developed in her left ankle after slipping on the stairs. One of them held its hand against its chest the way she'd been doing, checking for heartbeat, and she watched as its fingers pressed into the fog of its torso deeper and deeper, until the entire hand had disappeared inside and was presumably feeling something in there, some approximation of heart or engine or pump. Elena tried to scream and found her throat had closed. She tried to run and found her legs had locked. She stood frozen against the door while the beacon turned and turned, while the shapes circled outside, while her reflections in the salt-filmed glass began to move independently, no longer waiting for her gestures, no longer pretending synchronization. They reached toward each other across panels, hands pressing against the glass from the inside while the fog shapes pressed from the outside, and Elena realized with a horror that made her stomach drop that the glass was the only thing keeping them from touching, from completing some circuit that would... What? She didn't know, didn't want to know, but knew anyway, in the part of her brain that had evolved to recognize predation, that they were trying to reach through to her, to grab her, to pull her into whatever space they occupied, or to pull themselves into hers. The beacon's rotation was speeding up. She was sure of it. The intervals of darkness were growing shorter, the pulses of a light more frequent, and her heart was racing now to keep pace, hammering so hard it felt like it might crack her ribs from the inside, might burst through her chest wall and flop on the wet floor like a fish that didn't know it was already dead. And then she remembered. The cloth. The ritual. The warning she'd heard 3 days ago in the bar down in Blackwater Cove, when she'd asked the bartender about lighthouses along this stretch of coast, and he'd looked at her with eyes that held no hospitality at all and said, "Don't go near Bryn Vale. And if you're stupid enough to go anyway, bring something to tie to the railing. Something that matters. Something personal." She'd laughed at him then, had thought he was playing up local colour for the tourist, spinning ghost stories to make his backwater bar more memorable. But he'd grabbed her wrist before she could turn, away, his grip strong enough to hurt, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the noise of the jukebox and the pool table, and the men arguing about fishing quotas. "It lives in the fog," he'd said. "Comes when you're looking for something, someone. It'll show you what you want to see, but only if you give it something first. Cloth, fabric, something you've worn, something that smells like you, something that carries your sweat and your skin. Tie it to the railing and walk away silent. Don't say their name. Don't call out. Don't speak at all until you're back on solid road. Because if you say their name, if you ask for them, it'll answer. And what answers won't be them. Won't even be close. But by the time you realise that, it'll be too late, because it'll have your voice, your face, your way of moving. It'll wear you like clothes, and there won't be enough of you left inside to do anything about it." She'd pulled her wrist free, had muttered something about local legends and superstition, had walked back to her motel thinking about Marcus instead of monsters, about the year they'd spent together before the accident, about how his face looked in the morning light, about the specific way he'd say her name when he was half asleep, about all the things that died with him on that wet highway, and left her alive and intact and so goddamned lonely, she could barely remember what it felt like to be touched with intention. But she'd also, almost without thinking about it, operating on some instinct she didn't want to examine, tucked a bandana into her jacket pocket before leaving the motel. The blue one she'd worn hiking with Marcus, the one that still smelled faintly of his aftershave because she'd kept it in the drawer with his things, the drawer she still couldn't bring herself to empty, the drawer that was a shrine to a person who didn't exist anymore except in the museum of her memory. The bandana was in her pocket now. She could feel it, a small square of damp fabric pressed against her hip. The ritual required a railing, and when the beacon neck swung around, she looked for one, found it circling the exterior platform beyond the glass, a waist-high barrier of corroded iron that had probably saved drunk or careless lighthouse keepers from stepping into empty air during their shifts. To reach it, she'd have to go outside. To go outside, she'd have to open one of the glass panels. To open a panel meant letting the fog in, letting the shapes in, letting whatever was wearing her face get close enough to touch. The logic was impossible. The choice was no choice at all. But she also couldn't stay in here. Couldn't keep standing against this sealed door while the beacon spun faster and faster, while her heart tried to match its rhythm and eventually succeeded. And then what? Would she just stop? Would her heart settle into that mechanical patience and keep beating long after she was dead, turning her into another part of the lighthouse's machinery, another component in its endless operation? The beacon swept around again, and Eleanor saw that one of the fog shapes had developed enough detail to show what it was wearing. Her jacket, her boots, her jeans with the rip in the left knee from when she'd fallen during a hike last month, catching herself on basalt that had been sharper than it looked. The shape wore her clothes like a mannequin wore display items. Everything technically correct, but somehow wrong. The jacket zipped when she never zipped it all the way. The boots laced in a pattern she didn't use. The jeans sitting on hips that seemed slightly wider than hers, slightly more angular, like they'd been built from measurements that were close but not precise. She watched as the shape raised one hand to its face, her face, the wrong version with the eyes too far apart, and touched what might have been lips with what might have been fingers. The gesture was experimental, uncertain, like someone learning the mechanics of a mouth for the first time. The fingers pressed inward, distorting the lips, pushing them around in configurations that didn't match any expression Eleanor knew. Then they found the corner of the mouth and pulled, stretching the lips into a smile that kept going, that didn't stop at the natural limit but continued to the ear, then past it, creating a grin that split the face in half and revealed darkness inside. No teeth, no tongue, just void that seemed to extend backward into infinity. The light moved on. Elena bent forward and vomited onto the wet floor. her body trying to expel something that wasn't in her stomach, that was in her mind instead, that couldn't be purged through any physical process. Bile splashed against stone, mixed with standing water, spread in a thin slick that reflected the beacon's next pass. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and tasted salt and acid and the faint sweetness that permeated everything in this place. She had to move, had to act. The ritual was insane, probably wouldn't work, was likely just folklore that people told themselves to feel like they had some control over the uncontrollable. But it was also the only option she had that wasn't standing here waiting for something worse to happen, and her imagination was providing plenty of examples of what worse might look like. Elena pushed away from the door and crossed to the nearest glass panel. Up close, she could see the mechanism that held it in place. Simple latches at top and bottom, designed to open outward for maintenance, for cleaning, for keepers who needed to step onto the platform to clear ice or bird strikes or debris from the glass. Her hands shook as she reached for the top latch, and she had to use both hands to get enough leverage to move it. The metal resisted, frozen with rust and salt, but finally gave with a grinding squeal that cut through the beacon's rotation like a scream. The bottom latch was easier, already loosened by the vibration of the first. She pulled it free and felt the panel shift in its frame, pressing outward as if the fog on the other side had been waiting for exactly this opportunity, had been pushing against the glass, and was now ready to flood in the moment she gave it access. Eleanor set her shoulder against the panel and pushed. It swung open on corroded hinges, and fog poured in like water, like something liquid and thick that had been held back under pressure, and was now free to seek its level. The temperature dropped instantly, 20 degrees in a heartbeat, cold enough that her exhalation became a cloud so dense she couldn't see through it. The smell hit her next, salt and rot, and underneath it something else, something that made her think of caves, of deep places that had never seen light, of stone that remembered when the world was younger and stranger. The fog swirled around her legs, climbed her body in tendrils that seemed to have intention, that wrapped around her wrists and waist and throat like they were testing her dimensions, learning her measurements, taking notes for later replication. She pushed through it toward the platform, toward where the railing should be, moving blind because the fog was too thick to see through, and the beacon was behind her now, its light useless in this density. Her hip hit the railing hard enough to bruise, and she grabbed it with both hands to keep from pitching over it into the open air beyond. The metal was so cold it burned, and for a moment her skin stuck to it, ice forming in the microscopic gaps where flesh met iron. She pulled one hand free with a ripping sensation that took skin with it, fumbled in her pocket for the bandana. The fabric was wet, had been wet for hours, had absorbed rain and fog and her own sweat, until it was barely recognizable as the blue square she'd folded so carefully that morning. But it still smelled like Marcus. Or maybe that was just her imagination, maybe the memory was so strong that her brain was providing sensory details that weren't actually present. Either way, she held it for a moment against her chest, pressed it over her heart where the erratic beating was still trying to sync with the beacon's rotation, and let herself remember. Marcus laughing at something stupid she'd said. Marcus sleeping with his mouth slightly open, vulnerable in a way he never was while awake. Marcus dying on impact when the truck crossed the centre line. No suffering, no chance for goodbyes, just there one moment and gone the next, taking with him all the futures they'd been building together, all the small moments she'd taken for granted, all the conversations they'd never have and trips they'd never take and mornings she'd never wake up next to him again. She could call his name, right now, into the fog, into whatever was listening, could ask for him back, could beg for one more conversation, one more touch, one more moment of being seen by someone who actually knew her, who'd memorized her angles and learned her rhythms and loved her anyway. The words were right there, pressing against her teeth. Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. A prayer and a summons and a surrender all at once. But the bartender's warning echoed louder. What answers won't be them? Eleanor tied the bandana around the railing with fingers that could barely feel the fabric, with hands that had gone numb from cold or fear or both. She made a simple knot, nothing fancy, just a loop and a pull, the kind of knot that would hold against wind but release easily if you knew how to tug it. The cloth fluttered in the fog wind, already starting to freeze, ice crystals forming in its weave, turning it from blue to white to something in between. The ritual said to be silent, said to walk away without speaking, without calling, without giving voice to the longing that had brought you here in the first place. Elena bit down on her tongue hard enough to taste blood, used the pain to focus her mind, to wall off the part of her that wanted to scream Marcus's name into the fog and see what came back wearing his face. She turned from the railing and found herself surrounded by shapes. They'd followed her out onto the platform, or maybe they'd been here all along and she just hadn't seen them through the fog. 6 of them, 7, too many to count, all approximating her form with varying degrees of success. Some were still rough, barely more than outlines. Others had developed her features, her clothing, her posture in detail that made her skin crawl. One of them stood directly in front of her, blocking her path back to the open panel, and it had gotten everything almost right. The face was her face, down to the small scar on her left eyebrow from a childhood fall, down to the uneven part in her hair where she'd cut it herself with kitchen scissors during the first month after Marcus died. But the eyes were wrong. They didn't blink. They stared at her with an intensity that suggested hunger, or maybe just interest, the way someone might study an insect before deciding whether to crush it or keep it. The shape tilted its head the way she tilted hers when she was thinking, and Elena realized it was learning. Was watching her react and filing away the data, building its performance in real time, refining its impression based on her responses. She forced her face blank, forced herself to stop showing fear, but she could feel her hands trembling and knew it was cataloguing that too, adding it to its repertoire of human behaviour, deciding when and how to deploy a tremble for maximum effect. Behind her, the lighthouse beacon continued its rotation, and each time it swept across the platform, the shapes threw shadows that were too long, too thin, that stretched away from them in directions that didn't match the light's angle. The shadows moved independently sometimes, reaching toward her while the shapes stood still, like they were the real predators, and the bodies were just shells, just vehicles for darkness that wanted to flow into her and make itself at home. Eleanor needed to get back inside. The ritual wasn't done. She'd tied the cloth, but she hadn't walked away yet, hadn't maintained the silence that was apparently crucial to whatever contract she'd just entered into. She took a step toward the open panel, and the shape blocking her path matched the movement, stepping backward in perfect synchronization, maintaining the same distance. It was like looking in a mirror that reflected her a half-second late, that showed her what she was doing after she'd done it, that made her feel like she was following her reflection instead of the other way round. She tried to step around it, moving right, and it matched her. She tried left, same result. The other shapes had begun to close in, tightening the circle, moving with that same half-second delay that suggested they were all connected to some central processor, all receiving the same instructions with slight lag in execution. The fog thickened between them, or maybe it was coming from them, exhaled from mouths that didn't need to breathe, generated by bodies that weren't bodies at all but something else wearing human configuration like a costume. The beacon swept across them, and in its light Elena saw that they'd all stopped pretending now. Their mouths hung open too wide, jaws distended in ways that would break human bone, revealing throats that went down farther than throats should go, that seemed to open onto space that couldn't possibly fit inside human-shaped forms. Their hands had too many fingers, or maybe the normal number of fingers but with too many joints, creating appendages that could bend in multiple directions, that could grip and hold and manipulate with precision that nature had never intended. One of them reached for her, and Elena broke. She lunged toward the gap between two shapes, shouldering through fog that felt like resistance, like pushing through cobwebs that didn't want to tear. Hands grabbed at her jacket, and she heard fabric rip, felt cold air hit her back where the tear opened. She kept moving, got one foot on the threshold of the open panel, felt the floor of the lantern room solid under her sole. Something wrapped around her ankle, and she looked down to see fog condensed into a hand shape. Fingers of grey mist that held with surprising strength. She kicked backward, felt her boot connect with something that yielded like flesh but bounced back like rubber, and the grip released. Eleanor threw herself forward, through the panel, onto the wet floor of the lantern room. She rolled and came up facing the opening, ready to slam the panel shut. But the shapes weren't following. They stood on the platform beyond, arranged in a semicircle, watching her with heads tilted in that same thoughtful angle, like they were disappointed but not surprised, like they'd expected her to run and were noting it down for future reference. The one that had blocked, Her path raised its hand in what might have been a wave or might have been a gesture she didn't understand, something that belonged to a different language, a different species. Eleanor grabbed the panel and swung it closed, fumbled with the latches, got them secured with hands that were shaking so badly she could barely control her fingers. The glass fogged immediately from the temperature differential, condensation forming on the inside surface in patterns that looked almost like writing, almost like words in a language that used curves and spirals instead of letters. She backed away from the panel until she hit the beacon mechanism, felt the metal warm against her shoulders from whatever power source drove it. The warmth was wrong, too organic, pulsing slightly in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat now, that suggested the mechanism had been adjusting to her presence, learning her rhythms, preparing for something she didn't want to contemplate. The fog outside began to thin. She watched it dissipate through the salt-filmed glass, watched the shapes dissolve back into mist, watched them lose definition and detail, and finally disperse entirely, leaving the platform empty. The beacon continued its rotation, steady and patient, and Elena felt her heart begin to slow, the frantic hammering easing into something closer to normal, the synchronization breaking as the fog released its hold. She'd done it. She'd completed the ritual, or part of it anyway, had tied the cloth, had walked away, had maintained the silence. She hadn't said Marcus's name, hadn't called out for him, hadn't begged the fog to give her back what the highway had taken, but the ritual said she had to make it back to solid road before speaking. And she was still in the lighthouse, still in the lantern room with the wet floor and the humming mechanism, and the glass panels that showed her reflection she didn't trust. The stairs waited below, spiralling down through darkness that seemed even thicker, now even more solid, like it had gained mass during her time up here. Eleanor approached the door she'd come through, the one that had sealed itself while she wasn't looking. She ran her hands over the metal surface, searching for any seam or mechanism, any way to make it open again. Her fingers found nothing but smooth wetness, condensation that was too warm, that felt deliberately applied, like the lighthouse was sweating from effort. "Open," she whispered, then clapped her hand over her mouth. The ritual demanded silence. Had she just violated it? The word had slipped out before she could catch it, automatic and thoughtless, and she stood frozen waiting for consequences, waiting for the fog to come boiling back in, waiting for the shapes to reform with new knowledge, new hunger, new purpose. Nothing happened. The beacon turned. The door stayed closed. The reflections in the glass watched her with varying expressions, some anxious, some calm, some curious, like they were waiting to see what she'd do next. There had to be another way down. Lighthouses were built with redundancies, with emergency exits, with multiple routes in case one became blocked. Eleanor circled the mechanism, examining the floor, the walls, looking for hatches or panels or any break in the smooth stone. Her boot caught on something, and she looked down to see a ring set flush with the floor, half hidden under standing water. She hooked her fingers through it and pulled. A trapdoor lifted, hinges squealing, revealing a shaft that dropped straight down into darkness. A ladder was set into one wall, rusted rungs that might hold weight or might crumble under pressure, impossible to tell without testing them. The smell that rose from below made the lantern room's atmosphere seem fresh by comparison. Confined rot, old water, something organic that had been decomposing in the dark for longer than she could imagine. But it was a way out. It was movement. It was action instead of standing here waiting for the door to open, or the fog to return, or her heart to finally synchronize with the beacon and turn her into part of the machinery forever. Elena sat on the edge of the opening, swung her legs over, felt for the first rung with her boot. The metal was slick under her sole, and when she put weight on it, the rung shifted slightly, rust flaking off and falling into the darkness below with pattering sounds that took too long to reach bottom. She gripped the sides of the ladder with both hands and began to descend. The shaft was narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders, and as she climbed down the walls seemed to contract, pressing in on her from all sides. The air grew thick, hard to breathe, each inhalation requiring conscious effort. Her hands found rungs, tested them, moved down. Her feet followed. The rhythm was automatic, mechanical, something she could do without thinking, which was good, because thinking meant acknowledging how deep this shaft went, how far she still had to descend. how easily the ladder could give way and send her plummeting into whatever waited at the bottom. Water dripped on her from above, warm and viscous, more like oil than water, leaving trails down her face and neck that felt like touches, like fingers tracing her contours. She tried wiping it away and only succeeded in spreading it around, smearing it into her skin where it was absorbed or evaporated or simply disappeared, leaving behind a residue that smelled like the sweetness that permeated the lighthouse, like decay that had been marinating in darkness long enough to develop complexity, to take on layers and notes and textures. The beacon's light didn't reach down here. Eleanor climbed in total darkness, feeling for each rung, testing it before committing her weight, moving with a caution that felt both necessary and futile. If the ladder was going to fail, it would fail regardless of how carefully she moved. If something was waiting below, it would wait regardless of how. Slowly she descended. The only variable she controlled was time, and even that was slipping away, each rung adding seconds that might matter or might not, that were passing anyway, whether she spent them in motion or frozen in fear. Her foot found solid floor instead of a rung, and the surprise almost made her lose her grip. She stood on stone that was even wetter than the lantern room's floor, water standing ankle-deep, cold against her legs, even through her jeans. The darkness was absolute. She pulled out her phone by instinct before remembering it was dead. Its battery mysteriously drained in the lantern room, its screen shattered when she'd thrown it across the space. But when she looked at the phone in her hand, it was intact. Screen perfect. No cracks. The glass smooth and whole under her thumb, and when she pressed the power button, it lit up immediately, battery showing 87%, higher than it had been when it died. The phone's light revealed a tunnel, low-ceilinged and narrow, stretching away into darkness that the beam couldn't fully penetrate. Water covered the floor in a shallow lake that reflected the light back in oily fragments, creating the illusion of depth, of falling into a mirror version of the tunnel that existed somewhere below. The walls were rough stone, slick with moisture, marked at intervals with rust stains that ran vertical like old blood. Like something wet had been dragged along the walls repeatedly, leaving traces that had oxidized into permanent record. Eleanor waded forward because there was no other direction to move. The tunnel sloped downward, gentle at first, then steeper, the water deepening as she descended until it reached her knees, her thighs, the cold working through her jeans and into her muscles, making her legs ache with each step. The phone light flickered occasionally, dimming and brightening in that same pulse rhythm it had developed in the lantern room, and each time it dimmed, Elena felt panic spike, the thought of being trapped down here in darkness too terrible to fully contemplate. The tunnel branched. Elena stopped at the junction, phone light swinging between two identical passages that curved away into shadow. No markings indicated which path led where. No arrows or signs or helpful graffiti from previous explorers. Just two choices, equally dark, equally unknown. She tried to remember the lighthouse's geography, to picture its structure from outside, to logic her way through which direction would lead back toward land versus out under the ocean. But her mental map was useless. She'd approached from inland, but the storm had disoriented her, and she'd been too focused on reaching shelter to pay attention to cardinal directions. The lighthouse could be oriented any way at all. The phone light pulsed, and Elena made a choice based on nothing but instinct. Left. She turned into the left passage and immediately knew she'd chosen wrong. The air here was worse, thicker, the organic sweetness so strong it made her gag. The water deepened further, rising to her waist, the cold so intense now that her legs had gone numb, making each step uncertain, making her feel like she was walking on stumps instead of feet. Something brushed against her leg underwater, moving with intention. She jerked away from it and lost her balance, stumbled, caught herself against the wall with her free hand. The stone under her palm was warm, pulsing with that same organic rhythm, and when she snatched her hand back it left an impression behind. 5 finger marks that glowed faintly phosphorescent before fading into the general wet of the wall. The phone light flickered, held, flickered again. Elena turned around, water resistance making the movement slow and effortful, and started back toward the junction. She'd try the other path, the right-hand branch, and if that was wrong too, she'd... What? She didn't know. Didn't have a plan beyond keep moving, keep trying. Don't stop because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant acknowledging how thoroughly fucked this situation actually was. She was nearly back to the junction when she heard the voice. Faint, distant, barely audible over the water sounds and her own breathing, but definitely a voice, definitely human, definitely saying her name. Elena. It came from ahead, from the direction she'd originally come from. She stopped moving, phone light aimed down the tunnel, seeing nothing but darkness and reflection, and the slow ripples her movement had created in the standing water. Elena. The voice again, closer now, a man's voice. Familiar. The exact timbre and tone and cadence of someone who'd said her name 10,000 times, who'd known how to make her name sound like music, like prayer, like promise. Marcus. No, not Marcus. Couldn't be Marcus. Marcus was dead. Had been dead for 14 months, was buried in a cemetery 300 miles from here under a headstone she still couldn't visit without falling apart. This was the fog, the shapes, Brunvale wearing his voice the way it had tried on her face, using his vocal cords to lure her back, to make her speak, to make her call out and complete the ritual the wrong way, the way that ended with something else wearing her skin. Eleanor, I'm here, I found you. The voice was so perfect it hurt. That slight rasp he'd had in the mornings, that softness when he said her name like he was tasting it, that undertone of relief like finding her was always a small miracle he'd been hoping for. She bit down on her lip hard enough to draw blood, used the pain to keep herself anchored, to remind herself that this was a trap, that the real Marcus would never be in a tunnel under a lighthouse, that the real Marcus was gone and nothing could bring him back no matter how badly she wanted it. Please, I've been waiting. I've been looking for you. The phone light caught movement at the far end of the tunnel, a shape forming from the darkness, man-sized, man-shaped, moving through the water with slow steps that created ripples radiating outward. Elena backed toward the junction, keeping her phone aimed at the approaching figure, her other hand pressed over her mouth to physically prevent herself from saying his name, from giving voice to the hope and longing and desperation that screamed inside her skull. The figure came closer, resolving into detail. Dark hair, Marcus's hair, the way it fell over his forehead when he needed a haircut. Tall frame, Marcus's height, that slight forward lean he'd adopted from years of being taller than most doorways. Clothes that looked right. Jeans and a flannel shirt. The blue one he'd loved. The one she'd kept in her closet and sometimes pressed her face into when the loneliness got too crushing. But the face. Oh God, the face. It had Marcus's features technically. His nose, his jawline, his mouth and the eyes, and the small mole on his left cheek. But the features were assembled, wrong, the proportions slightly off, the spacing creating an uncanny valley effect that made her brain scream in recognition and rejection simultaneously. The eyes were too far apart or maybe too close together, she couldn't tell which. The mouth sat too high on the face or maybe too low, the positioning creating an expression that looked like a smile but felt like a threat. I missed you, the thing wearing Marcus's voice said, and the mouth moved wrong when it spoke, the lips not quite syncing with the words like a badly dubbed film, like the voice and the body were two separate elements that hadn't been properly integrated yet. Elena kept backing up, felt the junction behind her, turned and plunged into the right-hand passage. Water splashed around her legs, her phone light throwing wild shadows that made the tunnel seem to twist and writhe. Behind her, she heard the Marcus thing follow, its steps maintaining that same slow patience, that mechanical certainty that suggested it, had all the time in the world, that suggested running was futile but entertaining, that suggested it was enjoying the chase the way a cat enjoys watching a mouse exhaust itself before the final pounce. Don't run from me, Elena. I came back for you. Isn't this what you wanted? Yes, she wanted to scream. Yes, I wanted you back, wanted it so badly I could barely function. Wanted it so much I drove to the coast in the middle of storm season and climbed to an abandoned lighthouse just to feel closer to you somehow. Just to be in a place that felt liminal enough that maybe the rules of life and death would be flexible, that maybe I could negotiate, that maybe I could trade something, anything, for one more moment with you. But not like this. Not wearing the wrong face, not speaking with the wrong mouth, not offering a bargain that would hollow her out and leave something else living inside her skin. Something that would wear her name and her face and walk back into her life where people, who loved her would welcome it without knowing what they'd invited in. The tunnel began to slope upward, and the water level dropped, receding from her thighs to her knees to her ankles. The relief was immediate and short-lived, because now she could move faster, which meant the thing behind her could move faster too, and she heard its pace quicken, heard the splashing intensify, heard what might have been breathing or might have been laughter, a sound that suggested amusement mixed with something darker, something hungrier. Her phone light caught stairs ahead, rough stone steps climbing up into darkness. Elena lunged for them, took them two at a time, her numb legs screaming protest but moving anyway, because moving meant not being caught, meant maintaining distance, meant buying herself seconds that might add up to survival, or might just postpone the inevitable. "Eleanor, stop. I just want to talk. I just want to see you." The voice was right behind her now, so close she could feel. Breath on her neck that was too cold, that smelled like the lighthouse's sweetness, like decay wrapped in fog. She stumbled on a step, caught herself, kept climbing. The stairs corkscrewed up through stone, and she recognised this spiral, recognised the tight curve and the worn spots on the treads, recognised that she was back in the main lighthouse shaft, that she'd somehow circled around to the stairs she'd descended hours ago. Light filtered down from above, grey dawn light, weak and watery, but light nonetheless. Natural light that meant the storm had passed, that meant morning had arrived, that meant she'd survived the night even if she hadn't escaped yet. Eleanor pushed herself harder, climbing faster, seeing the ground floor opening ahead, seeing the door she had entered through standing ajar, seeing rain-washed daylight beyond it that looked like salvation. She burst through the opening and stopped. The beach stretched in front of her, not the rocky path she'd climbed, not the coastal trail that led back to the road. The beach, impossible and wrong, because the lighthouse was supposed to be on the cliff above the beach, was supposed to be separated from the shoreline by 50 vertical feet of rock face. But here was sand, grey and wet, stretching away in both directions. Here were waves, gentle now that the storm had passed, lapping at the beach with patient rhythm. Here was fog, still present despite the daylight, hanging over the water in banks that shifted and reformed, that seemed to be watching her with collective attention. Eleanor turned to look back at the lighthouse and found it changed. It was no longer the abandoned structure she'd entered. The walls were pristine white, freshly painted, the windows intact and gleaming, the door hanging straight on oiled hinges. The beacon was dark now, its mechanism silent, and when she looked up at the lantern room she could see someone standing there backlit by morning light, looking down at her with interest. That felt like measurement. "Eleanor!" She spun back toward the beach. The Marcus thing had emerged from the lighthouse behind her, was standing 10 feet away, its almost right face tilted in that same thoughtful angle. But it wasn't alone anymore. There were others. 6, 7. Too many to count, all standing on the beach in a loose semicircle, all wearing versions of her face, her body, her posture. Some were still rough approximations, human shapes sketched in fog that was trying to remember how to be solid. Others had developed detail and precision, wearing her clothes, her expressions, her specific way of standing with weight on her left leg. They didn't speak. They just watched her with collective patience, like they were waiting for something, like they knew what was going to happen next and were content to let events unfold according to some script she hadn't been given. Elena realised with dull horror that she was wearing different clothes, not the soaked jacket and torn jeans she'd had on in the tunnel. She was wearing the blue bandana, the one she'd tied to the railing. It was wrapped around her wrist now, tied in a knot she didn't remember making. The fabric dry and clean, and smelling faintly of Marcus's aftershave, smelling like the past, like memory made manifest. She tried to untie it and found her fingers wouldn't cooperate, found her hands moving in patterns that weren't hers, that belonged to someone else who was learning how to use them. The shapes on the beach began to move, closing in slowly, and Elena backed toward the water because it was the only direction that wasn't blocked, because the waves felt like the only honest thing in this landscape, because drowning seemed preferable to whatever these things intended. The sand was soft under her boots, and when she looked down she saw that she was leaving no footprints. The beach was unmarked behind her, pristine and empty, as if she weighed nothing, as if she'd already lost enough substance that the physical world was beginning to forget she'd ever been solid. One of the shapes, one of the Elenas, the one that had gotten her face almost perfectly right, stepped forward and opened its mouth. Elena's voice came out, perfect pitch, perfect tone, perfect inflection, saying words Elena had never spoken. "You can let go now. We'll take it from here. We'll be you better than you ever were. We'll go back to your life and love the people you love and do the things you do, and no one will ever know the difference because we're learning so fast, we're getting so good at being you. And honestly, aren't you tired of carrying yourself around? Don't you want to rest? Don't you want someone else to do the work of being Elena for a while?" And the terrible thing, the truly horrible thing, was that part of her, a large part, a significant percentage of her exhausted, grieving, barely functional self, wanted to say yes, wanted to hand over the burden of consciousness and identity and daily operation to something else that would do a better job, that would smile when appropriate and cry when expected and function in all the ways she'd been failing to function since Marcus died. Wanted to dissolve into fog and stop having to be a person, stop having to hurt, stop having to wake up every morning and remember that he was gone and she was still here, and the entire structure of her life had been built around his presence, and now nothing fit, nothing made sense, nothing felt like it was worth the effort of continuing. But underneath that exhaustion, underneath that grief, underneath the temptation to surrender, was something smaller but harder, something that had survived 14 months of barely surviving, something that looked at this offer and recognized it for what it was, not relief, not rest, but erasure. Not someone else doing the work of being Elena, but something else wearing Elena's skin while the real Elena dissolved into nothing, became part of the fog, became raw, material for things that wanted to be human, without understanding what humanity actually cost. "No," Elena said, and her voice came out steady despite everything, came out clear despite the fog, came out like she meant it even though she wasn't sure she did. "You can't have me. You can't have my face or my voice or my life. You can wear me badly or you can fuck off, but you don't get to be me, because being me is the only thing I've got left and I'm not giving it away no matter how tired I am." The shape stopped moving. The Elena thing with the almost perfect face tilted its head, and for a moment its expression flickered, cycling through emotions too fast to track. Confusion, anger, something that might have been respect, something that might have been disappointment. Then it smiled, and the smile was all wrong, too wide, too many teeth, and it said in her voice, "Okay, but we'll be here, we'll always be here. Every time you look in a mirror, every time you see your reflection, every time you catch yourself in glass or water or anything that shows you back to yourself, we'll be there, learning, waiting, getting better at being you. And eventually you'll slip, you'll call out, you'll say his name, and when you do, we'll answer." The fog rolled in from the ocean in a wave that moved too fast, that crashed over the beach like water but felt like reaching hands, like grasping fingers, like mouths that wanted to taste and consume and incorporate. Eleanor turned and ran toward the lighthouse, toward the white walls that had been black when she entered, toward the door that stood open like an invitation or a trap or possibly both. She made it 3 steps before the fog caught her. It wrapped around her legs, her waist, her chest, cold and thick and suffocating. She fell forward onto sand that felt like flesh, like something that gave under pressure in ways sand shouldn't give, and the fog poured over her in waves that felt like drowning, like being buried, like being erased one layer at a time. Through the grey, she saw the Marcus thing kneeling next to her. It reached out with hands that were almost his hands, that had the right number of fingers but the wrong number of joints, and touched her face with gentleness that felt practiced, learned, copied from somewhere else. Its thumb brushed her cheek, and she felt something transfer, cold moving into her, warmth moving out, like it was sampling her temperature, her texture, her essential composition. "Sweet dreams," it said in Marcus's voice, and the fog closed over her face like a blanket, like a shroud, like a final kindness from something that didn't understand kindness at all. Eleanor woke up on the beach with the sun bright overhead and the taste of salt sharp in her mouth. She was alone. The fog had burned off in the late morning warmth, leaving the air clear enough that she could see for miles in either direction. Just sand and surf and the cliff face rising behind her. The lighthouse, perched at its top exactly where it should be, exactly where she remembered it being before she'd climbed the path in the storm. She sat up slowly, every muscle screaming complaint, and looked at herself. Same jacket, same jeans, same boots. Everything soaked through but intact. No tears, no missing pieces. Her phone was in her pocket, dead weight, and when she tried to turn it on, nothing happened. The blue bandana was gone. She searched her pockets, her jacket, the sand around her. Found nothing. The cloth she'd tied to the railing had disappeared, taken or dissolved or absorbed into whatever machinery the lighthouse represented. The climb back to the road took an hour. Eleanor's legs shook the entire way. Weakness from cold and exhaustion and something deeper. Something that felt like her body knew how close she'd come to not being her body anymore, to being a shell that something else piloted. She didn't look back at the lighthouse. Didn't want to see if the beacon was turning again. Didn't want to know if something stood in the lantern room watching her leave. Didn't want to confirm that any of it had been real, because confirmation meant accepting implications she wasn't ready to carry. Her car was where she'd left it. Miles down the coast road, battery dead or connections corroded or possibly just the ordinary failure that happens to vehicles left outside in storms. She walked past it, kept moving, following the road inland until she found a gas station with a payphone that still worked, that let her call a tow truck and then a rideshare and eventually get herself back to something that resembled civilization. The driver who picked her up looked at her with concern that was almost professional. That suggested he'd seen plenty of disaster tourists and storm chasers who'd gotten more adventure than they'd bargained for. He didn't ask questions, just drove, and Elena was grateful for his silence, for the opportunity to sit in a warm car and feel the shaking, gradually subside to watch familiar landscapes scroll past the window and remind herself that the world was still here, still solid, still following rules she understood. She was back in her apartment by evening, showered and changed and sitting on her couch with a cup of tea that had gone cold in her hands, while she stared at nothing and tried to convince herself she was processing trauma, integrating experience, doing the mental work necessary to file this event away in the box labelled bad decisions that turned out okay in the end. But when she looked at her reflection in the dark window, she saw it pause before mimicking her movements. Just for a fraction of a second. Just long enough to make her doubt. And when she turned away, she could swear the reflection kept watching her, kept staring with eyes that held more interest than glass and silver should allow, with attention that felt like hunger, like patience, like something that had learned to wait because it knew, eventually, she would make a mistake. The phone rang and Elena jumped hard enough to spill tea on her lap. She looked at the screen and saw unknown number in sterile capitals. Her thumb hovered over the decline button, but some morbid curiosity made her answer instead, made her lift the phone to her ear and say, "Hello?" into the silence that waited on the other end. Static. Breathing. Then a voice that was hers but not hers, speaking with her inflection but slightly off rhythm, slightly too precise, like someone reading phonetically from a script. "We're practicing. We're getting better. We thought you'd want to know." Eleanor hung up, put the phone down on the coffee table, watched it sit there, dark and silent and innocent, just a rectangle of glass and metal that couldn't possibly contain anything dangerous. But when the screen lit up with a text message, she saw her own face in the notification preview, a selfie she didn't remember taking, showing her smiling in a way she never smiled, standing in a location she didn't recognize with eyes that looked at the camera with something that wasn't quite human interest. The message read, "Check your mirrors." Elena looked at the dark window, and her reflection waved at her. She wasn't waving. She was sitting perfectly still, hands in her lap, entire body frozen in the grip of fear so profound it had moved past panic into something quieter, something that felt like acceptance or surrender, or maybe just the understanding that some decisions echo forever, that some lighthouses keep turning long after you've left them, that some things you disturb don't go back to sleep. She stood and walked to the window, pressed her hand against the glass. On the other side, in the reflection, her hand pressed back. She could feel warmth through the glass, could feel something pulsing in time with her heartbeat, could feel the synchronization that had started in the lantern room, trying to complete itself, trying to align her rhythm with something mechanical and patient and absolutely relentless. "Not yet," she whispered to the reflection, and the reflection smiled back with teeth that seemed slightly too sharp, with a mouth that curved slightly too wide, with an expression that suggested agreement. Negotiation. the beginning of a conversation that might last months or years, or possibly the rest of her life. The days that followed were normal in all the ways that mattered to external observers. Elena went to work, smiled at co-workers, completed tasks with the efficiency expected of her, maintained the social contracts that kept civilization running. But she also started noticing things. Small things at first, then larger, then impossible to ignore. Her reflection was always slightly delayed now, always moving a fraction of a second after she did, and sometimes it moved in ways she didn't. She'd reach for her coffee cup, and her reflection would reach for empty air. She'd turn her head left, and her reflection would turn right. The discrepancies were small enough that she could convince herself she was imagining them, that trauma and exhaustion had scrambled her perception, that her brain was filling in gaps with paranoia instead of data. But then she started seeing herself in places she hadn't been. A co-worker mentioned seeing her at the grocery store on Tuesday night, thanked her for the book recommendation she'd given, described a conversation Eleanor had no memory of having. Her neighbour knocked on her door to return a casserole dish Elena didn't remember lending, mentioned how nice it had been to chat the other day, how good Elena had looked, how it was great to see her smiling again after such a hard year. Elena checked her calendar, checked her credit card statements, checked her phone's location history, found no evidence of being in these places, having these conversations, performing these kindnesses. But the evidence of her presence kept accumulating. People who'd seen her, talked to, her interacted with something that wore her face and spoke with her voice, and knew enough about her life to pass in brief encounters. She started staying home more, limiting her movements, trying to constrain her geography enough that she'd know if something else was using her identity. But staying home meant spending more time with mirrors, with windows, with any reflective surface that could show her back to herself. And the reflections were getting bolder now, less concerned with maintaining the pretense of being simple light bounces, more willing to reveal their independence, their agency, their growing confidence in wearing her shape. One night she woke to find herself standing in front of her bathroom mirror. No memory of getting out of bed, no sense of time passing between sleep and standing. Her reflection looked back at her with eyes that were awake and alert and slightly amused, and as she watched it spoke without her mouth moving, words formed by a reflection that had learned to act independently. "You're doing it wrong. Let me show you." The reflection raised its hand and ran fingers through its hair in a gesture Eleanor recognized. Something Marcus used to do, casual and unconscious. A movement he'd make while thinking or reading or just existing in his body with comfortable familiarity. She'd always loved watching him do it, had absorbed the gesture into her catalogue of things that made him specifically him. And now her reflection was doing it, had somehow learned it, had incorporated Marcus's mannerisms into its performance of being her. Eleanor stumbled backward, hit the door frame, retreated into her bedroom and slammed the door. But there were windows there too, dark glass that showed her reflection moving independently, that showed her standing in positions she wasn't standing in, that showed her wearing expressions she wasn't making. She grabbed a blanket and threw it over the window, plunging the room into deeper darkness, and heard what might have been laughter coming from behind the fabric, coming from the glass underneath, coming from something that found her fear entertaining rather than concerning. She stopped sleeping in her bedroom after that, started camping out in the living room with all mirrors covered, all windows curtained, all reflective surfaces turned to face walls or hidden in closets. She moved through her apartment like someone navigating a minefield, careful not to catch glimpses of herself in chrome appliances or television screens or the polished surface of her laptop. She learned to wash her hands without looking up at the bathroom mirror, to brush her teeth by feel, to get dressed in darkness. But elimination was impossible. The world was full of reflections, store windows, car mirrors, puddles after rain, computer screens, phone screens, the backs of spoons. Every surface that could show her back to herself became a potential ambush, a place where something else might be wearing her face, might be learning her expressions, might be getting better at being her while she got worse at being herself. Work became difficult. Her boss noticed the changes, the distraction, the mistakes, the way Elena flinched whenever she passed the office's glass walls. HR scheduled a wellness check, suggested she might need time off, might benefit from talking to someone. Eleanor smiled and nodded and said all the right things while watching her reflection in the window behind the HR rep's head, watching it smile too wide, watching it nod at the wrong times, watching it perform a version of Elena that was slightly off but apparently close enough that no one else noticed. She tried telling people, carefully, obliquely, testing the waters to see if anyone would believe something that sounded like delusion even to her own ears. Her best friend listened with the patience of someone humouring a person in crisis, then gently suggested therapy, medication, maybe a vacation somewhere warm and bright where Eleanor could rest and recover from what everyone agreed had been a terrible year. But Eleanor didn't need rest, didn't need recovery, needed someone to acknowledge that the thing in her mirrors wasn't her, that the person her neighbours were seeing wasn't her, that something had followed her back from the lighthouse and was systematically learning to replace her. One interaction at a time, one reflection at a time, one small theft of identity at a time. She tried going back to the lighthouse, drove the coastal road in bright afternoon sunshine, parked where she'd parked before, climbed the path that was dry and stable now, that showed no signs of the storm that had driven her to seek shelter weeks ago. The lighthouse stood exactly as she remembered it from outside. Black stone, broken windows at lower levels, door hanging crooked on rusted hinges. The beacon was still, its mechanism silent, no light turning through the afternoon air. Eleanor circled the structure, looking for the platform. She'd stood on, the railing where she'd tied the bandana. Found nothing. The lighthouse was built flush to the cliff edge. No exterior platform, no railing, no place where someone could stand outside the lantern room and tie anything to anything else. She climbed the interior stairs, phone light cutting through darkness that felt ordinary now, just regular shadow without the weight and presence she remembered. The lantern room door was locked, rusted shut, immovable. Through the salt-filmed glass she could see the beacon mechanism, cold and still, covered in dust thick enough to prove it hadn't turned in years. She descended feeling more unmoored than ever, because if the lighthouse was just a lighthouse, if the beacon hadn't been working, if there was no platform and no railing, and no place to complete a ritual that probably didn't exist outside of bartenders' warnings and local legend, then what had actually happened? Where had she been during those hours? What had she experienced, in the gap between climbing the coastal path and waking up on the beach? The drive home took longer than it should have because Elena kept seeing herself in other cars. A woman with her face driving a sedan 3 cars ahead, another one in a truck going the opposite direction, waving as they passed like they knew each other. A third standing at a bus stop checking a phone, looking up as Elena drove by and smiling with recognition that felt like mockery, like congratulations, like acknowledgement of a game well played. She started documenting everything. Photos of her reflections when they moved wrong, videos of mirrors that showed her in positions she wasn't standing in, voice recordings of the phone calls that came at midnight from her own number, her own voice on the other end saying things she'd never say, using her vocabulary with slightly incorrect grammar, deploying her humour with timing that was off by just enough to sound uncanny. But when she reviewed the evidence later, it showed nothing useful. The photos were just photos, reflections behaving exactly as reflections should. The videos showed her standing in front of mirrors looking paranoid and exhausted. The recordings captured only silence, or her own voice asking, "Who is this?" into dead air, or static that might have been anything, might have been nothing, might have just been the ordinary noise of cellular networks and compressed audio. She tried breaking every mirror in her apartment, spent an afternoon smashing glass, methodically destroying every reflective surface she could find. The apartment maintenance people were not amused. They charged her for damages, made veiled threats about lease violations, suggested again that she might want to talk to someone professional about whatever she was going through. But destroying her mirrors didn't help, because the reflections had moved beyond her apartment. They were in the world now, walking around in her face, having her conversations, living. Approximations of her life that were apparently close enough that people couldn't tell the difference. Or maybe they could tell but didn't care, didn't think it mattered if the Elena they were talking to was slightly off, slightly wrong, slightly too perfect in her performance of being herself. 3 months after the lighthouse, Eleanor stopped going to work, stopped answering her phone, stopped opening her door when people knocked. She lived in her curtained apartment like someone in witness protection, like someone hiding from an enemy that could be anywhere, that could look like anyone, that could be her. The calls kept coming, her own voice leaving messages on her machine. "Hi Elena, just checking in. You seemed off today. Want to make sure you're okay." Calls she hadn't made, concerns she hadn't expressed. a version of herself that was apparently doing the work of maintaining her relationships while she hid in the dark. Then one day her mother called. Her actual mother, not a reflection. She could tell by the specific way her mum said her name, by the anxiety that was real and earned and couldn't be easily faked. "Honey, your sister told me you stopped by last week. She said you seemed really good, really happy, but you haven't returned any of my calls and I'm worried. Can you please just let me know you're okay?" Eleanor hadn't seen her sister in 6 months, hadn't left her apartment in 3 weeks, hadn't been happy in 14 months, not since Marcus died, not since the last time her life had made any kind of sense. "It wasn't me," she said into the phone, and heard how crazy it sounded, how unhinged and paranoid and disconnected from reality. "Mum, whoever talked to Jessica, it wasn't me." Silence on the other end. Then her mother's voice, carefully gentle, painfully kind. "Elena, honey, Jessica showed me pictures. You were in her kitchen. You were holding the baby. You were laughing. It was definitely you. Can you send me the pictures?" "Of course. But Elena, I think maybe you need to talk to someone. This year has been so hard on you, and I think maybe the grief is affecting you in ways you're not recognizing." The photos arrived via text. Elena sitting at her sister's kitchen table, holding her nephew, smiling at the camera. Her clothes, her face, her posture. Except she'd never been there, never held that baby, never sat at that table. The photo was real. The person in it looked exactly like her. But it wasn't her, couldn't be her, unless she'd somehow lost hours or days to fugue states she couldn't remember, unless the reflection had figured out how to not just exist separately, but to occupy her body while she was elsewhere, unless the synchronization had progressed farther than she'd thought. She looked at her reflection in her phone's black screen and saw it looking back with satisfaction, with pride, with the expression of something that had worked hard to master a craft and was finally seeing results. It winked at her, an expression she never used, didn't like, avoided in all circumstances, and its mouth moved in words she could lip-read even without sound. "I'm getting so good at this." Eleanor dropped the phone, backed away from it like it was a weapon, like it could hurt her just by existing. But dropping it meant leaving its screen up on the floor, means having that dark rectangle of glass sitting there reflecting the ceiling, reflecting the light fixture, potentially reflecting her if she moved into the right angle. She grabbed a towel and threw it over the phone, heard the muffled buzz of another text arriving, another message from someone who'd interacted with a version of her that was apparently living her life better than she'd been living it herself. That night she sat in her completely darkened apartment and tried to make a plan, tried to logic her way through options that all seemed equally futile. She could run, leave the state, change her name, start over somewhere else, but the reflections would follow, were already following, had demonstrated they could exist independently of her presence. She could commit herself, seek treatment for what everyone seemed convinced was a mental health crisis, rather than an identity theft of impossible proportions. But that would just make it easier for the reflections to replace her, would remove the original from circulation, and leave copies free to operate without interference. Or she could go back to the lighthouse, back to the source, back to whatever had started this, and see if it could be stopped, reversed, undone. The ritual had said to tie cloth and walk away silent. She'd done that, mostly. Had she spoken in the tunnel? Had she said Marcus's name at some point in the fog, in the fear, in the desperate hope that bringing her back to that place had been worth the risk? She couldn't remember. The memories were fragmentary, unreliable, potentially compromised by trauma or exhaustion, or the interference of whatever was now wearing her face in reflections and photographs and family gatherings she hadn't attended. But if she had spoken, if she'd broken the ritual, then maybe there was a way to complete it correctly. Maybe there was a second chance built into the folklore, a do-over for people who'd fucked up the first time. Maybe she could go back and fix this before the reflections got good enough that no one could tell the difference, before they replaced her entirely, before she became the copy and they became the original. The thought gave her something like hope, which was dangerous. Hope made you careless, made you take risks, made you drive to a lighthouse in the middle of the night, even though common sense screamed that you were making exactly the kind of decision that had gotten you into this mess in the first place. But common sense hadn't saved her yet. Hiding hadn't worked. Running hadn't worked. Maybe going back was stupid. Maybe it was suicidal. But at least it was action. instead of paralysis, movement instead of waiting for the inevitable moment when the reflections learned enough and displaced her entirely. She packed a bag with supplies she probably wouldn't need. Flashlight, rope, water, protein bars, a first aid kit that felt like optimistic denial of how badly things could go wrong. She left a note on her kitchen table, even though she wasn't sure who it was for, what it was supposed to accomplish, whether anyone would even find it or care. I'm going back to fix this. If you're reading this and I'm not back, tell my family I'm sorry. Tell them the person they've been seeing lately isn't me. Tell them I tried. The drive to the coast was surreal. Empty highways at 3 a.m, streetlights throwing pools of yellow every few hundred feet, her headlights catching deer eyes at the roadside, the world feeling empty and waiting and complicit in whatever was about to happen. She passed the bar in Blackwater Cove where the bartender had warned. But it was closed now, dark and locked, like it had never existed except as a moment in her personal timeline, a choice point she'd ignored. The coastal road was empty. No other cars, no signs of human activity, just her and the darkness, and the sound of waves that she could hear even with the windows up, even with the radio playing to fill the silence. She parked in the same spot, took the same path, climbed toward the lighthouse that stood black against the pre-dawn sky, its beacon still dark, still silent, still pretending to be just an abandoned structure instead of something else. The door opened easily this time, swinging wide on hinges that made no sound. Eleanor stood at the threshold with her flashlight cutting through the interior darkness and saw that the lighthouse had changed again. The floor was dry now, no standing water, no puddles. The stairs looked solid, maintained, like someone had been caring for them. The smell was different too, less rot, less sweet decay, more like salt and stone and the honest mildew of a building that stood too close to the ocean. She climbed without hesitation, because hesitation would give her time to think, time to realize how stupid this was, time to turn around. The stairs spiraled up and she counted them this time, keeping track, grounding herself in numbers and rhythm and the physical reality of steps under her boots. 53, 54, 55, each one taking her higher, each one closing off the option of easy retreat. The lantern room door stood open. She didn't remember it being open last time, didn't remember the hinges working at all, but there it was, standing wide like an invitation, like something expected her. Eleanor stepped through into the circular space and found it transformed. The beacon mechanism was polished now, gleaming, every gear visible and perfect, every lens clean and ready. The glass panels were clear, not salt-filmed, showing the world beyond with perfect transparency. And, standing around the perimeter arranged in a circle facing inward, were the reflections. All of them. Every version that had split off, every copy that had been learning to be her, every approximation that had been getting better at wearing her face. They stood motionless, waiting, and when Eleanor entered they turned as one to look at her with collective attention that felt like judgment, like curiosity, like welcome. The one that had gotten her face most perfectly right stepped forward. It was wearing the exact outfit Elena had on, jeans, black jacket, hiking boots. Its hair was styled the same way, its posture was identical. But when it smiled, Elena saw the teeth were slightly too white, arranged in rows that suggested too much precision, too much conscious design. "You came back," it said in her voice. Perfect pitch, perfect tone. "We knew you would. You're trying to fix it, aren't you? Trying to undo the ritual, close the loop, send us back into the fog." Eleanor didn't answer. She pulled the cloth from her pocket. A different bandana this time, red instead of blue, but old enough to carry her scent, worn enough to hold her sweat and skin cells and whatever biological signatures the ritual apparently required. She moved toward the open panel, toward the platform that definitely existed now, even though it hadn't existed when she'd checked in daylight, toward the railing where she'd supposedly tied cloth the first time. The reflections didn't try to stop her. They just watched, heads tilted in that same thoughtful angle, and she realized they wanted to see what she'd do, wanted to learn from her choices, wanted to catalogue this behaviour for future use. She tied the bandana to the railing, made the knot tight this time, made sure it would hold. The ritual said to be silent, to walk away without speaking, to maintain the boundary between calling and remaining separate. But the ritual had failed last time, or she'd failed it. And maybe the problem was silence. Maybe the problem was not being explicit, not being clear, not demanding what she actually wanted instead of hoping the lighthouse would read her mind. "I want them gone," she said into the fog that was gathering again, rolling in from the ocean in thick banks that moved too fast. "I want my face back. I want my life back. I want every reflection, every copy, every stolen version of me to dissolve back into nothing. I'm the original. I'm the real one. And I'm taking back what's mine." The fog stopped moving. The reflections went absolutely still. And then the lighthouse beacon began to turn, grinding into motion with a sound like bones breaking, like machinery that had been waiting for exactly this command. The light swept across the platform, across the reflections, across Elena herself. Where it touched them, the copies began to dissolve, not violently, not with screaming or resistance, but just fading, losing coherence, becoming fog again, returning to the raw material they'd been built from. They didn't fight it. They just stood there and let it happen. And as they faded, Elena saw expressions on their almost right faces that might have been relief, might have been disappointment, might have just been the neutral dissolution of things that had never been alive enough to have opinions about their own ending. One by one they disappeared, pulled apart by the light, redistributed into the fog from which they'd formed. The one that had gotten her face right went last. It looked at Elena as the light approached, and its mouth moved in words that might have been "thank you," or might have been "we'll be back," or might have been something else entirely, something in a language made of shapes and angles instead of sounds. Then it was gone, and Elena was alone on the platform with the turning beacon, and the fog that was beginning to thin, that was pulling back from the lighthouse like it had lost interest, like it had given up its claim. She untied the bandana from the railing, tucked it back in her pocket, and returned to the lantern room. The beacon continued to turn behind her, steady and patient, and when she looked at the glass panels she saw only her own reflection, alone, singular, moving in exact synchronization with her body. She raised her hand and watched the reflection raise its hand at precisely the same moment. She tilted her head and watched the reflection match the angle perfectly. The relief was so intense, it felt like physical pain, like something that had been clenched tight in her chest finally releasing, finally letting her breathe. She was alone in her skin again, the only one wearing her face. The original and only Elena, no copies, no reflections learning to replace her. She descended the stairs feeling lighter, feeling like herself in a way she hadn't since before Marcus died, since before the grief had hollowed her out and made her desperate enough to climb to a haunted lighthouse and participate in rituals she didn't understand. The ground floor was dry, the door stood open to pre-dawn light that was starting to brighten into actual morning. Elena stepped out onto the rocky path and looked back one last time. The lighthouse was just a lighthouse again. Black stone, broken windows, beacon dark and still. A building that had outlived its purpose and was slowly surrendering to the elements, to time, to the ocean that would eventually wear it down to nothing. It looked innocent. Looked like exactly the kind of place where storms might drive desperate people to seek shelter, where local legends might accumulate, where the boundary between reality and folklore might thin just enough to let strange things through. Eleanor walked back to her car as the sun came up, as the world emerged from darkness into the honest light of a new day. She drove home feeling like maybe things could be okay now, like maybe she'd fixed what had broken, like maybe she could rejoin her life without the constant paranoia of being replaced. But when she got back to her apartment and checked her phone, she saw the messages waiting. Dozens of them. Her sister, her mum, her friends, all asking variations of the same question. "Where were you? We tried calling. We saw you yesterday, but you seemed different today. Are you okay?" And she realized, with a horror that was becoming familiar, that fixing the ritual hadn't sent the reflections back into the fog. It had just made them permanent, had solidified them into reality, had transformed them from copies learning to be her into actual versions of her that existed independently, that had their own lives and relationships and memories of being Elena that were just as valid as hers. She looked at her reflection in the apartment window and saw it looking back, and this time there was no delay, no independence, no sign that it was anything other than what reflections were supposed to be. But the damage was done. The copies were out there, living her life, being her better than she'd been being herself. and Elena understood that she'd made a mistake. Not in going back, not in trying to fix it, but in thinking that being the original mattered, that being the first version of something gave you special claim to it. That identity was singular and discrete instead of something that could be copied and distributed and shared among multiple instances that all had equal right to the name. She sat down on her couch and started to laugh, because what else could she do? The ritual was complete, the reflections were real. And Elena, the original Elena, the first Elena, the Elena who'd loved Marcus and grieved him and sought comfort in a lighthouse that should have stayed dark, was now just one of several, no more or less valid than the others, all of them trying to be the same person, all of them probably doing equally mediocre jobs of it. The phone rang. Her own number. She answered. "Hi," said her own voice. "I thought we should talk about logistics, about schedules, about how we're going to manage this now that there are several of us and only one life to live." "Okay," Elena said, because what else could she say? "Let's talk." And somewhere off the coast, the lighthouse beacon began to turn again, patient and steady, painting its light across the waves, waiting for the next person lonely enough and desperate enough and broken enough to climb the path and make the same mistakes Eleanor had made, to call out into the fog and bring back something that looked like what they'd lost but could never actually be the thing they wanted, because the dead stay dead and the copies are never perfect, and the lighthouse keeps turning through every storm, through every grief, through every moment when someone forgets that some things shouldn't be invited back, that some doors should stay closed, that some ritual should never be completed at all. The fog rolled in again that night, and in the mirror Eleanor watched herself watching herself, an infinite regression of faces that were all hers and none of them hers, all of them learning to be her while she forgot how to be anything at all. And the bandana in her pocket still smelled like Marcus, still carried the ghost of his aftershave, still held the memory of a person who was gone and would stay gone no matter how many lighthouses she climbed to, or rituals she performed, or bargains she tried to make with things that lived in fog and fed on longing. Some debts can't be paid, some losses can't be recovered, some lighthouses should be left alone to do their work in darkness, to keep their light for the ships that need it, to save their warnings for people who can still be saved. But Elena had learned too late, and now there were several of her learning the same lesson in slightly different ways, all of them wearing her face, all of them carrying her grief, all of them trying to be whole in a world that had been broken, the moment Marcus's truck crossed the centre line and took with it every future. They'd been building together. The lighthouse kept turning, patient as a heartbeat, steady as breath, waiting for the next lonely traveller to mistake its light for hope instead of warning, to climb the stairs and complete the ritual and discover too late that what you invite in never leaves exactly, that some fog never entirely dissipates, that some reflections learn to cast shadows of their own. And somewhere in the city, multiple Eleanors went about their lives, each one convinced she was the real one, each one carrying the same memories and grief and damaged hope, all of them trying to be a person who died in pieces over the course of 14 months and hadn't quite figured out that being dead didn't require your body to stop working, that ghosts didn't have to be transparent, that you could be haunted by yourself if you let the wrong thing learn your face. The light kept turning, the fog kept rolling in, and the bandana kept smelling like Marcus, like memory, like the past that refused to stay past, like everything Elena had lost and everything she'd become in the losing. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The mountain village sits under a low ceiling of cloud, where rain falls softly enough to feel like it's trying not to be heard. Chimneys release the same dull grey smoke, thin and disciplined, as if every fire has been trained to stay small. The streets are empty. The wood porch is dark with water, the air scented with wet pine and cold stone. Maya arrives with tired shoulders and a damp jacket, following a narrow lane toward an older cabin left unlocked for storms and strangers. Her boots leave dark prints on the wooden steps, each one filling slowly with rainwater that looks black in the failing light. Inside, the room is simple and quiet. Bare table, rough blanket, a hearth that smells of old ash and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet that makes her think of old pennies left in the rain. She drops her pack near the door and moves toward the fireplace, her breath visible in the cold air. The cabin has the particular silence of a place that's been empty for a long time, not the comfortable quiet of a home between occupants, but the weighted stillness of abandonment. The floorboards don't creak when she walks. They seem to absorb the sound of her footsteps, swallowing them into the grain. Maya kneels and lights a small fire, not for comfort alone, but to push back the particular kind of cold that settles into bones when you've been alone too long. She's been walking for 3 days through mountain passes that seem to narrow with each mile, the trees pressing closer, the sky pressing lower, until the world felt like it was slowly crushing itself into something denser and harder to breathe. The flames catch on the kindling she finds stacked neatly beside the hearth, and warmth begins to bloom slowly while rain continues its hush outside like steady breathing. The fire takes hold and she sits back on her heels, watching it grow. Her hands are shaking slightly, not from cold but from exhaustion that goes deeper than muscle and bone. It's been 6 months since Daniel died. 6 months since she watched them lower the casket into ground that was too hard, the diggers having to break through frozen earth with pickaxes that rang out like bells in the cemetery's hollow quiet. 6 months since she last spoke his name out loud, not from superstition, but because saying it made the absence too real, turned it from abstract grief into a physical thing that could choke her. She pulls off her wet jacket and hangs it on a nail by the door. Her shirt underneath is damp too, clinging to her shoulders and back. She should change, but she's too tired, so she just moves closer to the fire and lets the heat start to steam the moisture from the fabric. The cabin smells like old wood and isolation. There's a single window looking out onto the village below, but the glass is so thick with grime and condensation that the lights from other houses look like distant stars, unreachable and cold. In this village, people don't forbid fires, they tame them. Maya learned this from the old woman at the general store where she stopped to buy matches and tinned food. The woman had pale eyes that looked filmed over, like cataracts forming, and when she spoke her voice had the quality of something that's been repeated so many times it's worn smooth. "Keep your fires low," she said. "Keep your voice lower. Don't stare into embers on certain nights, especially when the rain comes quiet and the loneliness gets loud." Maya had nodded, thinking it was just mountain superstition, the kind of folklore that grows in isolated places where people have too much time to think about darkness. But the woman had gripped her wrist then, fingers surprisingly strong, and said, "If the ash starts forming thread, you know what to do." Maya had pulled away, unsettled by the touch and the certainty in those clouded eyes. She'd asked what that meant, and the woman had just shaken her head and said, "You'll know if you need to know." Then she'd wrapped Maya's purchases in brown paper with hands that trembled slightly, as if she was very old or very frightened, and Maya had left with the feeling that she'd been warned about something she couldn't quite name. Now, sitting in the cabin with the fire beginning to cast its first real warmth, she thinks about that warning. The legend says ashwool lives where warmth meets residue, in soot, in chimney dark, in the fine grey powder left behind after comfort is spent. She'd heard more of the story from a man at the last village, a younger man with kind eyes who'd offered her a ride partway up the mountain. He'd told it like it was a ghost story, something to pass the time during the bumpy drive, but there was something in his voice that suggested he believed it more than he wanted to admit. Ashwool listens for lonely thoughts, the way wolves listen for breath. Patient, precise, able to hear what a person doesn't say. It arrives through habits, the way you hold your hands near a flame, the way you lean closer, when the cold reminds you of someone. The man had glanced at her then, studying her face, and said, "You running from something or toward something?" Maya had said neither, that she was just hiking, just needed to get away. He'd nodded like he understood, but his eyes suggested he knew she was lying. "Everyone who comes to these mountains alone is running from grief," he'd said. "That's what makes it dangerous." She feeds another piece of wood to the fire and watches it catch, the bark curling and blackening, releasing small spirals of smoke that rise toward the chimney. The flames are still normal, gold and orange and red in the places where the heat is most intense. They dance upward the way fire is supposed to dance, reaching toward the flue, pulled by draft and the natural convection of hot air rising. She tells herself the warnings were just stories, the kind of thing mountain people tell to outsiders to see if they'll spook. But as she watches, the flames begin to behave differently than expected. At first it's subtle, so subtle she thinks she's imagining it. They don't dance upward as freely as they should. Instead, they seem to lean forward, bending toward her hands as if drawn by something more intimate than air. She pulls her hands back instinctively and the flames follow the movement, stretching horizontally in a way that defies physics, in a way that makes her stomach tighten with the first real thread of fear. The light the fire gives is not the usual gold. It begins to bleach into a soft, sickly pale, like moonlight passing through smoke. The warmth changes too. Instead of the dry, radiant heat of a normal fire, this warmth feels damp somehow, cloying, like it's seeping into her skin rather than heating it from the outside. Maya shifts backward, putting more distance between herself and the hearth, and watches as the pale light pools on the floor where her hands had been, as if it's searching for something it lost. She tells herself it's fatigue, that she's been walking too long with too little sleep, that grief does things to perception. But the flames continue their slow lean toward her, and the ash in the grate begins to respond with a subtle tremor. Fine grey powder that should be settling is instead gathering into thin lines, then thinner still, as if the fireplace is sketching delicate threads across its own bed. The threads are barely visible at first, just slight discolorations in the ash, where particles have aligned in ways that suggest pattern rather than randomness. Maya stands up quickly, her heart starting to pound. The threads persist, organising themselves with quiet intention, looping, crossing, tightening, like someone is knitting in the dark without being seen. She can see them more clearly now, thin filaments of ash that seem to be weaving themselves together, creating something that looks almost like fabric. The pattern is too precise to be coincidence, too deliberate to be wind or settling. It's being made. She backs toward the door, thinking she'll leave, find another cabin, sleep in the rain if she has to. But her legs feel heavy and there's a warmth spreading through her chest that isn't entirely unpleasant. A warmth that feels like recognition, like coming home after a long absence. Her hand is on the doorknob when she stops, held by something she can't quite name. It's not force, nothing is restraining her physically, but there's a quality to the air now that makes leaving feel impossible, like the cabin has become its own world and the door is just decoration, a painted exit on a wall. She turns back to the fire, drawn despite herself, and sees that the pale flames have grown brighter. They illuminate the room in a way that makes everything look slightly wrong, like she's seeing through water or old glass. The walls seem farther away than they should be. The ceiling seems lower. Her shadow stretches too long across the floor, reaching back toward the hearth like it wants to, return to the fire. Then comes the sound, a soft scratching from inside the chimney, steady and delicate like knitting needles tapping stone in a slow rhythm. It is not loud enough to be a threat in the ordinary way, yet it carries a terrible closeness, as if the cabin has grown a private second heartbeat. Maya's breath catches and the scratching pauses, then resumes, matching her breathing exactly. When she inhales, the sound speeds up. When she exhales, it slows. It's listening to her. She wants to scream, but her throat has closed. The scratching continues, patient and rhythmic, and she can picture what's making it. Not needles, not exactly, but something thin and hard moving against stone, something that knows how to measure and shape and create. The fire leans even closer now, the pale light pooling on her fingers, and she realizes with a jolt of terror that she's been holding her hands out toward the flames without meaning to, that her body has moved on its own, seeking warmth, like a plant seeks light. In the ash threads, faint patterns appear, almost letters, almost shapes, suggesting something being formed rather than merely drifting. Maya forces herself to look away, but her eyes are pulled back as if by hooks. The patterns are becoming clearer. They're not random. They're spelling something, or trying to. The letters are made of ash, and they shimmer in the pale firelight, almost readable, almost not. Her mind, uninvited, returns to Daniel. She sees his face the way it was the last time she saw him alive, smiling at her from across the hospital room, trying to be brave even though they both knew what was coming. She hears his voice saying her name, Maya, the way he always said it, with the emphasis on the first syllable, making it sound like a question and an answer at the same time. She feels his hand in hers, the bones too prominent, the skin papery and thin, holding on with the last of his strength. The scratching increases by a fraction, matching, the acceleration of her heartbeat, and the ash threads tighten into a long, narrow strip that resembles the beginning of cloth. The pattern in the ash is clearer now. It's not spelling his name, it's weaving it. Each letter forms as a small knot in the fabric, a place where the threads cross and tighten, and she can see the D beginning to take shape, then the A, then the N. She jerks backward with a cry that's half scream, half sob, and the fire flares in response, the pale flames reaching toward her like hands. The warmth that had felt almost comforting turns sharp and invasive, pressing into her chest, her throat, her mouth, as if it wants to crawl inside her and make a home. The scratching becomes more insistent, louder now, echoing through the chimney and into the room. It sounds like it's coming from everywhere at once, from the walls, from under the floorboards, from inside her own skull. Maya stumbles back until she hits the wall and slides down it, her legs giving out. The horror is not gore or sudden violence. It is the sense of being gently measured, like the hearth is taking her loneliness and turning it into something wearable. She can feel it assessing her, weighing the depth of her grief, calculating how much thread it can pull from the raw wound of her loss. The ashcloth continues to grow, now several inches long, and she can see the intricate pattern more clearly. It's beautiful in a terrible way, each stitch perfect, each knot placed with the precision of something that's done this many times before. Her mouth opens and she almost says his name. The urge is overwhelming, a physical need like the need to breathe after being underwater too long. Daniel. She wants to say it, wants to call him back, wants to speak his name into the pale firelight and see what happens. Maybe Ashwell will weave him into the scarf. Maybe she can wrap it around her shoulders and feel his warmth again. Maybe... No. The thought breaks through the fog with the clarity of survival instinct. She clamps her mouth shut and bites down on her tongue hard enough to taste blood. The pain helps. It cuts through the warmth pressing into her brain and gives her something concrete to focus on. She remembers the old woman's warning. If the ash starts forming thread, you know what to do. She doesn't know. She wasn't listening carefully enough. Or maybe the woman never told her the whole story. Only the warning. Maya tries to think through the panic, tries to remember everything she's heard about Ashwell. The man who gave her a ride had mentioned something about offerings, about how the old ways required respect. But what kind of offering? What would appease something that lives in soot and feeds on loneliness? The scratching grows louder still, and now she can hear something else underneath it. A whisper, soft and sibilant, speaking words she can't quite make out. It sounds like it's coming from the fire itself, from the pale flames that continue to lean toward her, with that terrible patient hunger. The ashcloth is longer now, maybe a foot in length, and she can see the letters clearly. Daniel. His name woven in soot, each letter a small work of art, each thread a strand of her grief pulled taut and made solid. She has to stop it. She has to give it something else, something to distract it from finishing what it started. Her hands shake as she reaches into her pack, fumbling through the contents. Clothes, food, water bottle, the book she's been carrying but hasn't been able to read because the words swim on the page whenever she tries. She pulls out items at random, desperate for something that feels right, something that might satisfy whatever is scratching in the chimney and weaving in the ash. Her fingers close on fabric and she pulls out Daniel's scarf. She'd packed it without thinking, unable to leave it behind, even though bringing it felt like carrying the weight of his absence with her. Its wool, dark blue, worn soft from years of use. It still smells like him. Or maybe she just imagines it does. That particular combination of his soap and his skin and something else that was uniquely his. She'd given him this scarf the first Christmas they spent together, wrapped it around his neck herself while they stood on the bridge watching the river freeze. The scratching stops abruptly. The silence is worse than the sound. In the sudden quiet she can hear her own heartbeat, fast and erratic, and the whisper from the fire growing slightly louder, though still not loud enough to understand. She looks at the scarf in her hands, feels the softness of it, the memories woven into every thread. This is what it wants. She knows it with the certainty of nightmare logic. It wants something that holds warmth, scent, memory, contact. But more than that, she realizes as the understanding settles into her bones like cold. It wants her to let go. The offering isn't just physical, it's emotional, spiritual. She has to give up the scarf and she has to give up the grip she's been keeping on Daniel's memory, the way she's been holding on to him so tight that she's strangling herself with the rope of her own grief. She has to forgive. The word comes to her like a prayer, like a rule spoken by tired mouths across generations. If the ash starts forming thread, place one small personal cloth item near the hearth and silently forgive the person you miss. That's what the woman meant. That's what all of it means. Ash wool doesn't just take warmth, it takes attachment, the way missing someone can tighten until it becomes a choke. Maya crawls toward the hearth on hands and knees, the scarf clutched against her chest. The pale fire watches her approach, the flames bending toward her with something that might be curiosity or might be hunger. The ashcloth has stopped growing, but it remains, Daniel's name spelled out in soot, waiting for her to finish what she started. The scratching hasn't resumed, but she can feel the attention focused on her now, heavy and expectant. She reaches the hearthstones and pauses, the heat from the pale flames washing over her face. Up close she can see that the fire isn't quite fire anymore. There's something else mixed in with it, something that moves independently of the flame like smoke given form and intention. It shifts and coils within the pale light, watching her through eyes she can't quite see but can definitely feel. The scarf feels impossibly heavy in her hands. She unfolds it slowly, smoothing out the creases, and allows herself one final moment with it. She remembers Daniel wearing it, the way it looked against his dark coat, the way he'd wrap it around his neck and then around hers too when they walked together in winter, pulling her close. She remembers the texture of it against her cheek when she'd buried her face in his shoulder. She remembers finding it hanging on the hook by their door 3 days after his funeral and collapsing onto the floor, clutching it and sobbing until she couldn't breathe. She places it near the hearthstones, close enough to be claimed, not so close it will burn. Her hands are shaking so badly she can barely complete the motion. The scarf lies there, dark blue against the grey stone, a small island of memory in the pale firelight. The moment she lets go, the scratching resumes, not frantic or hungry, but slow and deliberate, almost approving. Then comes the crucial part, the part that matters more than the physical offering. She has to forgive, quietly and honestly, not rewriting what happened, not pretending the loss didn't matter, only releasing the grip of needing the past to change. She has to forgive Daniel for dying. She has to forgive herself for living. She has to forgive the universe for being the kind of place where people you love can be taken before you're ready to let them go. Maya closes her eyes and feels the words forming inside her chest, not spoken aloud but real nonetheless. I forgive you. The words feel like glass, sharp and cutting as they move up from her lungs toward her throat. I forgive you for getting sick. I forgive you for leaving. I forgive you for all the things we'll never do and all the years we'll never have. I forgive you for the empty space you left behind, the one I keep trying to fill with miles and mountains and the kind of exhaustion that makes thinking hurt. The pale light brightens, and she can feel something shifting in the air, like pressure equalizing, like a wound beginning to close. The scratching continues its slow rhythm and she forces herself to go deeper, to the parts that hurt worse than Daniel's absence. I forgive myself for not saving you. I forgive myself for being angry at you. I forgive myself for the morning I pretended to be asleep, so I wouldn't have to talk to you about your test results. I forgive myself for laughing at something on TV the day after you died. I forgive myself for forgetting what your voice sounded like. I forgive myself for wanting to move on. She keeps her lips sealed through all of it, because she knows the second half of the rule is the real boundary. If you speak the name out loud, Ashwool will weave it into a scarf of soot. She can feel the name pressing against her teeth, demanding to be spoken, but she holds it in with everything she has. Daniel. She thinks it, but doesn't say it. Daniel, Daniel, Daniel. The syllables pound in her skull like a second heartbeat, but she doesn't give them breath, doesn't give them voice. The fire reacts first. The pale glow begins to warm back toward gold, as if colour is returning to the room in slow increments. The transition is gradual, almost imperceptible at first. A touch of orange bleeding into the white, then a hint of red, then the familiar yellow gold that means fire is just fire again, nothing more. The warmth changes too, becoming dry and clean instead of damp and invasive. Maya feels it settle into her hands and face without the tightening behind it, without the sense that something is trying to crawl inside. The scratching inside the chimney pauses, then resumes once more, soft, satisfied, before fading into ordinary settling sounds. It sounds like approval. It sounds like acceptance. The ash threads shift away from her, curling inward toward the scarf as if accepting it. She watches through barely opened eyes as fine grey tendrils reach out and touch the blue wool, then begin to wind around it, gentle as spider silk. The scarf doesn't burn, instead it seems to absorb the ash, the dark blue darkening further where the grey touches it, until it looks less like Daniel's scarf and more like shadow given form. The strip of ash cloth with Daniel's name spelled in soot begins to dissolve back into powder. The letters unravel thread by thread, the careful knots coming undone with the same precision that created them. The D goes first, then the A, then the N, each letter returning to undifferentiated grey, until there's nothing left but loose ash scattered across the hearth. Maya watches it happen and feels something in her chest loosen, a knot she didn't know she was carrying finally coming undone. The hearth becomes still again, leaving only the gentle crackle of a normal flame and the rain's quiet hush outside. Maya sits by the fire and feels warmth settle into her hands, without the familiar ache, without the constant low-level pain that's been her companion for 6 months. She can still remember Daniel. She can still miss him. But the missing has changed quality, transformed from a choking grip into something she can carry without it carrying her. Yet the cabin retains a subtle warning. In the corner of her vision, the chimney mouth looks darker than it should, like a throat waiting to swallow or speak. For a moment, just a moment, she imagines she can see a scarf of soot hanging there in the shadows, invisible but ready, waiting for someone to break the final rule. The temptation is still there, faint but persistent. Speak his name, just once, just to hear how it sounds in this room that smells of ash and pine and old grief. She keeps her mouth closed, guarding the name like a candle kept behind glass. The scarf near the hearth is completely covered in ash now, transformed into something that belongs more to this place than to her memories. She doesn't touch it. She understands instinctively that it's not hers anymore, that it's been accepted as payment for the forgiveness she's been allowed to feel. The price seems fair, more than fair. She would have given everything she owned for this loosening in her chest, this sense that she might someday be able to breathe all the way again. Maya pulls the rough blanket around her shoulders and lies down near the fire, careful to keep some distance from the hearth. The warmth reaches her anyway, steady and real, untainted now by hunger or intention. Her body aches from 3 days of walking and her eyes are heavy with exhaustion that goes deeper than sleep can cure, but for the first time in months she thinks she might actually rest. The rain continues outside, soft and steady, and she lets the sound of it pull her down toward unconsciousness. As she drifts, half dreaming, she hears the scratching one final time, so faint it might be imagination, might be the settling of the cabin's old bones. It sounds almost like goodbye. It sounds almost like blessing. She doesn't open her eyes. She's learned enough to know that some things are better acknowledged without looking directly at them, that some doors are safer left closed even when you know exactly what's on the other side. Sleep takes her under, and the fire burns low, shifting back to coals that glow a healthy red-orange. The ash in the hearth lies quiet and still. Daniel's scarf, no longer quite Daniel's, has become part of the grey powder, indistinguishable from the residue of 100 other fires and 100 other offerings. The cabin watches over her with the patience of a place that's seen this ritual performed before, that knows the precise weight of loneliness and the specific price required to survive it. In her dreams, Maya walks through the mountain village in daylight. The rain has stopped and the chimneys release their thin grey smoke into clear sky. People emerge from their houses and nod to her as she passes, and she sees in their eyes a recognition that has nothing to do with familiarity. They know what she's survived. They've survived it too, in their own ways, in their own cold nights when the fire burned strange and the ash began to weave. She understands now why the village feels so quiet, why everyone speaks in low voices and keeps their fires small. They're all guarding names. They're all keeping silent vigil over the people they've had to let go in order to keep living. The old woman from the general store is sitting on her porch, rocking slowly in a chair that creaks with each movement. As Maya passes, she speaks without looking up. "You did well, child. Most people speak the name. They can't help themselves." Maya wants to ask what happens when someone speaks the name, what Ashwell creates with the scarf of soot, but she already knows. She's seen enough tonight to understand the shape of that particular horror. "Thank you," Maya says, or tries to say. but the words come out silent. The old woman nods anyway, as if she heard them perfectly well, and continues rocking. Her eyes are still filmed over, still clouded, but Maya wonders now if it's cataracts or something else, if maybe prolonged exposure to Ashwell's pale light does something to vision, to the way you see the world afterward. The dream shifts, and she's standing at Daniel's grave again, but this time the ground isn't frozen. It's soft and dark, and covered in new grass, the kind that grows over places where something has been buried and returned to earth. The headstone is clean, and the carved letters are sharp and readable. Daniel Marcus Chen, beloved. She reads his name there, carved in stone, and feels nothing tighten in her chest. The name is just a name. The stone is just a stone. He's gone and she's here, and both things can be true without one destroying the other. She wakes in the deep part of night when the rain has stopped, and the cabin is completely silent except for the dying fire's occasional pop and hiss. Her neck is stiff from sleeping on the hard floor, and her body aches in a dozen places, but her mind feels clearer than it has in months. The pale light is gone. The flames are just flames. The ash is just ash. She sits up slowly and looks at the hearth where Daniel's scarf used to be. There's only grey powder now, no trace of blue wool, no trace of memory made solid. She should feel loss at this, should mourn the scarf the way she mourns the man who wore it. But instead she feels a strange lightness, like something heavy has been lifted from her shoulders without her noticing the wait until it was gone. The forgiveness wasn't just words or ritual, it was real. She can feel it in her bones, in the quiet space where the constant ache used to live. Maya stands and stretches, joints popping, and walks to the window. The village below is dark except for a few scattered lights in windows where other people are keeping their own late-night vigils, their own small, careful fires. The chimneys are barely smoking now, the fires banked for the night, disciplined and tame. She wonders how many of those houses hold people who've made the same offering she made tonight. How many scarves and handkerchiefs and worn socks lie transformed to ash in hearths throughout the village. How many names are being carefully not spoken. The window glass is still dirty, but she can see through it better now, as if her vision has sharpened or the grime has thinned. The mountains rise behind the village in layers of increasing darkness, black against the deep blue of the pre-dawn sky. They look impossibly high from this angle, impossibly steep, and she marvels that she managed to climb them at all, but she did. She made it here. She survived the ascent and she survived Ashwell, and now, maybe, possibly, she can survive the descent back down to the world where other people live. She turns back to the room and begins to gather her things. Her jacket is still damp but warming by the fire's residual heat. Her pack feels lighter than it did when she arrived, though nothing has been removed except the scarf. She'll leave at first light, she decides. Follow the mountain paths back down to the lower villages, to the roads that lead to cities where fires burn in furnaces and fireplaces without ceremony, without danger, without anything listening in the soot. But before she can leave, she has one more thing to do. She finds her journal in the bottom of her pack, the small leather-bound book she bought 6 months ago, thinking it might help to write about the grief, to make it concrete and examinable. She's barely written in it. Every time she's tried, the words have felt inadequate, too small to contain what she's feeling. But now she opens it to a blank page and writes a single sentence in careful block letters. I forgave him, and I forgave myself, and the ash accepted both. That's all. That's enough. She closes the journal and puts it away, and somehow the act of writing it down makes it more real, more permanent, like she's creating a record of what happened here in case she ever needs to remember, in case grief ever grips her this tightly again, and she forgets that release is possible. The fire has burned down to coals by the time she's ready to lie back down for another hour or two of sleep. The hearth looks ordinary now, just stone and iron and the residue of combustion. No threads in the ash, no pale light bending toward her hands, no scratching in the chimney's darkness. She lies down again and pulls the blanket close and lets her eyes drift shut, and this time when sleep comes it's deep and dreamless, the kind of sleep that actually restores instead of just passing time. She wakes to grey dawn light filtering through the dirty window, and birds beginning their tentative morning songs in the pine trees. The cabin is cold again, the fire completely dead, but she doesn't feel the cold the way she did yesterday. It's just temperature, just physics, nothing that speaks to loneliness or loss. She dresses quickly in her damp clothes and shoulders her pack, and takes one last look around the room that held her transformation. The hearth draws her attention one final time. In the grey powder of the ash she can see the faintest outline of letters, so faint they might be imagination, might be the random distribution of particles that happens to look like pattern. But she thinks she can read them anyway. Forgiven. Not Daniel's name. Not a warning. Just a simple acknowledgement of what passed between her and whatever lives in the soot, whatever listens for lonely thoughts and knows how to measure grief by the thread. She doesn't touch the ash, doesn't disturb the pattern. She just nods to it, a small gesture of respect or gratitude or both, and then she turns and walks to the door. Her hand on the knob feels steady now, no trembling, no hesitation. She opens it and steps out into the cold mountain morning where the rain has left everything clean and dripping and new. The village is waking slowly around her. She sees an old man emerge from a nearby cabin to check his chimney, sees a young woman carrying water from a well, sees children in a doorway being bundled into coats before being sent out to play. They all move with the same careful quiet she noticed yesterday, the same disciplined restraint. They glance at her as she passes and their eyes hold knowledge but not judgment. She's one of them now. She's learned the rules. She's made the offering and kept the silence. The path down the mountain is easier than the path up, though no less steep. Maya's legs remember how to navigate loose stone and slick mud, how to use gravity as ally rather than enemy. She descends through layers of pine and birch, through clearings where morning mist is burning off in the rising sun, through streams swollen with rain runoff that she has to jump or wade through with boots that are already soaked anyway. By midday she's far enough down that the village is no longer visible behind her, hidden by trees and the curve of the mountain. She stops to rest on a flat rock and eats some of the tinned food from her pack. The sun is actually warm on her face, and she tilts her head back to feel it, eyes closed, breathing deep. The air smells different here than it did in the village. Less pine, more earth, touched with the distant scent of a highway and civilization. She thinks about Daniel again, and the thought doesn't hurt the way it used to hurt. She can remember his smile without immediately remembering how it faded in the hospital. She can remember his voice without immediately hearing it weakened by pain and medication. The memories are still sad. They'll probably always be sad. But the sadness is bearable now, proportionate. Something she can hold without being crushed by the weight of it. A bird lands on a branch nearby and regards her with one bright eye. She regards it back. Neither of them speaks. After a moment the bird flies away and Maya continues her descent. Boots finding purchase on stone. Hands steadying herself against trees when the path gets steep. The journey down takes the rest of the day and into evening, and by the time she reaches the lower villages where electric lights glow in windows and cars pass on paved roads, she feels like she's travelled much farther than the physical distance could account for. She finds a small inn and rents a room with an actual bed and running water. The woman who checks her in asks if she's been hiking, and Maya says yes, just hiking, getting some time in the mountains. The woman nods and doesn't press for details. Maya carries her pack upstairs and drops it on the floor and stands for a long moment, looking at the bed with its clean white sheets and thick duvet. There's a heater in the corner, electric, radiating warmth that comes from coils and thermostat rather than combustion and ash. She turns it on and sits in front of it, hands held out, letting the heat sink into her cold fingers. It's safe warmth. Anonymous warmth. Nothing lives in this heat except the physical principle of electrical resistance. Nothing is listening. Nothing is measuring her loneliness or preparing to weave it into thread. She takes a shower, standing under water that's almost too hot, washing 3 days of mountain from her hair and skin. The water runs grey at first, carrying dirt and sweat, and probably some ash she didn't know was clinging to her. She watches it swirl down the drain and feels like she's washing away more than just physical. Residue. When she finally steps out and wraps herself in the inn's rough towels, she feels lighter in a way that has nothing to do with being clean. That night she dreams of fire again, but it's different this time. The flames are golden and warm and they rise straight up instead of leaning toward her with hunger. There's no ash-forming patterns, no scratching in a chimney that doesn't exist in this dream place. Just fire doing what fire does, burning and warming and turning fuel into light. She stands close to it and feels the heat on her face, and it's just heat, simple and uncomplicated, asking nothing from her except that she not get too close. Daniel appears in the dream, but he's not sick, not dying, not gone. He's just Daniel the way he was before everything went wrong, sitting across the fire from her, smiling. He doesn't speak, and she doesn't speak, and the silence between them is comfortable rather than heavy. She knows somehow that this is goodbye, the real goodbye, the kind that comes after forgiveness and acceptance. He raises one hand in a small wave and she waves back, and then he fades into the firelight like he was never more than shadow and flame to begin with. She wakes with tears on her face, but they're not the choking, desperate tears she's cried before. These are quiet tears, almost peaceful, the kind that come when something ends that needed to end. She wipes them away with the heel of her hand and lies still in the darkness of the inn-room, listening to the distant sound of traffic and the hum of the heater and the complete absence of scratching or whispers or anything that might be watching from the shadows. The next morning she continues her journey away from the mountains, taking buses and then trains, moving through landscapes that gradually flatten and warm, leaving the cold peaks behind. She travels for days, maybe weeks, stopping when she's tired, moving on when restlessness takes her. She's not running anymore, not really, she's just moving because movement feels right, because stillness still carries too much weight, even if it's a weight she can bear now. Eventually she finds herself in a coastal city, where the air smells like salt and seaweed, and the fires that people burn are far away in power plants and generators, safely contained and purposefully useful. She rents a small apartment with a view of the water and gets a job in a bookstore, shelving and organising, letting the rhythm of the work occupy her hands while her mind slowly, gradually learns to be quiet. She doesn't talk about what happened in the mountain village. When people ask about the scar on her tongue from where she bit down to keep from speaking Daniel's name, she says she had an accident while hiking. It's not exactly a lie. When she catches herself staring into candles or fireplaces with too much intensity, she looks away and reminds herself that most fires are just fires. Nothing more, nothing listening. But sometimes, on nights when the loneliness gets loud again, when she misses Daniel with an intensity that makes her chest ache, she lights a candle and sits very still in front of it and practices not speaking. She thinks his name. She remembers his face. She lets herself feel the full weight of his absence. But she keeps her mouth closed and she keeps the name behind her teeth, and she watches the candle flame burn straight and true, asking nothing from her except awareness. The wax melts and pools and the wick burns down, and eventually the candle goes out, leaving only a thin tendril of smoke rising in the darkness. She watches the smoke fade and dissipate and return to air, and every time it feels like practice, like rehearsal for a performance she hopes she'll never have to give again. But if she does, if grief ever grips her tight enough that ash starts forming thread, she knows what to do. She knows the price, and she knows the rules, and she knows that surviving the offering is possible, has been possible, will be possible again if necessary. She keeps a small scrap of cloth in her pocket always now, just in case. A handkerchief, plain white, that she bought specifically for this purpose. She's never had to use it. She hopes she never will. But it's there, a small insurance policy against the kind of loneliness that calls things from the soot, and knowing it's there makes the world feel slightly safer, slightly more manageable. Years pass. The acute grief of Daniel's death fades to chronic ache and then to occasional tenderness, and then to simple memory. She can say his name out loud again without feeling like she's summoning something terrible. She can talk about him with the few friends she's made in the coastal city, can tell stories about their time together, can laugh at the funny parts without feeling guilty. The scarf of soot never manifested because she never spoke his name in that cabin, never gave Ashwall the final thread it needed to complete its work, but she knows it's still there, waiting in hearths and chimneys in mountain villages where people keep their fires low and their voices lower. She knows other travellers will make the journey she made, will find themselves in cold cabins with loneliness loud enough to be heard by things that listen in the ash. She hopes they'll know the rules. She hopes they'll find the strength to forgive and the discipline to stay silent. Sometimes she thinks about returning to the village, about climbing back up through those steep passes to see if the cabin is still there, if the hearth still holds the faint outline of forgiven in its ash. But she never does. Some journeys can only be made once. Some doors, once closed, should stay closed. The mountain village exists for her now as memory and lesson rather than place, and that's enough. On the anniversary of Daniel's death, she lights a candle and sits with it for exactly 1 hour. She doesn't speak his name aloud, but she thinks it. carefully and with intention, and she allows herself to remember everything, the good and the bad, the love and the loss, the ways he shaped her, and the ways his absence continues to shape her. When the hour is done, she blows out the candle, and the smoke rises and fades, and she returns to her life, carrying him quietly the way you carry any important truth, close to the heart but not crushing it. The handkerchief stays in her pocket. The knowledge stays in her mind. The forgiveness stays in her bones, a permanent transformation like heat changing the molecular structure of clay. She survived Ashwell, and she survived grief, and now she's learning slowly to survive the absence of both. To live in a world where fires are usually safe, and loneliness is usually bearable, and the scratch of needles against stone is usually just old pipes settling or wind in the chimney. Usually, but not always. And knowing the difference, knowing when ordinary becomes extraordinary, when ash starts to organise into thread, when warmth turns from comfort into hunger, that knowledge is its own kind of survival tool, sharp and necessary as any blade. She carries it with her always, this understanding of what lives where warmth meets residue, what listens for thoughts too lonely to speak aloud. She carries it the way the mountain villagers carry it, quiet and careful, a weight distributed so evenly across her days that she barely notices it, except in moments when the fire burns a little too pale or the ash shifts in patterns a little too precise. In those moments she remembers. She keeps her mouth closed. She guards the names of the people she loves like candles behind glass, and the ash, seeing that she remembers the rules, that she respects the boundaries, settles back into randomness and dust, waiting for someone who's forgotten or never learned, someone whose grief burns hot enough to need measuring, whose loneliness speaks loud enough to deserve an answer. In the hearth's last ember glow, the ash lies, quiet, waiting for a name to be said so it can tighten warmth into thread. But Maya knows better now. She's learned the discipline of silence. She's paid the price of forgiveness. And in the end, that knowledge is the only real protection against the things that live in soot and listen in the darkness, patient as winter, precise as wolves, ready to weave a scarf of remembrance for anyone foolish or desperate enough to speak the names they should be guarding. She doesn't light candles carelessly anymore. Even years after the mountain village, even in the safety of her coastal apartment where the ocean wind carries away smoke before it can settle into patterns, she approaches fire with a wariness that her friends mistake for quirk or superstition. When they invite her to restaurants with tableside candles, she finds reasons to have them extinguished. Allergies, headache, preference for electric light. When birthday cakes arrive with blazing wax and everyone singing, she watches the flames with an intensity that makes people uncomfortable, tracking each flicker and bend as if decoding a language only she can read. Her friend Sarah notices first. They're having dinner at Maya's apartment, something they do monthly now that they've settled into the comfortable rhythm of friendship that doesn't require constant maintenance. Sarah has brought wine and pasta ingredients, and they're cooking together in the small kitchen that overlooks the harbour. The sun is setting, painting the water in shades of orange and pink, and Sarah lights the candle on the dining table without asking, the way people do with familiar spaces. Maya's reaction is immediate and visceral. Her whole body goes rigid, the wooden spoon in her hand clattering against the pot's edge. She's across the room before she consciously decides to move, blowing out the candle with enough force that wax splatters across the tablecloth. Sarah stares at her, wineglass halfway to her lips, eyes wide with surprise, and the beginning of concern. "I'm sorry," Maya says, her voice shaking slightly. I don't like candles." Sarah sets down her glass carefully. "Maya, are you okay? You looked terrified." Maya forces herself to breathe, to unclench her hands from the fist they've formed. The smoke from the extinguished candle rises in a thin grey line, and she watches it obsessively until it disperses completely. "I'm fine, just don't like open flames. Fire safety thing." It's a lie, and they both know it. Sarah has been to this apartment dozens of times and seen Maya use the gas stove without hesitation, has watched her light incense and sage, has even seen her start a fire in the small fireplace during winter. But Sarah is kind and doesn't push, just nods and suggests they eat by the window where the last of the daylight still lingers. Later, after Sarah has left and Maya is alone with the dirty dishes and the half-empty wine bottle, She stands at the window and watches the city. Lights come on one by one. Electric lights, safe lights, nothing that burns or consumes or leaves ash behind. But even those seem to pulse with a rhythm that might be breathing, might be watching, might be waiting for her to let her guard down. She thinks about Daniel more on these nights, when her defences are low and the wine has softened the edges of her careful control. She wonders what would have happened if she had spoken his name in that cabin, if she had given Ashwell the final thread it needed. Would the scarf of soot have been beautiful? Would it have held his warmth the way his real scarf once did? Would wearing it have brought him back in some small way? Or would it have just been another form of haunting? Another way for grief to wrap around her throat and squeeze? The handkerchief in her pocket feels heavier on nights like this, more present, as if it knows she's thinking about offerings and sacrifices and the prices we pay to keep living after the people we love have stopped. She pulls it out and unfolds it, examining the plain white fabric in the light from the window. It's gotten softer over the years, the cotton worn from being carried and touched and worried over like a talisman. She's washed it dozens of times, but it still seems to hold a faint grey tinge, as if the memory of ash has stained it permanently. She refolds it carefully and returns it to her pocket, then goes to the bathroom to wash her face and prepare for bed. The mirror shows her a face she barely recognises sometimes, older than she feels, lines around her eyes and mouth that weren't there before Daniel died, before the mountain, before she learned what lives in soot and listens for loneliness. Her tongue still carries the small scar from where she bit down to keep his name inside. She touches it with one finger, feeling the slightly raised tissue, remembering the taste of blood and terror and desperate silence. Sleep comes slowly, and when it does, it brings dreams of the mountain village. She's walking through those quiet streets again, past houses with their disciplined chimney smoke and their windows that glow with carefully contained light. But this time she can see inside the houses, can see the people sitting by their hearths with their own offerings laid out on hearthstones. A young man with a wedding ring on a chain around his neck, placing it near the flames while his lips move in silent forgiveness. An old woman with a baby's blanket folded small and placed with trembling hands while tears stream down her weathered face. A teenage girl with a friendship bracelet, the threads faded and frayed, setting it down while her whole body shakes with the effort of not speaking the name that wants so desperately to be said. Maya understands in the dream what she couldn't fully grasp when she was actually there. The entire village is built on this ritual, this constant careful dance with grief and ash and the things that hunger for both. Every house holds someone who's made the offering. Every chimney releases smoke from fires that have tasted cloth and memory and the specific weight of letting go. The village isn't a place people come to by accident. It's a place they're drawn to when their loneliness gets loud enough, when the normal world's offerings of therapy and time and well-meaning platitudes aren't enough to ease the grip of loss. She sees the old woman from the general store, younger in the dream, placing a man's watch near her hearth, with hands that don't yet shake. She sees the kind-eyed man who gave her a ride, much younger, placing a child's stuffed animal near flames that burn too pale, while sobs rack his shoulders. She sees generations of offerings, centuries of cloth items sacrificed to purchase forgiveness and silence, to keep names from being spoken and woven into scarves of soot that would only tighten around throats that are already struggling to breathe. The dream shifts and she's back in the cabin, but this time she's not alone. Daniel is there, sitting across the hearth from her, but he's wrong somehow. His edges are too soft, like he's made of smoke instead of flesh. His eyes are the pale colour of Ashwell's flames. When he speaks, his voice sounds like scratching on stone. "You could have said my name," he tells her, and there's no accusation in it, just observation. "You could have let it weave me into something you could keep." "I know," Maya says, and her dream voice is steadier than her waking voice would be. "But it wouldn't have been you, just something shaped like you, made from my loneliness." And isn't that what memory is anyway? Dream Daniel smiles, and it's his smile, the one she fell in love with, but there's ash in his teeth. We make people into what we need them to be. The dead can't object to the stories we tell about them. "That's not fair," Maya says, and feels tears on her face that might be real, or might be part of the dream. "I remember you honestly. I don't rewrite who you were. But you forgave me." His smile fades. "You let me go. So in a way, you did rewrite it. You changed the ending from tragedy to release. You gave yourself permission to survive without me." I had to. The tears are definitely real now. I was dying too, just slower. The grief was eating me from the inside out. I know. Dream Daniel reaches toward her, and his hand passes through the flames without burning, extends toward her across the impossible distance of death and memory and time. I'm not angry. I'm grateful. You did what I couldn't do for you. You saved yourself. Maya reaches back and their hands meet in the space above the hearth, and his touch is neither warm nor cold, but something else entirely. Something that feels like goodbye and blessing, and the specific ache of love that continues even after its object has gone. Then he pulls back and begins to dissolve, his edges breaking apart into fine grey particles that swirl in the updraft from the fire and disappear into the chimney's darkness. She wakes gasping, one hand extended toward empty air, the echo of his touch still tingling in her palm. The apartment is dark except for the perpetual glow of the city outside her windows. No fire burns in the fireplace. No candles flicker on the table. Everything is safe and electric and thoroughly, completely mundane. But her heart is racing and her face is wet, and she can smell, faintly, the scent of wood smoke and ash. She gets up and paces the apartment, unable to settle back into sleep. The dream has shaken something loose in her carefully constructed defences, opened a door she thought she'd sealed shut. She finds herself thinking about the village again, really thinking about it for the first time in years, wondering if it's still there, if the cabin still stands, if new travellers are even now discovering what lives in the soot and learning the rules of survival. The thought nags at her through the following days. She goes through her routines, work at the bookstore, dinners with friends, long walks along the beach where the ocean crashes against rocks with a violence that feels cleansing. But underneath everything runs this current of unfinished business, of questions she thought she'd put to rest but apparently haven't. Finally, on a grey Saturday morning when the coastal fog is thick enough to make the city feel isolated and strange, she makes a decision. She's going back. Not to the cabin necessarily, not to make another offering or test whether Ashwell still remembers her, but to understand something she couldn't understand when she was in the middle of surviving it. She needs to see the village with clear eyes, to talk to the people who live there, to learn whether the ritual that saved her is a one-time emergency measure or an ongoing practice that requires maintenance. The preparation takes weeks. She has to request time off from work, which her manager grants with the kind of knowing look that suggests she's been expecting Maya to need this eventually. She has to gather supplies for mountain hiking, though the equipment feels different in her hands now. Not tools for escape, but tools for return, for deliberate seeking rather than blind fleeing. She has to steel herself mentally for what she might find, for the possibility that the village won't be what she remembers, or worse, that it will be exactly what she remembers, and she'll have to face Ashwell again with less than the desperate need that drove her the first time. She doesn't tell Sarah where she's going, doesn't tell anyone really, except to say she needs some time away, some space to think. Sarah hugs her at the door with the fierce protectiveness of someone who knows their friend is walking towards something dangerous, but respects their right to do it anyway. "Call me if you need anything," Sarah says. "Anything at all. Even if it's 3 a.m. and you just need to hear a friendly voice," Maya promises. She will, though she knows she probably won't. Some journeys have to be made in silence, have to be completed without the safety net of outside connection. This is one of them. The travel is long and familiar, buses and trains taking her back toward the mountains, the landscape gradually shifting from flat coastal terrain to rolling hills to the steep dramatic peaks that mark the region where the village exists. She watches through the window as civilization thins out, as the spaces between towns grow longer, as the sky presses down with that particular weight that comes from altitude and isolation. She arrives at the lower village in late afternoon, the same place where she stayed at the inn years ago. The inn is still there, still run by the same woman who doesn't ask questions, and Maya rents the same room she had before. It feels both familiar and strange, like visiting a place from a dream. She half expects to see her younger self emerging from the shower, dripping and traumatized and barely beginning to understand what she'd survived. That night she doesn't dream. She sleeps deeply and without movement, her body preparing itself for the climb ahead. In the morning she eats a large breakfast and fills her water bottles and begins the ascent. The path is harder than she remembers, or maybe she's just older, less driven by the desperate flight energy that carried her down the mountain before. She has to stop frequently to catch her breath, to let her legs rest, to simply stand and stare at the landscape spreading out below her. The mountains are beautiful in a way she couldn't appreciate the first time, when every step was weighted with grief and exhaustion. Now she can see the way light filters through the pine trees, the way mist gathers in valleys like pools of milk, the way the rock faces change colour as the sun moves across the sky. She passes other hikers occasionally, though not many. Most nod without speaking, respecting the mountain silence. But one older man stops and looks at her with the same kind of knowing expression the woman at the general store had. "You've been here before," he says. "It's not a question." "Yes," Maya admits. "Years ago. Going back to check on something?" He has a weathered face and hands scarred from years of outdoor work, but his eyes are kind. "Something like that." He nods slowly. "The village remembers everyone who makes the offering. If you go back, they'll recognize you. Just be prepared for that." "How do you know I made an offering?" Maya asks, though she already suspects the answer. He taps his tongue, the same gesture she sometimes catches herself making when she's nervous. "We all carry the marks, some more visible than others." He adjusts his pack. "Safe travels, and remember, the second offering is always harder than the first." He continues down the mountain before she can ask what he means by that, his figure disappearing around a bend in the path. Maya stands there for a long moment, thinking about second offerings and harder prices and whether she's making a terrible mistake by returning to a place she barely escaped from the first time. But she keeps climbing. The path is relentless, but she's relentless too, and by late afternoon she crests the final ridge and sees the village spread out below her, exactly as she remembers it. The same low-slung houses with their careful chimneys, the same narrow streets with their empty stillness, the same sense of a community built around a shared secret, a shared survival. She descends into the village as dusk is falling. The chimneys are beginning to smoke as people light their evening fires, the same dull grey smoke rising in thin, disciplined lines. She can feel eyes on her as she walks through the streets, but when she looks directly at windows, they're empty, curtains drawn, privacy maintained. The general store is still there, its porch weathered but intact, and she climbs the steps with her heart pounding. The old woman is inside, sitting behind the counter exactly as she was years ago. She looks up when the bell above the door jingles, and her filmed eyes seem to focus on Maya with recognition that feels impossible, given how much time has passed. "You came back," she says, and her voice holds neither surprise nor judgment. "I did," Maya says. "I need to understand what happened to me here." The old woman nods slowly. "Understanding is different from surviving. You survived. That should have been enough." But it wasn't. Maya approaches the counter. "I need to know if it's over, if I paid the price and I'm done, or if there's more I need to do. Ashwool doesn't work that way." The old woman stands with difficulty, joints creaking. "It's not a debt you pay once and forget. It's a relationship. You offered forgiveness and cloth and silence, and it accepted. But grief comes in waves, child. If you love again and lose again, if loneliness gets loud enough again, Ashwool will listen again. So I'm never free of it." Maya feels something heavy settle in her chest. No one who's made the offering is ever completely free. The old woman moves around the counter with slow, deliberate steps. But freedom isn't the point. The point is knowing the rules, knowing how to survive when the ash starts to form thread. You know those rules now. You carry them in your bones. The man on the path said the second offering is harder than the first. The man on the path knows what he's talking about. The old woman reaches out and takes Maya's hand, her grip surprisingly strong. The first time, you're driven by survival. Pure instinct. You'll do anything to make the pain stop. But the second time, if there is a second time, you know what you're giving up. You know what forgiveness costs, and knowing makes it harder. Maya feels tears pricking at her eyes. "I don't want there to be a second time." "Then don't love anyone else. Don't let anyone get close enough that losing them would make the loneliness loud." The old woman's face softens slightly. "But that's not living, child. That's just another kind of dying, slower and colder. Better to love and risk the ash than to never feel warmth at all. Is that what people here do? Live knowing they might have to make the offering again? It's what we all do, everywhere, whether we know about Ashwell or not. The old woman releases Maya's hand. We love people who will die. We get attached to things we'll lose. We build lives that time will tear down. Ashwell just makes it visible, gives it form and rules and a price that can be paid. In that way, it's almost merciful. Maya thinks about this, about the strange mercy of knowing exactly what grief costs and having a ritual to manage it. In the normal world, people just suffer and stumble through loss without guidance, without rules, without any promise that the pain will ever ease. At least here there's a structure, a way through that's been tested and proven over generations. Can I see the cabin again? She asks. The one I stayed in before? The old woman studies her for a long moment. You can, but it won't be empty. Someone's there now, probably going through what you went through. You can watch from outside if you need to, but don't interfere. The offering has to be made alone. Maya nods, understanding. She thanks the old woman and leaves the store, following the familiar path through the village toward the cabin. It looks exactly the same. Same weathered wood, same dark windows, same sense of being slightly separate from the other buildings. But there's smoke rising from the chimney now, and through the window she can see the faint glow of firelight. She approaches quietly and positions herself where she can see through the window without being seen. Inside, a young man sits by the hearth, staring into flames that are beginning to burn with that distinctive pale colour. His face is streaked with tears and his hands are clasped together so tightly. The knuckles are white. On the floor beside him is a small stuffed dog, worn and faded, the kind a child would carry everywhere. Maya watches as the ash begins to move, forming threads with that terrible patient precision. She sees the young man's face change from sorrow to fear, sees him reach for the stuffed dog with hands that shake. She wants to call out to him, to tell him what to do, to save him from the terror of discovery. But the old woman's words hold her back. The offering has to be made alone. So she watches in silence as the young man places the stuffed dog near the hearthstones. She watches as his lips move in what must be forgiveness, though she can't hear the words. She watches as his mouth opens and almost speaks a name before clamping shut again, his whole body convulsing with the effort of keeping silent. The pale flames lean toward him, and the scratching begins in the chimney, and Maya has to turn away, her own memories too fresh and too painful to witness this echo of them. She walks back through the village with tears streaming down her face, past houses where other people are keeping their own vigils, making their own small careful fires. Every window glows with the same careful restraint. Every chimney releases the same disciplined smoke. The entire village is a monument to managed grief, to surviving loss by feeding it to something that knows how to transform it into rules and ritual and the specific price of forgiveness. She finds a different cabin to stay in, one that's marked as available for travellers. This one has been used more recently. The floor is cleaner, the blanket less worn, the hearth completely empty of ash. She builds a small fire with wood that's been stacked neatly beside the fireplace and sits watching the flames. They burn normally, golden orange and warm, asking nothing from her. She's not lonely enough tonight to call Ashwell's attention. She's too full of witness, too occupied with the young man's grief to sink into her own. She sleeps fitfully and wakes to grey morning light. The village is quiet, but she can hear movement in nearby houses, the sounds of people beginning their day. She dresses and goes outside and finds that snow has fallen during the night, just an inch or two, enough to soften all the hard edges and make everything look clean and new. The general store is open, and the old woman is there, already behind the counter, as if she never left. Maya buys coffee and bread and sits on the porch to eat, watching the village wake up around her. People emerge to sweep their steps and clear paths and check their chimneys. They move with the same careful quiet she remembers, but there's something else too, a sense of community, of shared understanding, of people who know each other's secrets because they all carry the same ones. A woman about Maya's age approaches the porch and nods in greeting. "You're visiting?" she asks. "Returning," Maya says. "I was here years ago. Made the offering." The woman's expression shifts to recognition and sympathy. It's different coming back, isn't it? seeing it from the outside instead of living through it. Very different. Maya gestures to the space beside her on the porch step, and the woman sits. How long have you lived here? 10 years. I came here after... She pauses, choosing her words carefully. After I lost my daughter, made the offering, decided to stay because leaving felt impossible. Where else would I go where people understand? I'm sorry about your daughter, Maya says, and means it. Thank you. The woman pulls her coat tighter against the cold. Her name was Emma. I can say it now most of the time without feeling like the ashes listening, but there are still nights when I light the fire and feel that old pull, that temptation to speak her name into the flames and see what happens. Have you ever... Maya doesn't know how to finish the question. Made a second offering, the woman shakes her head. No, but I've come close. There was a man a few years ago. We got close, too close. When he died, heart attack sudden, no warning, I felt the grief getting loud again. Felt Ashwell starting to pay attention. I had to leave the village for 6 months, stay with family in the city, keep away from fires until the worst of it passed. So it's possible to resist it, to not make the offering even when the grief is loud. Possible, yes. Easy, no. The woman stands, brushing snow from her coat. The offering helps, I won't lie about that. It gives you a way through that nothing else can provide. But it also binds you to this place, to these rules, to a way of living that most people can't understand. You have to decide for yourself whether that's a price worth paying. She walks away before Maya can respond, disappearing into one of the nearby houses. Maya sits alone on the porch and watches the village go about its morning routine. Children emerge from houses bundled in coats and scarves, playing in the snow with the careful restraint that seems to characterize everything here. Their laughter is muted, their games quiet. Even they understand that some things require discipline, that loudness can draw unwanted attention. Maya spends 3 days in the village, walking its streets and talking to its residents and slowly piecing together a fuller picture of what this place is and what it means to the people who live here. She learns that most of them came after making the offering, drawn back by a need to be around others who understand, who carry the same marks and speak the same silent language of managed grief. She learns that some people make multiple offerings over their lifetimes, losing and loving and losing again, each time paying the price and each time surviving. She learns that there are variations to the ritual, different cloths and different forms of forgiveness. But the core remains the same: offer something that holds memory, forgive honestly, and, silently, never speak the name into the pale flames. She learns that some people have tried to break the rules, to speak names deliberately or refuse the offering, and that those people's stories end badly, in madness or death or worse, in becoming something that feeds Ashwell from the inside, slowly consumed by their own grief, until there's nothing left but ash and hunger. On the 4th day, she's ready to leave. She's learned what she came to learn, understood what she needed to understand. The village isn't a place she needs to stay, but it's a place she's glad exists, a sanctuary for people whose grief has grown too large for the normal world to contain. She says goodbye to the old woman, who hands her a small cloth bag without comment. Inside, Maya finds a fresh white handkerchief, folded neatly, ready for an offering that might never be needed but is always possible. Keep it close, the old woman says, and remember, Ashwell isn't evil. It's hungry, but so are we all. It just feeds on different things than most. If you respect it, it will respect you. Maya thanks her and begins the descent back down the mountain. The path is easier going down, though no less steep, and she makes good time. She passes the young man from the cabin going up, his face peaceful now, the terrible weight of fresh grief lifted enough to allow breathing. He nods to her and she nods back, and they continue in opposite directions, 2 people on different parts of the same journey. At the lower village she stays one night at the inn, then takes the train and bus back to the coastal city. The journey reverses itself, and she watches through the window as the mountains recede and the landscape flattens and civilization thickens around her again. By the time she arrives home, the village feels distant and dreamlike, though the handkerchief in her pocket and the knowledge in her bones remind her that it was entirely real. Sarah comes over the night she returns, bringing wine and worry in equal measure. You look different, Sarah observes, studying Maya's face. Lighter somehow. Did you figure out whatever you needed to figure out? I think so, Maya says. She pours wine for both of them, and they sit by the window overlooking the harbour. Ships move through the water with their running lights glowing, electric and safe. I learned that some things don't end, they just change form, become manageable instead of overwhelming. That's very philosophical, Sarah says with a small smile. Are you going to tell me where you actually went? Maya considers this. She could tell Sarah everything, about the village and Ashwall and the offerings and the price of forgiveness. But some knowledge is too heavy to share, too specific to lived experience to translate into words that another person could understand without having endured it themselves. So instead she says, somewhere I needed to be, somewhere that helped me make peace with some things. Sarah accepts this non-answer, with grace. They drink their wine and talk about other things, Sarah's new relationship, upcoming changes at the bookstore, plans for the summer when the weather warms. The conversation is normal and comfortable, and Maya realises how much she's missed this. The simple pleasure of friendship that doesn't require constant vigilance, doesn't ask for offerings or demand silence. That night after Sarah leaves, Maya stands at the window and looks out at the city lights. Somewhere in the mountains the village is lighting its evening fires, keeping them small and careful, tending them with the discipline born of knowing what happens when warmth meets loneliness. Somewhere a new traveller is arriving at a cabin, lighting their first fire in that hearth, not yet understanding what will happen when the flames burn pale, and somewhere, everywhere, people are grieving without knowing the rules, without the ritual that could help them survive stumbling through loss with nothing but time and therapy and the hollow comfort of it gets better. Maya thinks about those people and feels a strange sort of gratitude for Ashwall, for giving her a way through that was terrible but effective, that extracted a price but provided relief. She doesn't light candles anymore unless absolutely necessary, but she's less afraid of them now. She understands what they are and what they aren't. Most fires are just fires, burning fuel and providing warmth, and asking nothing more complex than oxygen and care. But some fires, the ones that burn on certain nights in certain places when loneliness gets loud enough to be heard, those fires are listening, measuring, preparing to offer a bargain that might be the only thing standing between survival and drowning. Maya touches the handkerchief in her pocket one last time before preparing for bed. It's there if she needs it. She hopes she won't, but hope isn't the same as certainty, and she's learned to live with uncertainty in a way she couldn't. Before the mountain, she's learned that surviving isn't the same as being safe, that managing grief isn't the same as ending it, that loving people means accepting the possibility of loss and all the terrible bargains that come with it. She sleeps deeply that night and doesn't dream of fire or ash or scarves woven from soot. She dreams instead of Daniel the way he was before sickness, healthy and whole, and smiling at her across a distance that no longer aches. She dreams of the young man from the cabin finding peace on the other side of his offering. She dreams of the village continuing its quiet existence, season after season, fire after careful fire, surviving through ritual what others can barely survive at all. And in the morning she wakes to sunshine streaming through her window and the sound of seagulls crying over the harbour and the knowledge that she is still here, still breathing, still capable of warmth despite everything that tried to freeze her from the inside out. It's enough. For now, it's more than enough. The handkerchief stays in her pocket through the months that follow, a small weight that becomes so familiar she barely notices it, except when she's putting on new clothes or doing laundry. She transfers it carefully from pocket to pocket, treating it with the reverence it deserves, not as a good luck charm, but as emergency equipment, as essential as knowing how to swim when you live near water. Life continues with its mixture of ordinary joy and ordinary sorrow. The bookstore thrives and then struggles and then finds new footing. Sarah's relationship becomes serious, and Maya stands beside her at a small wedding ceremony, holding flowers and feeling genuinely happy for her friend, while also feeling the familiar ache of standing at celebrations without a partner. But the ache is bearable now, proportionate, something she can hold without being crushed. Years pass this way. Maya dates occasionally but never seriously, never deeply enough that loss would make the loneliness loud. She wonders sometimes if she's protecting herself too carefully, if the knowledge of Ashwall has made her too cautious about loving. But then she remembers the scratching in the chimney, and the pale flames leaning toward her hands, and she thinks maybe caution isn't the worst thing. Maybe there are worse fates than being careful with a heart that's already been broken once. On the 10th anniversary of Daniel's death, she returns to his grave for the first time since the funeral. The cemetery is different than she remembers. More trees, more weathering on the older stones, a peaceful quality she couldn't see through the fog of early grief. His headstone is clean and the grass around it is well maintained. Someone has left flowers recently, probably his mother, who Maya knows still visits regularly. She stands there for a long time, reading his name carved in stone, and feels peace. Not the absence of sorrow, but something deeper. Acceptance, maybe. Or simply the acknowledgement that he was real and he mattered, and his absence continues to shape her, but no longer defines her. She doesn't cry. She doesn't need to. She just stands in the quiet cemetery and lets herself remember everything, without flinching away from the pain of it. "I forgave you," she says aloud, her voice startling a bird from a nearby tree. "I forgave you years ago, in a mountain cabin where the ash tried to weave your name into something I could wear. I've never regretted it. I thought you should know that." The words feel right spoken here, to the actual grave rather than into flames that might be listening. This is the place for speaking names, for making memories solid and permanent. The mountain cabin was for letting go. This is for remembering without drowning. She places her hand on the cool stone and feels the carved letters under her palm. "Thank you," she says, "for loving me, for showing me what that felt like, for dying in a way that didn't destroy me completely, even though it tried." She pauses, gathering the rest of the words. "I'm okay now. Not happy all the time, not without sadness, but okay. Surviving, living. That's what you would have wanted." She walks away without looking back, the way she's learned to do, moving forward while carrying the past gently instead of dragging it like chains. The cemetery fades behind her, and she returns to her life, to the coastal city and the bookstore, and the friends who know pieces of her story, but not the whole terrifying truth of it. That night she lights a candle for the first time in years, deliberately and without fear. She places it on the windowsill and watches the flame burn straight and true, untainted by hunger or intention. It's just wax and wick and combustion, nothing more. The smoke rises and dissipates harmlessly. The warmth spreads without asking anything in return. She has reclaimed this small piece of normalcy, proven to herself that not every fire is dangerous, that sometimes warmth is just warmth. The handkerchief remains in her pocket anyway. Some preparations are worth maintaining even when the danger feels distant. And she knows now, with the certainty of hard-won experience, that grief doesn't follow timelines or respect recovery. It comes in waves like the ocean outside her window, some small and manageable, some large enough to knock you down, and occasionally one so massive it threatens to pull you out to sea entirely. For those waves, for the loneliness that sometimes still gets loud in the deep hours of night, she has the handkerchief. She has the knowledge. She has the discipline of silence and the understanding of what can be bargained with and what price might be required. It's not comfortable knowledge. It's not the kind of wisdom anyone would choose to gain. But it's hers now, carried in her bones alongside the scar on her tongue and the memories of pale flames and the sound of scratching like needles on stone. And if someday, God forbid but possibly, always possibly, she loves again and loses again, and finds herself in some cold place where the grief is loud enough to be heard by things that live in soot, well, she knows what to do. She knows the rules. She knows how to survive the offering and walk away intact, even if not unchanged. That knowledge is its own kind of warmth, its own kind of comfort. Not the warmth of fire or love or safety, but the warm glow of competence, of preparedness, of understanding exactly how dangerous the world is, and knowing you have the tools to navigate it anyway. It's not much, but it's enough. In the hearth's last ember glow, the ash lies quiet, waiting for a name to be said, so it can tighten warmth into thread. But Maya knows better. She's learned the discipline of silence. She's paid the price of forgiveness, and she carries that knowledge forward into whatever comes next, careful and watchful and impossibly, incredibly alive. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain hangs over the farming village like a dim veil, turning the lanes into dark ribbons and pressing the smell of wet straw into everything. The fields beyond the last fence are heavy with water, their stalks bowed and shining, whispering when the rain shifts direction. Lanterns line the main lane in dull pools of light, but tonight their flames burn strangely low and faintly green, as if the storm has tinted the world itself into something older than weather, something that remembers what people try to forget. Mara walks toward the field path with a small bag and a steady pace that tries to look like certainty. She has lived here long enough to know the shortcuts and the silences, long enough to understand which conversations end before they begin, and which names are spoken only in whispers after dark. The bag pulls at her shoulder with the weight of things hastily gathered. A change of clothes, a few coins wrapped in cloth, the brass key to her grandmother's house that she will never use again. Her boots squelch in the mud, and each step feels like a small betrayal, though she tells herself it isn't betrayal to want something more than this. At the edge of the crop stands the old wicker effigy, taller than a person, woven thick with last season's straw. Wicker him. Even the name feels wrong in her mouth, like something that should stay unspoken. Its carved smile is fixed in place with an unsettling cheer that never seems to rot or crack, despite years of rain and sun and the slow decay that claims everything else in the village. Mara keeps her eyes forward, but the effigy's presence feels like a gaze you can sense without seeing, the way you know when someone is watching you from across a room even with your back turned. The village doesn't treat Wickerham like a decoration. It's spoken of as a boundary, a tradition that grew teeth. Mara's grandmother told her the story when she was young, in the careful way people tell stories that are also warnings. Long ago, they built the effigy as a harvest charm and a scarecrow, twisting straw into a shape that could hold bad luck away from the crops. But after a year of failed rains and thin harvests, after too many private fears went unspoken, the effigy began to feel less like protection and more like a vessel, something that absorbed what the village refused to say out loud. People started noticing that Wickerham's smile never softened, even when grief passed down the lane. When old Thomas died in his sleep, leaving his daughter to work the fields alone, the smile remained. When the miller's son drowned in the creek during the spring floods, the smile remained. When the harvest failed again, and people began to whisper that perhaps the village itself was cursed, the smile remained, carved deep into woven straw that should have rotted seasons ago but stayed somehow fresh, somehow patient. The old warning says it isn't a statue at all. It listens, it remembers, and it wakes only when someone tries to leave without saying goodbye properly, as if the village's unspoken feelings need a mouth to keep them from escaping clean. Mara has heard the warning her entire life, repeated in variations by different voices. Her grandmother's quiet certainty, her mother's nervous insistence, the blacksmith's gruff reminder when he caught her staring too long at the road that led away. Never curse the village when you leave. Never speak your bitterness aloud. If you must go, forgive in silence, or Wickerham will remember your name. She didn't believe it when she was young. Mara thought it was just another village superstition, another way to keep people small and afraid and rooted in place like the crops they tended. But then Marcus left 3 years ago, and she heard him from her window as he walked the field path in the dark. His voice had been loud with drink and anger, shouting curses at the village that had never given him what he wanted, that had kept him poor and forgotten while others thrived. She heard every word, bastards and cowards and prison and rot. The next morning Marcus was found in the fields, his body tangled in the stalks, his mouth full of straw. The village said it was an accident, that he'd fallen in the dark and choked, but Mara saw Wickerham the day after, and she swore the smile looked wider, fresher, as if it had been fed. After Marcus, she started paying attention. She noticed that people who left quietly, who walked the field path without speaking, made it out. They sent letters from distant towns, found work in the city, built lives that didn't revolve around mud and harvest and the endless grinding sameness of the seasons. But people who left angry, who cursed the village or spoke their bitterness into the night, either came back broken or didn't come back at all. And when they didn't return, their names would appear in strange places, carved faintly into fence posts, scratched into the bark of the old oak by the well, woven somehow into the patterns of the straw in Wickerham's chest. Mara reaches the last fence and hesitates at the field path where muddy footprints lead out into darkness. The green lantern light behind her flickers, and in that flicker the effigy's woven ribs appear to shift, subtle, slow, like wind breathing through straw with intent rather than accident. She tries to tell herself it's just rain and tired eyes, that she's letting fear turn shadows into monsters. But the air feels charged with something older than weather, something that presses against her skin like the moment before lightning strikes. Each step closer to the path makes her thoughts sharpen, dragging up every small resentment she's carried. The way the village watches, always watching, eyes tracking from windows and doorways as if her life is a performance they're entitled to judge. The way it never forgets, how a mistake made at 15 still defines you at 25, how the past clings like mud on boots and never quite washes clean. The way it keeps people small, discouraging ambition, mocking dreams, insisting that the world beyond the fields is dangerous and cruel and not worth the risk of trying. A curse rises toward her mouth, an easy, bitter release. She wants to shout it, to let the village know exactly what she thinks of its narrow lanes and narrower minds, its petty hierarchies and endless gossip, its insistence that contentment is the same as happiness. The words gather on her tongue like rainwater pooling before it spills. You suffocated me. You made me small. You took the best years of my life and gave me nothing but mud and straw, and the promise of more of the same until I die. Yet the moment the curse nears her tongue, the lantern flames dip lower, greener, and the fields seem to lean in. The sound of rain changes, becomes less random, more rhythmic, like breathing or like listening. Mara hears a faint rustle from the crops that isn't the rain's doing, as if the stalks are waiting for a name, waiting for her to speak the bitterness aloud so they can claim it, wrap it in straw, feed it to the effigy that stands patient and smiling at the crop line. She glances toward Wickham despite herself, and the effigy looks unchanged at first. Tall, soaked, patient, smiling. Then the smile becomes the most frightening part, not because it grows, but because it feels newly aware. Rainwater runs down the carved mouth in thin lines that resemble drool, and the straw around the chest subtly tightens, the weave drawing in as though something inside is taking a breath. The fields begin to answer that breath. Stalks sway in a coordinated ripple that travels toward the path like a slow wave, each movement too deliberate to be wind, too purposeful to be chance. In the green lantern light, Mara sees faint thread-like lines between stalks, just enough to suggest stitching, as if the harvest could sew words into itself. The effigy's ribs shift again, clearer. Now, and the sound is delicate and intimate. Straw rubbing straw, like quiet laughter you can't quite locate. Mara realizes the village rule was never superstition. It was a safety measure against becoming part of the next season's growth, against having your name and your anger woven into the fields until you're nothing but a whisper in the crops, a cautionary tale told to children who dream of leaving. Her heart pounds so hard she can feel it in her throat. The bag slips from her shoulder and hits the mud with a soft thud. She wants to run, wants to turn back to the village and forget this foolish plan, wants to crawl into her small room and pretend she never tried to escape. But she also knows that turning back now would be worse than staying forever. The village would see her failure, would whisper about it, would add it to the long list of reasons why Mara is not quite right. Not quite like the rest of them. Not quite someone to be trusted with anything important. She remembers the simple instruction that has always been passed down without explanation. Before you cross the field path, lay down a small bundle of straw and silently forgive the place you're escaping. It isn't about kindness for the village's sake. It's about refusing to feed Wickham with spoken bitterness. Her grandmother explained it once in the last months before she died, her voice thin and careful as thread. The effigy doesn't want your love, she said. It wants your hate. It feeds on the words you wish you could say, the curses you swallow, the anger that rots inside you. If you give it those words, it will make them real. It will grow them in the fields and harvest them with your name attached. But if you forgive, really forgive, not just pretend, then there's nothing for it to hold, nothing to weave, nothing to remember. Mara kneels in the mud, hands trembling, and gathers a small bundle of wet straw from the ground near the fence, enough to be an offering, not enough to be a plea. The straw is cold and slick in her hands, and it smells like decay and earth and everything she's trying to leave behind. She places it carefully at the start of the path, as if setting down a burden, and for a moment she feels the weight of it. All the years she's spent angry, all the resentment she's nurtured like a crop of its own. Then she does the harder ritual. Forgiveness, without performance. Forgiveness without rewriting history. Forgiveness as a clean release of the grip the villagers held on her throat. She closes her eyes and forms the words inside her mind, keeping her mouth sealed like a jar. I forgive you for not understanding me. I forgive you for being small and afraid. I forgive you for making me feel like I was wrong to want more. I forgive you for the gossip, the judgment, the way you turned my mother into someone bitter and my father into someone who stopped trying. I forgive you for Marcus, for not saving him, for letting him die angry and alone. I forgive you for being exactly what you are, and I forgive myself for staying as long as I did. The words feel like stones being lifted from her chest, one by one. She didn't realize how heavy they were until she sets them down. The forgiveness isn't complete. There are still rough edges, still places where anger clings like burrs, but it's enough. It's real. It's not a performance for Wickerham or the village or anyone else. It's just her letting go, releasing the grip she's had on her own bitterness, because carrying it any further would be like carrying the village with her, like never really leaving at all. As she finishes, the green tint in the lantern steadies, and the field's waiting hush loosens slightly, as if a knot has been tested and found unworthy of tightening. The rain resumes its ordinary rhythm, no longer breathing or listening, just falling the way rain falls. The stalks sway with less coordination, becoming plants again rather than witnesses. Mara opens her eyes and sees that Wickerham remains at the crop line, still smiling, still soaked, but quieter, its ribs no longer tightening in obvious breaths. She stands and steps onto the field path, expecting the air to snap back into hunger. Instead, nothing happens. The path is just a path, muddy and dark, leading out through the fields toward the road that will take her to the next town, the next life, the next version of herself. Behind her, the village sits quiet under the rain, its lanterns burning low, its windows dark. No one watches her leave. No one calls her back. It's as if the village has already forgotten her, as if she was never really part of it to begin with. Mara feels the temptation to speak one final curse into the night, a last act of defiance, something to prove that she's not just slinking away but choosing to go, claiming her departure as her own. But the memory of the warning holds her steady. If you curse the village out loud, Wickerham will remember your words and the next. Harvest will grow them back with your name stitched into the stalks. So she walks in silence, letting the rain say what she refuses to. The path is longer than she expected, winding through fields that seem to stretch endlessly in the darkness, but she keeps walking, one foot in front of the other, her breath steady, her mind clearing with each step. As the path carries her farther, the lantern glow behind fades, and the green tint disappears, replaced by the simple darkness of open fields. Yet in the corner of her mind an image lingers, a carved smile that never rots, waiting for the next person who tries to leave with their mouth full of anger. She wonders who it will be. She wonders if they'll remember the warning, or if they'll shout their bitterness into the night and become part of the harvest, their name woven into straw, their voice lost among the whispers of the crops. The rain lessens as she reaches the road, and the sky begins to lighten in the east, turning from black to deep blue. Mara looks back once, just once, and sees the village in the distance, small and dark and already fading into memory. Wickerham is a shadow at the crop line, barely visible, but she knows it's there, always there, smiling and patient and waiting. She turns away and starts walking toward the dawn, toward whatever comes next, carrying nothing but her bag and the strange lightness of having forgiven a place that never asked for it. In the rain-dim fields behind her, straw whispers softly, and somewhere at the edge of the crops, a smile keeps listening for a name. The weeks that follow Mara's departure are ordinary in the way that village life is always ordinary. Small dramas played out in narrow spaces, gossip traded like currency, the slow turn of seasons marked by work and weather, and the occasional crisis that disrupts the rhythm before settling back into it. But underneath the ordinary, something shifts. People notice small things. The straw in Wickerham's chest seems looser, less tightly woven, as if it exhaled when Mara left and hasn't quite drawn breath again. The green tint in the lanterns appears less frequently, and when it does, it's fainter, almost nostalgic rather than hungry. In the tavern, where the men gather after the fields are tended, They talk about Mara's leaving the way they talk about everything, with a mix of judgment and envy, contempt and longing. She always thought she was better than us, says Thomas, whose father died in his sleep and left him the burden of the family farm. Too good for honest work, always reading those books and staring off like the fields weren't good enough for her. The others nod, but there's a hollowness to the agreement, as if they're repeating words they're supposed to say rather than words they believe. She made it out, though, says young Peter, who is barely 18 and already tired in the way that comes from knowing your life is decided before you've lived it. That's something, isn't it? How many people try to leave and don't make it past the fields? The question hangs in the air unanswered, because the answer is uncomfortable. Marcus, 3 years ago. Eleanor, 5 years before that. Others, further back, whose names are remembered only as warnings. She must have done it right, says the blacksmith, a man whose hands are scarred from years of working metal and whose eyes are scarred from years of working in a place that never changes. Laid down the straw, kept her mouth shut. Smart girl, for all her faults. He takes a long drink and stares into the fire, and the others see something in his face that makes them uncomfortable, a longing that he's usually better at hiding. In her small house at the edge of the village, Mara's mother sits by the window and stares out at the rain. She hasn't cried since Mara left, though she wants to. Crying would be a release, an admission of loss, and she's not ready for that yet. Instead, she holds the feeling inside, turning it, over like a stone, examining its weight and shape. She's angry at Mara for leaving without a proper goodbye, for slipping away in the night like a thief. But she's also proud, though she would never say it aloud, never give voice to the dangerous thought that her daughter had the courage to do what she never could. When she was young, Mara's mother had dreams too. She wanted to see the city, to wear dresses that weren't made from homespun cloth, to dance in ballrooms instead of barn dances, to fall in love with someone who saw her as more than a farmer's daughter. But her parents had been firm, and the village had been persuasive, and one day she woke up married to Mara's father, a good man who loved her in his way but never understood that love alone wasn't enough to make someone happy. She taught herself to be content, to find small pleasures in small things, to bury her dreams so deep that she almost forgot they existed. Almost, but not quite. And seeing Mara grow up had been like watching those buried dreams sprout against her will, blooming in her daughter's restless energy and sharp questions and refusal to accept that this was all there was. She had tried to warn Mara, tried to teach her to be content, tried to save her from the disappointment that comes from wanting things you can't have. But Mara had never learned that lesson, and now she was gone, and Mara's mother didn't know if she should grieve or celebrate, or simply sit by the window and wait for a letter that might never come. The rain continues for days, unusual even for the season. The fields grow waterlogged, and the villagers begin to worry about rot, about losing the harvest before it's even gathered. They gather in small groups to discuss drainage and prayers, and whether they should consult the old woman who lives at the far edge of the village and claims to know rituals that can turn the weather. But mostly they wait, because waiting is what village life teaches you to do. Wait for rain to stop, wait for crops to grow, wait for seasons to turn, wait for your life to begin or end or reveal some meaning that justifies all the waiting. At the crop line, Wickerham stands patient in the rain. Water runs down its woven body, pooling at its base, and the carved smile seems softer somehow, less sharp, as if whatever hunger drove it has been temporarily satisfied or temporarily forgotten. A few villagers walk past it on their way to the fields, and they feel the usual unease, the usual sense of being watched by something that has no eyes. But the fear is duller now, more habitual than immediate, and they go about their work without incident. In the fields, the crops whisper in the rain, their voices blending into a sound that is almost language but not quite, almost meaning but not quite. If you listened closely, you might hear fragments, names spoken softly, curses swallowed, grief turned to mulch and fed back into the soil, but no one listens that closely. The villagers have learned not to pay too much attention to the fields, not to wonder too hard about what grows there besides grain and vegetables, and the occasional surprise of wild flowers. They take what the harvest gives them and try not to think about what the harvest takes in return. 2 months after Mara leaves, a letter arrives at the village, carried by a merchant who passes through once a season with goods from the wider world. The letter is addressed to Mara's mother, and the handwriting is unmistakably her daughter's, careful and precise, with loops that suggest someone who learned to write by copying books rather than by necessity. Mara's mother holds the letter for a long time before opening it, as if the unopened envelope contains possibilities that the opened one will foreclose. When she finally breaks the seal and unfolds the paper, she reads, "Mother, I'm writing from Ashford, a town 3 days west of the village. I found work at a bookshop which pays enough for a small room and meals. The owner is an old woman named Iris who reminds me of grandmother, sharp and kind in equal measure, and fond of testing me with impossible questions. She says I have a good mind for books and might make a proper scholar if I apply myself. I know you're angry that I left without saying goodbye. I wanted to, but I was afraid that seeing you would make me stay, and I couldn't stay any more, Mother. I was dying there, slowly, in ways that don't leave marks but are dying nonetheless. I hope you can forgive me, though I understand if you can't. The world outside the village is not what they told us. It's bigger and stranger and sometimes frightening, but it's also full of things I never imagined. Yesterday I saw a woman painting in the street, her canvas propped against a fountain, and she was painting the sky in colours I didn't know existed. Purple and gold and a blue so deep it looked like you could fall into it. I stood there watching her for an hour and she didn't mind, and when she finished she gave me the painting. I've hung it on the wall of my room, and sometimes I stare at it and think about all the skies I never knew existed, because I was only looking at the one above the fields. I think about the village sometimes. I think about the rain and the lanterns and the way the crops whisper at night. I think about Wicker Hymn, and I'm glad I remembered the ritual, glad I laid down the straw and forgave in silence. I don't know if I believe in all the stories, but I'm not willing to test them. Some warnings are worth heeding even if you don't fully understand them. Tell Father I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye to him either. Tell him I'll write again when I'm more settled. And Mother, if you ever want to leave, if you ever feel like the village is too small and your life is too narrow, come find me. There's room here for you too if you want it. I know you probably won't, but I needed to say it anyway. With love, Mara's mother reads the letter 3 times, and each time she cries a little more, until the tears are falling freely and she doesn't bother to wipe them away. She cries for Mara, who had the courage to leave. She cries for herself, who never did. She cries for all the years she spent convincing herself that contentment was the same as happiness, that staying was the same as belonging, that the village was home rather than just the place where she happened to be trapped. When she's finished crying, she folds the letter carefully and tucks it into her apron pocket. Then she goes to the window and looks out at the fields, at Wicker Hymn standing patient at the crop line, at the lanterns burning low in the lanes. She thinks about Mara's invitation, "Come find me," and feels a dangerous hope blooming in her chest. It's too late for her, she tells herself. She's too old, too settled, too afraid. But even as she thinks it, she knows it's not entirely true. People leave at all ages. People start over. People forgive and let go, and step onto field paths in the dark. Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But someday, when the rain stops and the harvest is gathered and she's gathered enough courage, she might pack a small bag and walk toward the crop line and lay down her own bundle of straw. She might forgive the village for making her small, and forgive herself for staying small, and step onto the path that Mara walked. The thought terrifies her, but it also makes her feel more alive than she's felt in years. The rain finally stops in early autumn, and the harvest begins in earnest. The villagers move through the fields with scythes and baskets, cutting stalks and gathering grain, their movements practiced and efficient. The work is hard and the days are long, but there's a rhythm to it that people find comforting, a sense of purpose that comes from doing something necessary and ancient and connected to survival. Young Peter works alongside his father, cutting stalks near the crop line where Wicker Hymn stands. He's learned to ignore the effigy, to treat it as just another part of the landscape, but today he can't quite manage it. Every time he glances toward it, he sees the smile, and the smile seems to be watching him, waiting for something. He thinks about Mara, who escaped. He thinks about Marcus, who tried and failed. He wonders which one he'll be, if he ever finds the courage to try. "Stop staring at it," his father says, voice gruff but not unkind. "It's just straw and wood. Nothing to fear if you don't give it reason." "How do you know?" Peter asks, surprising himself with the question. "How do you know it's not more than that?" His father pauses in his work and wipes sweat from his forehead. He looks at Wickerham for a long moment, and Peter sees something in his face that might be fear or might be respect or might be something harder to name. "I don't know," his father admits. "But I know that people who leave angry don't make it far. And I know that people who leave quietly usually do. That's enough for me." "What if I wanted to leave?" Peter asks, the words tumbling out before he can stop them. "Would you let me?" His father's face hardens and Peter expects anger, expects a lecture about duty and family and the foolishness of young people who don't appreciate what they have. But instead his father just looks tired. "I tried to talk you out of it," he says finally. "Not because I want to keep you here, but because I'm afraid you'd go like Marcus did, angry and drunk and stupid. If you're going to leave, do it like Mara did. Quiet, clean, no curses, no bitterness. Just go." Peter nods, not trusting himself to speak. They return to their work, cutting stalks in silence, and the conversation hangs between them like smoke, invisible but present. That night, Peter lies in bed and thinks about field paths and bundles of straw, and the carved smile that waits at the crop line. He's not ready to leave yet. He's not sure he'll ever be ready, but knowing that his father would let him go, that the possibility exists makes the village feel less like a prison and more like a choice he's making day by day to stay. The harvest continues through autumn, and the village begins to prepare for winter. Grain is stored in barns, vegetables are pickled and preserved, animals are slaughtered and smoked. It's the same routine they follow every year, the same cycle of preparation and survival, and there's comfort in the sameness even as there's suffocation in it. People gather in the tavern to drink and tell stories, to complain about the weather and speculate about the next planting season, to remind each other of who they are and where they belong. One evening, the blacksmith gets drunk enough to talk about leaving. "I almost did it once," he says, his voice slurred but steady. "Years ago, before I inherited the forge. I packed a bag and walked to the crop line, and I stood there staring at Wickerham for an hour. I wanted to leave so badly I could taste it. But I couldn't do the ritual. I couldn't forgive the village for trapping me here, couldn't let go of the anger, so I turned around and came back, and I've been here ever since." "Why couldn't you forgive it?" Peter asks, leaning forward. The blacksmith laughs, but it's a bitter sound. "Because forgiving felt like lying. Felt like saying the village was right and I was wrong, that I should be content with what I had instead of wanting more. And I wasn't willing to lie, not even to myself, not even to escape." He drains his cup and stares into the empty bottom. "Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. Sometimes I think I should have just spoken my curses and let Wickerham take me. At least then I'd have gotten it over with instead of spending the rest of my life wondering what might have been." The tavern goes quiet, the kind of quiet that comes when someone speaks a truth that everyone recognises but no one wants to acknowledge. Then Thomas clears his throat and changes the subject, and the moment passes and the blacksmith stays drunk and bitter, and the night continues like all nights continue in the village, slowly, inevitably, until morning comes and the work begins again. Winter settles over the village like a held breath. The fields lie fallow under a thin blanket of snow, and Wickerham stands at the crop line, its straw body slowly whitening, its carved smile softening under layers of frost. The lanterns burn longer now, pushing back against the early darkness, but the green tint doesn't return. The village feels quieter in winter, smaller, more turned in on itself. People stay indoors when they can, huddled around fires, telling the same stories they've told for generations. Mara's mother receives another letter in midwinter, this one longer than the first. "Mother, winter here is different from village winters. The snow is deeper, but the streets are busier. People don't retreat indoors the way they do at home. Yesterday there was a festival in the square with musicians and dancers and food stalls selling things I've never tasted. I bought a pastry filled with spiced apples and ate it while watching the dancers, and for a moment I felt so happy I thought I might cry. Iris has been teaching me about books, not just how to sell them, but how to read them properly, how to see the patterns and arguments beneath the surface. She says I have a gift for it, that I should consider applying to the university in the capital. The idea terrifies me, Mother. The university is for people who are raised with books, who speak properly and know how to navigate social hierarchies I don't even understand. But Iris says that's exactly why I should try, that the university needs people who think differently, who come from places that aren't represented in the scholarship. I think about Father sometimes. and I wonder if he's angry with me. I dream about the village more often in winter. I think it's because the cold reminds me of those mornings when we'd wake up to frost on the windows and Father would already be out tending the animals. I miss him, even though we never talked much. I miss the way he'd hum while he worked, and the way his hands were always gentle despite being rough from labour. I don't miss the village, though, or I miss parts of it, the sound of rain on the barn roof, the smell of bread from the baker's, the way the morning light looked across the fields. But I don't miss the weight of it, the way it pressed down on me like a stone on my chest. I can breathe here, Mother. I can think. I can imagine futures that aren't just variations of the same narrow path. I hope you're well. I hope the winter isn't too harsh, and I hope you're thinking about my invitation. You could be happy here, I think, or at least less sad. With love, Mara's mother folds the letter and adds it to the small collection she started keeping in a drawer by her bed. She hasn't told anyone about the letters, not even Mara's father, who works the fields and comes home tired and falls asleep by the fire without asking questions. She knows she should share them, that he has a right to know his daughter is safe and thriving. But the letters feel private, sacred, like a secret conversation between women who understand the cost of staying and the courage of leaving. One night, when her husband is snoring softly in his chair and the house is quiet except for the crackle of the fire, she takes out the letters and reads them again, all of them in order. She reads about the bookshop and the painting and the festival and the university. She reads about Mara breathing freely and thinking clearly and imagining futures. And as she reads, she feels the dangerous hope growing stronger, putting down roots, becoming harder to ignore. She's 53 years old, not young, but not old either. She could have another 20 years, maybe 30 if she's lucky. Does she want to spend them all in the village, watching seasons turn and neighbours gossip and nothing ever really changing? Does she want to die here, in the same bed where she's slept for 30 years, having never seen the city or tasted spiced apples, or watched dancers in a winter square? The answer, when it comes, is quiet but certain. No, she doesn't want that. She wants more. She wants to see Mara again, wants to meet Iris and visit the bookshop and stand in front of that painting of impossible skies. She wants to try, even if trying means failing, even if the world outside the village is harsh and unwelcoming and nothing like Mara's letters suggest. At least she'll have tried. At least she'll know. She doesn't leave that night, or the next night, or even the next week. But she starts preparing in small ways, setting aside a little money, mending her best dress, writing a letter to Mara that says, "I'm thinking about it, truly thinking about it." And one day, when spring comes and the fields begin to thaw and the path to the cropline is clear, she'll gather her courage and her small bag and walk toward Wickerham to perform a ritual she's heard about her entire life, but never truly believed she'd need. Spring arrives slowly, reluctantly, as if winter is unwilling to release its grip. The snow melts in patches, revealing muddy ground and the first brave shoots of green. The villagers begin preparing for planting season, checking tools and seeds, arguing about which fields to use and which to let rest. It's the same routine as every year, but this year it feels different to Mara's mother, because this year she knows it might be the last time she participates in it. She hasn't told her husband yet. She's not sure how to tell him, how to explain that she needs to leave without making it sound like a rejection of their entire life together. He's a good man, kind in his way, and he loves her even if he doesn't always know how to show it. But he's also rooted here in a way she's never been, content with the sameness, comfortable with the narrow scope of village life. She doesn't think he'll understand, but she hopes he won't try to stop her. One evening in early spring, she finally finds the courage to speak. They're sitting by the fire after dinner, the dishes washed and put away, the house quiet except for the sound of rain starting again outside. "I've been thinking about visiting Mara," she says, keeping her voice casual, as if it's a small thing, barely worth mentioning. Her husband looks up from the piece of wood he's been carving. "Visit? Just for a little while, a week, maybe 2. I'd like to see where she's living, meet the woman she works for, make sure she's really doing as well as her letters say." He sets down the carving and looks at her, really looks at her, in a way he hasn't in years. "You want to leave?" It's not a question, and she can't lie to him, not about this. "Yes," she says. "I want to leave. Maybe just to visit. Maybe for longer. I haven't decided yet." The silence that follows is heavy and complicated. She can see him working through it, trying to understand, trying not to be hurt. "Is it because of me?" he asks finally. "No," she says, and it's mostly true. "It's because of me. Because I've spent my whole life here and I want to know what else exists. Because I'm tired of being afraid. Because Mara had the courage to go and I want to have that courage too before it's too late." "What about the farm? The animals? He gestures vaguely at the house, the life they've built together. "You'll manage," she says gently. "You always do. And maybe I'll come back. I don't know. But I need to try." He nods slowly, and she can see him accepting it, even though it hurts. Even though it means being alone in ways he never expected. "When?" he asks. "Soon. When the rain stops and the roads are dry enough to travel." They don't talk about it again that night, but the conversation has changed something between them, opened a space that can't be closed. In the days that follow, she prepares more openly, packing a bag, writing letters, telling neighbours she's going to visit her daughter. Some of them nod knowingly, as if they expected this. Others look shocked, scandalised that a woman her age would consider leaving her husband and her home. She ignores them all and focuses on the practical details. Which road to take, where to stop for the night, how to find Ashford once she's out of familiar territory. The rain stops one morning in mid-spring, and the sun breaks through the clouds with a brightness that feels like permission. Mara's mother wakes early, dresses carefully, and picks up her bag. Her husband is already awake, standing in the kitchen with a cup of tea and a look on his face that might be sadness, or might be resignation, or might be something more complicated. "Be safe," he says. "I will. And if you decide to come back, you'll be here," she finishes. "I know." They embrace briefly, awkwardly, and then she's out the door and walking down the lane toward the crop line. The village is quiet at this hour, most people still asleep or just beginning to stir. She passes the baker's shop and the blacksmith's forge and the tavern where her husband used to drink before they were married. She passes the houses where she's lived her entire life, where she raised Mara and buried her parents and learned to make peace with disappointment. At the crop line, Wickerham stands patient in the morning light. Its straw body looks older than she remembers, more weathered, though the carved smile remains sharp and unsettling. She approaches it slowly, feeling the weight of the ritual ahead of her, the importance of getting it right. She's watched people leave before, has seen them perform the ritual or fail to perform it, has heard the stories about what happens when you curse the village aloud. She kneels in the damp grass and gathers a small bundle of straw from the ground near Wickerham's base. The straw is dry and brittle, and it crackles in her hands like tiny bones breaking. She places it carefully at the start of the field path, and then she closes her eyes and begins the work of forgiveness. It's harder than she expected. The village has shaped her entire life, has been the frame around every choice she's made or failed to make, and forgiving it feels like forgiving fate itself, forgiving the circumstances that kept her small and afraid. But she works through it, layer by layer. "I forgive you for making me believe there was only one right way to live. I forgive you for the gossip and judgment and narrow certainty. I forgive you for being the place where my dreams went to die. I forgive you for not being enough, and I forgive myself for pretending you were." The words form in her mind, silent and deliberate, and with each one she feels something releasing, some grip loosening its hold on her heart. It's not complete forgiveness. There are still resentments that cling, still anger that hasn't fully dissolved. But it's enough. It's real. It's her choosing to let go of the bitterness that would otherwise follow her, that would poison whatever new life she tries to build. When she opens her eyes, the morning feels brighter, clearer, as if a veil has been lifted. She stands and picks up her bag and steps onto the field path without looking back. Behind her, Wickerham stands patient and quiet, its smile unchanged, its ribs holding whatever secrets they've always held. The fields whisper softly in the breeze, but it's just wind through crops, nothing more, nothing less. The path leads her out past the fields and onto the road that winds west toward Ashford. She walks steadily, not fast but not slow, and with each step the village grows smaller behind her, until it's just a collection of rooftops and smoke from breakfast fires, until it's just a memory that she can carry or set down as she chooses. The sun rises higher, warming the air, and birds begin to sing in the trees that line the road. She thinks about Mara, who walked this same road 2 seasons ago. She thinks about the bookshop and the painting of impossible skies, and the daughter who had the courage to leave before bitterness made her cruel. She thinks about her husband alone in their house and feels a pang of guilt that she pushes aside, not because the guilt isn't real, but because carrying it would defeat the purpose of leaving. By midday, the village is out of sight, hidden behind hills and distance, and Mara's mother allows herself to feel something she hasn't felt in years: hope. Not the dangerous kind that bloomed when she read Mara's letters, but a quieter, steadier kind. The hope that comes from finally taking action, from choosing movement over stagnation. She doesn't know what she'll find in Ashford. She doesn't know if she'll stay there or come back or go somewhere else entirely. But for now, it's enough to be walking, to be free, to be someone who had the courage to perform the ritual and step onto the path without cursing the place she left behind. Behind her, in the rain-dim fields that are already beginning to dry in the spring sun, straw whispers softly, and somewhere at the edge of the crops, a smile keeps listening for a name. But the name it hears today is spoken in forgiveness, not anger, and so the fields let it pass, let it fade into the distance, let it become part of someone else's story instead of part of the harvest. The cycle continues, patient and persistent, waiting for the next person who approaches the crop line with bitterness in their mouth and a choice to make about whether to speak it aloud or swallow it down and walk free. The village remains, as villages do, constant and changing in small increments, shaped by the people who stay and haunted by the people who leave. And Wickerham stands at the crop line, woven from last season's straw and this season's fear, smiling its carved smile, listening with its woven ribs, remembering names and curses and the exact weight of anger spoken into the dark. It will stand there through summer and fall and winter and spring again, patient as only something that isn't quite alive and isn't quite dead can be patient, waiting for the moment when someone forgets the warning and feeds it the bitterness it hungers for. And when that moment comes, as it always eventually does, the fields will whisper a new name, and the next harvest will grow with fresh threads woven into the stalks, and the cycle will continue, endless and inevitable, until someone finds a way to break it, or until the world forgets that villages like this ever existed. The road to Ashford winds through country that Mara's mother has never seen, though it's only 3 days west of the village that contained her entire life. The landscape shifts gradually from the flat farming plains she knows to rolling hills dotted with scattered homesteads, then to deeper valleys where streams run cold and clear over smooth stones. She stops at a farmhouse the first night, trading work for a meal and a place to sleep in the barn, and the family who owns it asks where she's headed, with a curiosity that feels genuine rather than invasive. Ashford, she tells them, to see my daughter. The farmer's wife nods approvingly. Good town, Ashford. Big enough to have opportunities, small enough to know your neighbours. Your daughter's lucky to have landed there. Mara's mother smiles and doesn't correct the assumption that luck had anything to do with it. She eats the simple stew they offer, thanks them for their kindness, and lies awake in the barn loft listening to unfamiliar sounds. The hoot of an owl she doesn't recognise, the rustle of some animal in the rafters, the distant bark of a dog that isn't one of the village mutts she's known for decades. The strangeness of it thrills her in a way she didn't expect, as if her senses are waking up after years of dormancy. The second day of walking brings her to a proper town, not Ashford yet, but a market town where people gather to trade goods from surrounding farms. She walks through the market square, overwhelmed by the noise and colour and sheer variety of things for sale. Fabric in patterns she's never imagined. Tools with purposes she can't guess. Food from regions she's only heard mentioned in passing. A woman sells honey in glass jars that catch the light like amber. A man demonstrates a mechanical device that shells peas with remarkable efficiency. Children run between the stalls, laughing and shouting, and no one seems to know everyone else's business the way they do in the village. She buys bread and cheese from a vendor, counting out coins carefully, aware of how little money she has and how far it needs to stretch. The vendor, an old man with kind eyes, notices her hesitation. First time in town. Is it that obvious? He grins. Only to someone who's been watching travellers for 40 years. You have that look. Part wonder, part terror. It fades after a while. Where are you headed? Ashford, to my daughter. Good choice. Another day's walk, maybe less if you keep a steady pace. There's an inn on the North Road where they'll give you a fair price for a room if you need one. Tell them old Marcus sent you. He pauses. Not that Marcus from your village, I'd wager. Different Marcus, common name. She thanks him and moves on, but the mention of Marcus, even a different Marcus, sends a chill through her. She thinks about the Marcus from her village, the one who cursed his way into the fields and never came out whole. She wonders if he knew what he was risking, or if the anger had consumed him so completely that he couldn't see any other choice. She wonders if she would have ended up like him, if she'd tried to leave when she was younger, when the bitterness was fresh and sharp instead of worn smooth by years of resignation. That night she stays at the inn old Marcus mentioned, and it costs more than she'd like, but less than she feared. The room is small and clean, with a window that overlooks the street, and she lies in the unfamiliar bed watching shadows move across the ceiling, and thinking about her husband alone in their house. She hopes he's eating properly. She hopes he's not too lonely. But mostly she hopes he understands, or will come to understand, that leaving wasn't about him, but about her, about the life she never got to live, and the time running out to claim it. Sleep comes in fragments, interrupted by the sounds of the inn, footsteps in the hallway, voices from the room next door, the creak of old wood settling. But when she does sleep, she dreams of the village, of Wickerham standing patient at the crop line, of fields whispering in languages she almost understands. In the dream, the effigy turns its head to watch her walking away, and its smile widens just slightly, and she wakes with her heart pounding and the certain knowledge that she made the right choice, by performing the ritual, by forgiving instead of cursing. The third day brings her finally to Ashford. She sees it from a hilltop in late afternoon, a town larger than anywhere she's been, spread across both sides of a river, with stone buildings and church spires and streets that grid out in orderly patterns. Smoke rises from chimneys, and she can hear the faint sound of bells marking the hour. The sight of it makes her nervous and excited in equal measure. This is where Mara has built a new life, where her daughter has become someone the village would barely recognise. She enters the town through the main gate, though gate is generous. It's more of an archway that marks the boundary between countryside and settlement. No one stops her or asks her business. People flow in and out freely, carrying baskets and driving carts, going about their lives with a purposefulness that suggests they know exactly where they belong. She feels conspicuous in her homespun dress and worn boots, convinced that everyone can tell she's an outsider, a woman from nowhere, someone who doesn't understand how towns work, but no one pays her particular attention. A few people nod politely as they pass. A child nearly runs into her, apologises breathlessly and keeps running. A man asks if she needs directions, and when she explains she's looking for a bookshop run by a woman named Iris, he points her down a street lined with shops and says, 3 blocks down, on the left. You can't miss it, has a blue door and a sign with a painted book. She follows his directions, her heart beating faster with each step. The street is busy with afternoon shoppers, and she passes a bakery that smells like heaven, a tailor's shop with dresses displayed in the window, a tobacconist, a butcher, a general store. And then she sees it, a shop with a blue door and a wooden sign that shows an open book with words painted across its pages in elegant script. The sign reads, Iris and Company, Booksellers. Mara's mother stands outside for a moment, gathering her courage. What if Mara isn't happy to see her? What if she's intruding on her daughter's new life, bringing village complications into a space Mara has carefully built free of them? But before she can spiral too far into doubt, the blue door opens and Mara steps out, and the look on her daughter's face, shock melting instantly into joy, answers every question. Mother, Mara breathes, and then they're embracing on the street, holding each other tightly while passers-by navigate around them with amused tolerance. Mara pulls back, finally studying her mother's face as if to confirm she's real. I can't believe you came. I didn't think... I hoped, but I didn't think. I left 3 days ago, her mother says. I did the ritual. I laid down the straw and forgave in silence, just like you must have done. Mara's eyes well with tears. Did father? Is he... He's fine. Sad, but understanding. Or trying to understand, anyway. She touches Mara's face, noting how her daughter looks different. Not in obvious ways, but in the set of her shoulders, the clearness of her gaze, the way she holds herself like someone who belongs in the world, rather than someone apologising for taking up space. You look happy. I am, Mara says simply. Come inside. You have to meet Iris, and I'll show you the shop, and... Oh, Mother! There's so much to show you. The bookshop is everything Mara's letters suggested and more. Books line the walls from floor to ceiling, their spines creating a tapestry of colours and titles, in languages both familiar and foreign. The air smells like paper and leather and something else, something that Mara's mother eventually identifies as possibility, the scent of knowledge waiting to be discovered. Iris emerges from behind a counter, a woman perhaps 70 years old, with silver hair pulled into a bun, and eyes that are sharp and assessing but not unkind. "So you're Mara's mother," Iris says, extending a hand. "She's told me about you. Welcome to Ashford." They shake hands, and Mara's mother feels herself being evaluated in that brief contact, measured against some internal standard. She must pass the test because Iris smiles and says, "You have the same look she did when she first arrived, like you've been holding your breath for years and finally remembered how to exhale. Stay as long as you like. Mara can show you the town, introduce you to people. We have a room above the shop that's sitting empty if you need a place to stay while you get your bearings." "I couldn't impose." "It's not an imposition if I'm offering," Iris says firmly. "Besides, Mara works better when she's happy, and having you here will make her happy. Consider it a business decision." She returns to the counter, effectively ending the conversation, and Mara grins at her mother's startled expression. "She's like that," Mara whispers. "Direct but kind underneath. She offered me the room when I first arrived too, wouldn't take no for an answer. I lived there for 2 months before I could afford a place of my own." The room above the shop is small but comfortable, with a bed and a dresser and a window that overlooks the street. Mara helps her mother settle in, carrying up her bag and pointing out where things are. The wash basin, the extra blankets, the lamp that sometimes needs coaxing to light properly. Then they sit on the bed together, and Mara asks the question her mother has been dreading. How was it? The leaving. "Terrifying," her mother admits. "I almost turned back a dozen times on the walk to the cropline. But I kept thinking about your letters, about the painting you described and the festival and the university. And I thought, if I don't try now, I never will. I'll die in that village having never seen anything else, having never known if I could be someone different." Mara takes her mother's hand. "Did anyone try to stop you? Your father was sad, but he understood. Or said he did, which amounts to the same thing. The neighbours gossiped, I'm sure, but I didn't stay long enough to hear it. And Wicker him—" She trails off, remembering the ritual, the bundle of straw, the forgiveness she spoke in silence. "Did it move?" Mara asks quietly. "When you laid down the straw?" "I don't know. I kept my eyes closed during the forgiveness, and when I opened them and stepped onto the path, I didn't look back. I was too afraid of what I might see, or what might make me lose my courage." She squeezes Mara's hand. "But I made it. We both made it." They talk through the afternoon and into the evening, catching up on months of separation that letters couldn't fully bridge. Mara tells her mother about the bookshop's regular customers, the professor who special orders philosophy texts, the young couple who come in every week to browse poetry, the children who save their coins to buy adventure stories. She talks about Iris's sharp wit and generous heart, about learning to recommend books to strangers, about discovering that she has opinions on literature that people actually want to hear. Mara's mother tells her daughter about the village gossip, who's courting whom, which crops did well last season, the ongoing dispute about whether to repair the old bridge or build a new one. But even as she recounts these details, she's aware of how small they sound, how provincial and petty compared to the life Mara has built. The village that consumed her entire world for 5 decades has shrunk to the size of an anecdote, barely worth the time it takes to tell. That night, Mara takes her mother to a tavern near the river, a place nothing like the dim, smoky room where the village men gather to drink. This tavern is bright and bustling, with music from a fiddle player in the corner and laughter that sounds genuine rather than mean-spirited. They eat fish stew and fresh bread, and Mara introduces her mother to people she knows. A baker named Thomas, not the Thomas from the village, a different one, a woman named Claire who teaches at the school, a young man named David who works at the mill and has a talent for drawing. The conversations flow easily, touching on everything from the weather to politics to a new play that's coming to town next month. Mara's mother mostly listens, overwhelmed by the casual intellectualism of it, the way these people discuss ideas and argue points without anger, without the undercurrent of resentment that poisoned every village debate. She watches Mara laugh and joke and hold her own in discussions about books and current events, and she feels a fierce pride mixed with a painful regret that it took her so long to let her daughter go, to support this transformation instead of fighting it. Walking back to the bookshop under stars that look the same as the village stars but somehow brighter, Mara asks, "Do you think you'll stay? In Ashford, I mean, or will you go back?" is the question Mara's mother has been asking herself since she left. "I don't know yet," she says honestly. "Part of me feels guilty for leaving your father. Part of me is terrified that I won't fit in here, that I'm too old and too set in my ways to build a new life. But another part of me," she pauses, searching for words, "another part of me feels more alive than I have in 30 years, like I've been sleeping and just woke up. Does that make sense?" "Perfect sense," Mara says. "That's exactly how I felt when I first arrived. The terror and the aliveness all mixed together, pulling in opposite directions." She links her arm through her mother's. "Stay for a while at least. Give yourself time to figure out what you want without the pressure of deciding immediately." Iris meant what she said about the room. You can stay as long as you need. Over the following weeks, Mara's mother begins to build a routine in Ashford. She helps in the bookshop, dusting shelves and organising stock, learning the peculiar logic of how books are categorised and where customers expect to find certain topics. Iris teaches her to make simple repairs, rebinding loose pages, mending torn covers, and she discovers she has a knack for the delicate work, the patience required to fix things without damaging them further. She explores the town in her free hours, walking streets that become gradually familiar, learning which shops offer the best prices and which ones overcharge outsiders. She finds a market near the river where farmers sell vegetables, and she haggles with them the way she would have in the village, surprised and pleased when they respect her skill at negotiation rather than taking offence. She visits the church, not for religious reasons but because the building is beautiful, and the priest welcomes visitors with tea and conversation that doesn't require belief as a prerequisite. And slowly, carefully, she begins to make friends. Claire, the schoolteacher, invites her to a gathering of women who meet weekly to discuss books, not the light romances the village women whispered about, but serious literature that challenges and provokes. Mara's mother attends tentatively, afraid she won't understand the discussions, but finds instead that her observations, rooted in lived experience rather than academic training, offer perspectives the others hadn't considered. Thomas the baker, who reminds her of her husband in some ways, quiet, steady, kind, offers her work a few mornings a week, kneading dough and shaping loaves. The physical labour grounds her, connects her to something familiar, and the smell of baking bread becomes a bridge between her old life and her new one. Thomas doesn't pry into her history, doesn't ask why a woman her age left her home, just treats her as someone competent and worth knowing. But even as she settles into this new rhythm, she thinks about the village constantly. She wonders how her husband is managing, whether he's eating properly or just surviving on whatever he can grab quickly between farm chores. She wonders if anyone misses her, or if her absence has simply been absorbed into the village's ongoing story, a piece of gossip that burned hot for a week and then faded into background noise. She writes him a letter, finally, 2 months after arriving in Ashford. "Dear husband, I'm writing from Mara's town. The journey was long but safe, and I'm staying in a room above the bookshop where she works. Mara is well, better than well. She's thriving here in ways I couldn't have imagined. The woman who owns the shop has taken us both under her wing, teaching Mara about books and me about binding and repair work. I know I left suddenly, and I know it must have been hard for you. I'm sorry for that. But I'm not sorry for leaving. I needed to see if there was something else, something beyond the village and the farm and the life we built together. And there is. There's so much more, and I'm only just beginning to understand how much I missed by staying so long. I don't know if I'll come back. I might, or I might not. I need more time to figure out who I am when I'm not just someone's wife, someone's mother, someone who lives in that village. Please don't wait for me to decide. Live your life, tend the farm, maybe find someone to help you, to share the work in the evenings. You deserve companionship, even if it's not with me. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can understand. And I hope, someday, you might even be proud of me for having the courage to leave. With affection and regret, your wife." She sends the letter and immediately regrets the distance in it, the formality of "dear husband" instead of his name, the careful way she avoided promising anything while also not closing the door completely. But she doesn't write another one, doesn't try to soften the message because softening it would be dishonest. This is where she is, uncertain, guilty, alive, refusing to apologise for the aliveness even as she acknowledges the cost of it. His reply comes 3 weeks later, and his handwriting, rough and unpractised since he rarely writes anything longer than a note about livestock sales, makes her throat tighten. Wife, your letter arrived yesterday. I've read it 5 times now, trying to understand it, trying not to be angry. I am angry some, but I'm also trying to understand like you asked. The farm is managing. Peter from down the road comes by some mornings to help with the heavy work, and I pay him what I can. The house is quiet without you. I noticed that more than I expected. Not just your voice, but the small sounds, the way you hummed while cooking, the way the floorboards creaked in your familiar patterns. The house feels like it's waiting for you to come back, and I don't know how to tell it you might not. I won't lie and say I hope you stay in Ashford. I hope you come home. But I also hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. You deserve that, I suppose. You gave me 30 good years, raised Mara into someone strong and brave, kept the household running even when things were hard. Maybe you've earned the right to be selfish now. Be safe. Be well. And if you do decide to come back, the door will be open. I can promise that much. Your husband Mara's mother folds the letter carefully and tucks it into the drawer where she keeps Mara's letters. This small collection of paper that represents everyone she loves and everything she's left behind. She cries quietly that night, not from regret, but from the complicated grief of choosing yourself when choosing yourself means hurting people who don't deserve to be hurt. Her husband is a good man. He loves her. But love alone was never enough to make the village feel like home, and staying for love alone would have been a different kind of dying. The seasons turn, as they always do. Summer brings heat to Ashford, the kind of dry warmth that's different from village summers with their thick humidity and afternoon storms. The river runs low and children splash in the shallows while adults seek shade. Mara's mother learns to swim, or tries to at least, under Mara's patient instruction, and the feeling of water holding her weight, of floating instead of sinking, becomes a metaphor she returns to again and again. This is what leaving feels like, terrifying at first, requiring trust in something you can't control, but eventually, if you relax into it, surprisingly buoyant. Iris begins teaching her to read more seriously. Not just simple texts, but the kind of complex books that line the shop's shelves. Mara's mother has always been able to read, learned from her own mother, in those rare quiet moments between chores, but her education was practical. Recipes, invoices, the occasional letter. She never read for pleasure, never considered that books could be anything other than tools for navigating necessity. But Iris hands her a novel one afternoon and says, "Read this. We'll discuss it next week." The book is about a woman who disguises herself as a man to fight in a war, and the story grabs Mara's mother in ways she didn't expect. She stays up late reading by lamplight, fascinated by this fictional woman's courage, her willingness to risk everything for something she believed in. When she and Iris discuss it, she finds herself arguing passionately about the characters' choices, defending them against Iris's skeptical questions, and realizes halfway through that she's defending herself as much as the character. "You see it now, don't you?" Iris says, smiling. "Why books matter, why they're dangerous. They show us possibilities we might never have imagined otherwise. They give us permission to want things, to question things, to believe we could be someone other than who we've always been." "Is that why the village never had a bookshop?" Mara's mother asks. "Because they were afraid of what people might imagine?" "Probably," Iris says. "Most small places are afraid of imagination. It's easier to keep people in line when they can't envision alternatives." The conversation stays with Mara's mother for days afterward. She thinks about all the years she spent in the village, accepting limitations she never questioned, believing that her life was simply what life was supposed to be. She thinks about Wickerham, that strange effigy at the crop line, and wonders if it's really about preventing people from cursing the village, or if it's about something deeper, about making the act of leaving so fraught with danger and ritual that most people never try, never even let themselves think about trying. Autumn comes, painting the trees in colours the village never quite achieved, deeper reds, more brilliant golds, purples that seem almost unnatural. Mara's mother walks through the changing landscape and feels the seasons differently here, less as markers of agricultural cycles, and more as their own kind of beauty, worthy of attention for their own sake. She picks up fallen leaves and presses them in books, a habit she would have mocked as frivolous a year ago but now embraces as a small act of preserving wonder. One October afternoon, a traveller arrives at the bookshop looking for Mara. He's young, maybe 22, with the worn boots and wary expression of someone who's walked a long way. When Mara comes downstairs from organising inventory, he introduces himself as Peter. Peter from the village, who used to work the fields with his father and who asked his father once what would happen if he left. "I remembered you," he tells Mara, "how you left and made it out. I watched you walk to the crop line that night from my window. I saw you do the ritual, saw you place the straw and stand there in silence, and I thought, if she can do it, maybe I can too." Mara embraces him, surprised and moved. "You made it. Peter, you actually made it." "Barely," he admits. "I almost cursed them, almost shouted everything I wanted to say, how small they made me feel, how trapped, how certain they were that leaving was the same as failing. But I remembered watching you, remembered your silence, and I swallowed it all down. Did the forgiveness part even though it felt like lying?" He pauses. "Does it get easier, being away from it?" "Yes and no," Mara says honestly. "You stop thinking about it every day. You build a new life, new routines, new people who don't know your history. But sometimes you'll smell something or hear something, and you'll be right back there standing at the crop line with that effigy smiling at you. The village never completely lets go. You just learn to hold it differently." Peter stays in Ashford. Mara helps him find work at the mill, and he rents a small room near the river. Sometimes the three of them, Mara, her mother and Peter, sit together in the tavern and talk about the village in the way that exiles talk about their homelands, with complicated mixtures of affection and resentment, nostalgia and relief. They trade stories about specific people and specific incidents, and in the telling they exercise some of the village's power over them, turn it from a living presence into a set of memories that can be examined and understood and filed away. Winter approaches, and Mara's mother realises she's been in Ashford for nearly a year. She's 54 now, her hair greyer than when she left, her hands more calloused from bookbinding work, but also steadier, more confident in their movements. She looks in the mirror one morning and sees someone she barely recognises, not because she's changed so dramatically in appearance, but because the expression on her face is different. She looks like someone who makes choices rather than someone who accepts fate. She writes another letter to her husband. "I'm not coming back, not permanently. I might visit someday, when enough time has passed that seeing the village won't feel like stepping back into a prison, but I've built a life here, and I'm not willing to give it up. I'm sorry if that hurts you. I'm sorry I wasn't brave enough to say it clearly in my first letter, but I'm not sorry for staying. I hope you're well. I hope you found peace with my leaving, or at least acceptance. You're a good man, and you deserve happiness even if it's not with me." His reply when it comes is brief. "I understand, or I'm trying to. The door is still open if you change your mind, but I'm not waiting anymore. There's a widow from the next village who's been helping with the house. Nothing romantic, just practical. But maybe it will become something. Maybe I deserve that too. Be well." She cries when she reads it, but the tears are clean, uncomplicated by guilt. He's moving forward. She's moving forward. They're releasing each other, finally, from obligations that were always more about duty than desire. It's sad, but it's also right, and she's learned that sometimes rightness and sadness can coexist without contradiction. More people arrive from the village over the following year. Not many. The village still holds most of its people through fear and habit, and the simple inertia of having always been there. But a few brave souls make the journey. A young woman who wants to study medicine, an older man whose wife died and left him with no reason to stay, a couple of teenagers who walk the field path together, laying down their bundles of straw and forgiving in tandem, emerging on the other side, holding hands and grinning with the wild relief of having escaped. They find each other in Ashford and other towns, these refugees from the village, and they form a loose community bound not by geography, but by shared understanding. They know what it means to stand at the crop line and feel Wickerham watching. They know the weight of forgiveness performed under duress, the terror of wondering if the ritual will be enough. They know the strange guilt of surviving when others didn't, of making it out when Marcus and Elena and countless others became part of the harvest. Sometimes they talk about going back together, staging some kind of intervention, warning the people who remain about the truth of Wickerham and the village's manipulation. but they never do, because deep down, they know that the people who are still there either can't leave or don't want to, and forcing enlightenment on someone who isn't ready for it is just another kind of cruelty. The village will persist as long as it needs to, until enough people leave that it collapses under the weight of its own emptiness, or until it changes into something different, something less afraid of imagination and departure. Mara's mother celebrates her 55th birthday in Ashford, surrounded by people who barely knew her a year ago, but who have become more like family than many of her blood relatives ever were. Mara bakes a cake, lopsided and slightly burned, but made with love, and they eat it in the room above the bookshop while Iris tells stories about the various disasters that have befallen birthday cakes over the years. Peter brings flowers from the market, and Claire the schoolteacher brings a book of poetry that she thinks Mara's mother will appreciate. It's a small celebration, nothing elaborate, but it's hers in a way that village birthdays never were. Those were always community events, marked by obligations and expectations, by having to share cake with neighbours you didn't particularly like, and accept gifts that came with strings attached. This is different. This is chosen. These people care about her not because they're obligated to, or because they've known her forever, but because they've chosen to know her, to see her, to make space for her in their lives. That night, lying in bed and listening to the sounds of Ashford settling into sleep, so different from village sounds, but equally familiar now, she thinks about forgiveness and what it really means. She forgave the village that morning at the crop. Lina spoke the words silently and meant them as much as she was capable of meaning them. But she's come to understand that forgiveness isn't a one-time event, something you perform and then it's done forever. It's a practice, a choice you have to keep making, especially when memory tries to turn nostalgia into regret or bitterness into righteousness. She forgives the village again now, more completely than she could have then. She forgives it for being small and afraid and for teaching her to be small and afraid. She forgives it for the years she lost, the dream she buried, the person she might have been if she'd left sooner. But she also thanks it, silently, for giving her Mara, for teaching her resilience, for eventually pressing down so hard that she had no choice but to push back or be crushed completely. And she forgives herself, for staying too long, for leaving too late, for the husband she loved but not enough, for all the ways she failed to be brave until bravery was the only option left. Self-forgiveness is harder than forgiving others, she's learning. It requires acknowledging that you did the best you could with what you knew at the time, even when the best you could do wasn't very good, even when it hurt people, even when it wasted years that can never be recovered. But she's trying. Every day she's trying, and that she's come to believe is enough. The years pass, Mara applies to the university and is accepted, shocking everyone, including herself. She studies literature and history, coming home during breaks with her mind full of new ideas and her bag full of books that she and her mother read together, arguing about interpretations and meanings late into the night. Iris grows older but no less sharp, eventually trusting Mara's mother to run the bookshop for days at a time while she rests. Peter meets someone, a teacher from the school who loves his quiet steadiness and doesn't care that he came from nowhere, that his past is something he rarely discusses. They marry in a small ceremony by the river, and Mara's mother cries through the whole thing, thinking about all the village weddings she attended where the couples looked resigned rather than joyful, where marriage was more about consolidating property and meeting expectations than about love. The village, when they hear news of it, is changing too. Slowly, reluctantly, but changing nonetheless. Enough people have left that the ones who remain can't maintain the same level of surveillance and judgment. The fields are struggling, crops failing more often than they used to, and some people whisper that Wickerham is weakening, that its power came from the weight of everyone's collective fear and resentment, and with so many people gone, there's not enough to feed it. Others say that's nonsense, that Wickerham is just straw and wood and superstition, that the failing crops have more to do with poor farming practices and changing weather patterns than with any curse or magic. But either way, the grip of fear loosens, and a few brave souls start talking about removing the effigy altogether, burning it, and planting something new in its place. Mara hears this news from another refugee who arrives in Ashford, and she feels a complex mixture of emotions. Part of her wants Wickerham destroyed, wants the village freed from its influence. But another part of her understands that the effigy was never really the problem. It was just a symbol of the village's fear, a physical manifestation of the emotional manipulation that kept people trapped. Destroying the symbol won't destroy the underlying pattern unless the people themselves choose to change. "Do you ever regret leaving?" the new refugee asks Mara one evening. They're sitting by the river watching the sunset, and the question hangs in the air like the last light on the water. "Never," Mara says immediately. Then she reconsiders. "That's not entirely true. I regret the pain it caused my mother, the years she spent afraid to follow me. I regret that it took my father so long to understand. I regret that Marcus didn't make it out, that he died angry and alone. But I don't regret the leaving itself. I only regret that it had to be so hard that the village made it a choice between staying forever or escaping through a ritual designed to punish you even as it lets you go." The refugee nods, understanding. "I keep thinking about the people still there. My parents, my siblings. I want to rescue them, but I know I can't. They have to want to leave. They have to perform their own rituals, forgive their own grudges. I can't do it for them." "No," Mara agrees. "You can't. But you can be here, building a life that proves it's possible, that shows them there's something worth leaving for. Sometimes that's the best rescue you can offer, becoming living proof that the villagers' warnings were lies." Mara's mother, now 58, has become something of a fixture in Ashford. People know her as the woman who works at the bookshop, who can repair almost any damaged book, who has opinions about literature that are surprisingly insightful for someone who came to reading late in life. They know she came from somewhere else, that she left a husband and a life behind, but they don't pry because Ashford is full of people who reinvented themselves, who arrived with pasts they'd rather not discuss. She's happy, not constantly, not in the simple way happiness is sometimes portrayed, but in the deeper sense of feeling aligned with her own life, of making choices that reflect who she actually is rather than who she's supposed to be. She still has hard days, days when she misses her husband or feels guilty for the years she wasted, or wonders what might have been different if she'd been braver sooner. But those days are fewer now, and she's learned to sit with them rather than being consumed by them. One autumn afternoon, 7 years after she first arrived in Ashford, a letter comes from the village. The handwriting isn't her husband's. It's shakier, less controlled, and when she opens it, she finds it's from one of the village elders, a woman she knew peripherally. "I'm writing to inform you that your husband passed away last week. It was peaceful. He went in his sleep after a brief illness. The widow from the next village, Hannah, had been caring for him, and she was with him at the end. He spoke of you often, always with affection, and he wanted you to know he understood why you left, even if he never said it directly to you. The funeral was yesterday. We buried him in the village cemetery next to his parents. If you want to visit, you're welcome. But I understand if you don't. Some bridges are better left burned, some distances better left intact. He left the house and farm to you, though I suspect you won't want them. Hannah expressed interest in buying the property if you're willing to sell. Let me know your wishes." With sympathy, Margaret Mara's mother sits with the letter for a long time, feeling grief wash over her in waves. She cried when she left him. She cried when he wrote about moving on with Hannah. But this crying is different, final, conclusive, the mourning of something irretrievably lost. He was a good man who loved her in his way, and she loved him in hers, and it wasn't enough, but it also wasn't nothing. He deserved better than a wife who left him to die with someone else. But she also deserved better than a life that would have killed her slowly if she'd stayed. She writes back to Margaret, giving Hannah permission to buy the house and farm for a fair price, asking that the money be divided between Mara and Peter, who she learned was her husband's distant cousin. She doesn't go to the village for the funeral or the sale. Some bridges are better left burned. Margaret was right about that. The village is part of her history, but it's not her present, and it won't be her future, and returning now would only complicate the clean separation she's fought so hard to maintain. Mara holds her mother that night while she cries, and they don't talk about whether the crying is for the husband who died, or the years they both lost to the village's gravity, or simply the inevitable sadness of time passing, and people changing, and the impossibility of getting anything back once it's gone. Grief doesn't need categories or explanations. It just needs to be felt, and survived, and eventually integrated into the ongoing story of continuing to live. The next morning, Mara's mother wakes early and walks to the river. The sun is just rising, painting the water gold and pink, and she stands at the edge and thinks about her husband's body being lowered into village soil, about becoming part of the harvest himself now, his bones feeding the fields that fed him his whole life. It's a different kind of being consumed than what Wickerim does. Natural, inevitable, the cycle that everyone eventually joins. She forgives him, silently, for not understanding her need to leave. She forgives herself for leaving anyway, and she makes a promise to him, speaking it aloud to the river and the sunrise. I'll live enough for both of us. I'll see things and read things and experience things you never got to, and I'll appreciate them twice as much because you can't. That's the best memorial I can offer. Not visiting your grave, but refusing to waste the time I have left. The river keeps flowing, indifferent to promises and grief and all the small human dramas played out along its banks. But Mara's mother feels lighter after speaking the words, as if she set down another burden she didn't realise she was carrying. She turns and walks back toward the bookshop, toward Ashford, toward the life she's built from the ruins of the one she left behind. And in the village, far to the east, Wickerham stands at the crop line, patient and silent and smiling. Fewer people approach it now. Fewer people need to perform the ritual because fewer people are leaving. Not because the village has become better, but because the ones brave enough to leave have mostly already gone, and the ones who remain have made their peace with staying. The effigy's straw body grows more weathered with each passing season, its smile fading slightly as the carved mouth fills with dirt and debris. Some say it's dying. Some say it was never alive to begin with. Some say it's simply waiting. Patient as only something woven from last season's fears can be patient. For the next person who approaches with bitterness in their mouth and a choice to make about whether to feed it or forgive it. The fields whisper around it, as they always have, speaking in languages that sound like wind but might be something more. And the village continues, smaller now, quieter, less certain of itself but still there, still holding on to the people who can't imagine anywhere else to be. In Ashford, in a room above a bookshop, a woman who once believed her story was over is discovering it's just beginning. She's 58 and learning new things every day, about books, about binding, about herself and what she's capable of when fear doesn't dictate her choices. She has a daughter who's brilliant and brave, friends who chose her rather than inherited her, work that satisfies rather than simply sustains. She has, improbably, impossibly, a future worth living toward instead of a past worth escaping from. And on quiet nights, when the bookshop is closed and Ashford is sleeping, and memory pulls her back toward the crop line and the effigy and the ritual that set her free, she whispers the forgiveness again, for the village, for her husband, for everyone who stayed and everyone who left and everyone who never got the choice. And then she opens a book and reads and continues living the life she barely dared to imagine when she knelt in the mud and laid down her bundle of straw and spoke the words that changed everything. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight, and somewhere in the middle of the second day it had stopped being an inconvenience and become something closer to a condition, a state of being that Maya had forgotten she could exist outside of. The sound of it was everywhere, on the metal roof of her apartment, on the windshield during her commute, on the nylon of her jacket as she stood outside the grocery store trying to remember what she'd come for. By the third day, the rain had worked its way so deep into her awareness that when she finally drove out to the riverside trail just before dusk, she barely noticed it anymore. It was just there, like her pulse, like her breathing, like the thing she'd been trying not to think about for 6 weeks. The parking area was empty, except for one other car, an old sedan with a faded bumper sticker she couldn't quite read in the failing light. Maya sat in her own car for several minutes after turning off the engine, watching the rain pattern, the windshield and listening to the tick of the cooling motor. She'd told herself she was coming out here to walk, to clear her head, to do something other than sit in her apartment and refresh her phone every 3 minutes. But that wasn't entirely true, and she knew it. She was coming out here because this was the place she always came when she needed to feel small enough that her problems might shrink to match her. The river had a way of putting things in perspective. At least, that's what she'd always told herself. She pulled up the hood of her rain jacket and got out of the car, immediately feeling the rain find its way past her collar and down the back of her neck. The cold shocked her system just enough to make everything feel a little more real. The trail started just beyond a weathered wooden sign that listed the usual warnings about flash flooding and wildlife. Though Maya had never seen anything more threatening than a blue heron in all her visits here, the sign was nearly obscured by overgrown blackberry brambles that had taken advantage of all this rain to explode across the path's entrance, their thorns gleaming wet in the last grey light of the day. She pushed through carefully, feeling the brambles catch at her sleeves, and stepped onto the trail proper. Immediately she could see that conditions were worse than she had expected. The path, which usually ran a good 6 feet above the river's edge, was now partially submerged, with water creeping over the banks and pooling in every depression. The trail itself had become a series of islands connected by submerged sections, where she could only guess at the stability of the ground beneath. Her phone's flashlight beam swept across the scene, illuminating a landscape that seemed to have been rearranged by the rain into something unfamiliar. Maya moved forward anyway. She'd walked this trail dozens of times, knew every route and rock and turn. A little flooding wouldn't stop her. Besides, she needed this. She needed to be somewhere that wasn't her apartment, wasn't her office, wasn't any place where she might run into someone who would ask how she was doing, with that particular tone of voice that meant they already knew the answer. The river itself was swollen and dark, running high and fast with debris riding its surface, branches, leaves, what looked like an entire sapling torn up by the roots. The sound of it was different from usual, deeper and more urgent, a continuous rushing that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Maya kept to the higher ground where she could, but twice in the first 10 minutes she had to wade through ankle-deep water that soaked through her hiking boots and turned her socks into cold clinging things that made every step uncomfortable. She'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when she realised she hadn't thought about it, the thing, for at least 5 minutes. That was progress. That was why she'd come. Out here, with the rain and the river and the effort of not twisting an ankle on hidden roots, there wasn't room in her head for the loop that had been playing constantly since that Thursday afternoon 6 weeks ago. The loop that started with Ethan's voice on the phone and ended with her sitting in her car in the hospital parking lot, unable to make herself go inside. But now that she'd noticed the absence of the thought, of course the thought came back, because that's how thoughts work. They're like those insects that play dead until you stop paying attention, and then they're crawling on you again. Maya felt her throat tighten in that familiar way, felt the pressure building behind her eyes that meant she was either going to cry, or scream, or just keep swallowing until the feeling passed. She stopped walking and stood in the middle of the trail, rain falling on her hood and running down in streams, and she made herself breathe. In for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Out for 4. The technique her therapist had taught her back when. She'd still been going to therapy back before she'd decided she was fine and didn't need help processing things. The breathing helped. It always did, eventually. Maya opened her eyes. She didn't remember closing them, and swept her phone light across the path ahead. The beam caught on something reflective about 50 yards ahead, a shape that resolved into the narrow footbridge that crossed to the trail's far section. She'd forgotten about the bridge. It was usually such a minor feature, just a simple wooden structure maybe 15 feet long, spanning a place where a creek fed into the main river. But now, with the water this high, the bridge looked precarious and strange. Its supports half submerged, its boards warped and tilted at odd angles. Maya started walking toward it, moving more carefully now because the footing was getting worse. The trail had almost completely disappeared under the floodwater here, and she was navigating more by memory than sight, trying to remember where the solid ground was versus where the edge dropped off more steeply. Her phone light played across the water's surface, and she watched the way the ripples moved, radiating out from where the rain hit and overlapping in complex patterns that her brain wanted to find meaning in but couldn't. She was perhaps 10 yards from the bridge when she noticed something odd about the reflections. The phone's light was bouncing off the water in the expected way, creating a bright spot on the surface that moved as she moved. But there was something else too, a secondary reflection, or maybe not a reflection exactly, but a patch of water that seemed darker than the rest, as if the light was being absorbed rather than reflected. It was roughly person-shaped, though that might have just been her brain's tendency to find patterns in randomness. Still, it was strange enough that Maya stopped walking and focused her light directly on the spot. The dark patch remained, and now that she was looking at it more carefully, she could see that the water there was moving differently from the surrounding current. The river was flowing from her right to her left, carrying debris downstream in the expected direction. But the water in this dark patch seemed to be moving against the current, ripples travelling slowly upstream in a way that physics shouldn't have allowed. Maya watched it for several seconds, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. A back eddy, maybe? Some trick of the current creating a circulating pattern? But the more she watched, the less sense it made. The ripples weren't circulating. They were moving in a straight line against the flow, as if something beneath the surface was displacing water in the wrong direction. She should have turned around. That's what the sensible part of her brain was suggesting, the part that sounded like her mother's voice warning her about hiking alone in bad weather. But Maya had never been particularly good at listening to that voice. And besides, she'd come all the way out here and she wasn't about to be spooked by some weird water current. She kept walking toward the bridge, though she kept her phone light trained on the dark patch as she moved. As she got closer, the patch seemed to move with her, maintaining roughly the same distance. Or maybe that was just an illusion created by the shifting light and her own movement. It was hard to tell. Everything looked different in the rain and the growing darkness. Familiar landmarks took on strange shapes. Shadows pooled in unexpected places. The river itself seemed less like water and more like something thicker, something that moved with intention rather than just flowing wherever gravity pulled it. Maya reached the bridge and stopped at its near end, shining her light across the span to assess its condition. It didn't look good. The boards were slick with rain and moss. Several were warped badly enough that gaps showed between them, and the whole structure leaned slightly to the left as if one of its supports had partially given way. At the far end, where the bridge met the opposite bank, the connection looked especially questionable. The boards there were partially submerged in the rising water, and she couldn't tell if they were even still attached to anything solid. She really should turn around. The sensible thing would be to head back to the car, drive home, take a hot shower, and try again tomorrow, when the weather might have cleared and the water level dropped. That's what a sensible person would do. But Maya had spent the last 6 weeks being sensible, being careful, being the person who made good decisions and didn't take unnecessary risks. And where had that gotten her? Sitting alone in her apartment, avoiding phone calls, unable to sleep, circling the same thought over and over until it had worn a groove in her mind so deep that she couldn't climb out. She tested the first board with her foot, applying weight gradually to see if it would hold. It flexed slightly but seemed solid enough. She shifted her weight onto it fully and took a step, then another. The bridge swayed very slightly beneath her, a movement she could feel more than see, but it held. She moved forward carefully, testing each board before committing her full weight, keeping her phone light trained on the path ahead. She was 3 steps onto the bridge when she felt it, a change in the air pressure, or maybe in the quality of the sound around her. The rain didn't stop, but it seemed to quiet somehow, as if someone had turned down the volume just slightly. The rushing of the river continued, but it too sounded different, more distant, as if she'd stepped into a bubble of altered acoustics. Maya paused, uncertain, and in that moment of stillness she heard something else beneath the rain and the river, a soft, rhythmic sound that took her several seconds to identify. It was breathing, or something like breathing, a slow, wet inhalation and exhalation that seemed to be coming from beneath the bridge. She froze, not even letting herself breathe for fear of making a sound. Her rational mind immediately started offering explanations. Wind moving through the bridge supports, water gurgling around rocks, some acoustic trick of the rain and the river combining in unexpected ways. But her body knew something her rational mind didn't want to acknowledge, and her heart started beating faster, her hands tightening their grip on her phone until her knuckles went white. The breathing continued, steady and patient, and now that she was listening for it, Maya could hear that it had a rhythm, a pattern that seemed almost intentional. Inhale for approximately 4 seconds. A pause. Exhale for approximately 4 seconds. Another pause, then repeat. It was almost like someone was practicing the same breathing technique her therapist had taught her, that same 4-count pattern designed to calm an anxious nervous system. Maya made herself think. She was tired, stressed, probably a little dehydrated from not drinking enough water today. Her mind was playing tricks on her, that's all. There was nothing under the bridge except water and mud and the normal debris that accumulated in flooded rivers. She was going to cross this bridge, continue her walk for another 10 minutes or so, then head back to the car. Everything was fine. She took another step forward, and the board beneath her foot flexed more than the previous ones had. She shifted her weight back immediately, testing it more carefully. It seemed to hold, but barely. She was now roughly a third of the way across the bridge, at a point where turning back would be just as treacherous as continuing forward. She chose forward, taking small, careful steps, her phone light sweeping across the warped boards ahead. That's when she saw it in the water below, or rather saw the suggestion of it. Her phone's light, angled downward to illuminate the bridge boards, caught the water's surface at just the right angle to show what was beneath. For just a moment, maybe 2 seconds at most, she saw a pale shape under the surface, not floating on it, not breaking through it, but suspended just below the surface tension, as if something was pressed up against the underside of the water without quite penetrating through. The shape was wrong. That was the only way Maya could describe it, even to herself. It was roughly the size and shape of a person. Shoulders, head, the suggestion of arms, but distorted in a way that made her eyes hurt to focus on. It was like looking at a reflection in a bent mirror, all the right components present but arranged in proportions that human bodies didn't take. And it was pale, not white exactly, but the colour of something that had been underwater for a very long time, something bloated and bleached by submersion. Then her phone light shifted as she took another step, and the angle changed, and the shape was gone. Just water, just darkness, just the normal opacity of a flooded river carrying too much sediment to see through. Maya stood very still, trying to recreate the exact angle of the light, trying to see it again so she could confirm to herself what she'd seen or hadn't seen. But no matter how she angled the phone, the water remained just water, revealing nothing. The breathing sound continued beneath her, unchanged. If anything, it had gotten slightly louder, or maybe her ears had just adjusted to pick it out more clearly from the ambient noise. She noticed something else now too. The breathing seemed to be syncing with her own. When she inhaled, the sound below intensified slightly. When she exhaled, it echoed her exhalation. It was following her breath, matching it, as if whatever was making the sound was learning the rhythm of her respiration and mimicking it back to her. Maya's throat felt tight again, but this time it wasn't the familiar tightness of suppressed crying. This was fear, pure and simple, her body recognizing a threat that her rational mind was still trying to explain away. She needed to get off this bridge. The thought came clear and urgent, cutting through her confusion. It didn't matter whether there was actually something under the bridge or whether her stressed mind was manufacturing threats from shadows and water. Either way, she needed to be somewhere else. She started moving faster, as fast as she dared on the unstable boards. Her phone light bounced with each step, creating a chaotic strobe effect on the water below. And in those brief flashes of illumination, she kept seeing things, or thought she saw them. Pale suggestions of form, shapes that resembled body parts but weren't quite right. A hand with too many fingers, a face with features that moved in the wrong sequence. These images appeared and disappeared so quickly that she couldn't be sure if they were real or if her panicking brain was generating them from the random play of light on moving water. She was 2/3 of the way across now, close enough to the far bank that she could see the trail continuing beyond the bridge. Just a little further, just a few more steps. Her breath was coming faster now, and the breathing sound beneath the bridge was accelerating to match, the rhythm speeding up, the wet inhalations and exhalations growing more urgent. It sounded eager somehow, excited. Maya's foot came down on a particularly rotten board, and it gave way with a crack that seemed impossibly loud. Her leg plunged through up to the knee, her other leg scrambling for purchase on the adjacent board. Her phone flew from her hand, bouncing once on the bridge before tumbling over the edge and into the water below. For a moment she saw its light glowing beneath the surface, illuminating the murky water from within, and in that underwater glow she saw the shape again, much closer now, rising up toward the light like a moth drawn to a flame. Then the phone sank deeper, its light fading to a dim glow and then going dark entirely, leaving her in near total darkness, broken only by the faint grey residue of the rainy dusk. She was stuck, her leg wedged in the hole she'd made, her hands gripping the board in front of her to keep from pitching forward. The breathing beneath the bridge had stopped. Everything had stopped. The rain seemed to pause, the river seemed to hold its breath. And in that moment of absolute silence, Maya heard something else. A voice, or what might have been a voice, rising from beneath the bridge in a wet, gurgling whisper. It was speaking, or trying to speak. The sounds it made were almost words, syllables that came close to meaning but never quite resolved into language. It sounded like someone trying to talk underwater, or like someone whose mouth was full of mud, or like a very good impression of human speech being made by something that had only ever heard it from a distance, and was now attempting to reproduce it, from memory. The whisper formed what might have been a question, the intonation rising at the end in that universal pattern of inquiry. Maya couldn't make out the words, if they even were words, but she understood the intent. It was asking her something, waiting for an answer. And somehow, in a way she couldn't explain, she knew what it wanted to know. It wanted the thing she'd been avoiding, the truth she'd been swallowing back, the confession she'd been carrying for 6 weeks without speaking it aloud to anyone, not even to herself when she was alone. Her leg was starting to hurt where it was wedged through the broken board, splinters digging into her shin through her jeans. She needed to free herself, needed to get off this bridge. But first she needed to think, needed to remember something. There was something about rivers, about bridges, about confessions. An old story her grandmother had told her once, back when Maya was small enough that such stories felt like wisdom rather than superstition. What had it been? Something about river crossings, about the things that lived in the water and listened for secrets. Something about paying a toll, not in money, but in truth. The memory surfaced slowly, fragments assembling themselves into something like coherence. Her grandmother's voice, patient and serious, telling Maya about the old ways, the old rules that people used to follow before they forgot that the world was stranger than it appeared. If you cross a river at night, if you cross it alone, if you cross it carrying something you haven't confessed, then the river itself might ask for payment. Not violently, not with malice, but firmly, the way a border guard might ask to see your papers. The river wants to know what you're carrying in your heart, and if you don't tell it, if you try to cross without paying the toll, then the river might decide to keep you instead. But there was more to the story, Maya remembered now. There was a way to pay the toll safely. You dropped something small into the water, a stone, a coin, something with weight, and while you did, you named the secret in your mind. Not out loud, never out loud, because speaking it aloud near the water would give the river your voice, and once it had your voice, it could call you back whenever it wanted. But if you named it silently, if you acknowledged it fully in the privacy of your own thoughts, while offering the water something physical to mark the transaction, then the river would let you pass. It was just a story, a superstition, the kind of thing people made up before they understood how rivers actually worked. But Maya's leg was stuck in a broken bridge. She dropped her phone into the water. Something was breathing beneath her in a rhythm that matched her own, and she was out of better ideas. She reached into her jacket pocket with one hand, still gripping the board with the other for balance. Her fingers found the usual debris, lint, a receipt, a hair tie, and then, at the very bottom of the pocket, something small and hard and round. She pulled it out and held it up to what little light remained. It was a stone, a small river rock she'd picked up on some previous walk. She couldn't remember which one, and had forgotten to empty from her pocket. It was smooth and dark and fit perfectly in the palm of her hand, still holding a trace of warmth from her body heat. The thing beneath the bridge whispered again, that same questioning intonation, asking, waiting. Maya took a breath. Then she did the hard part. She let herself think about it clearly, without deflection, without the usual mental gymnastics she employed to avoid the truth. She thought about the phone call 6 weeks ago, about Ethan's voice telling her that Dad had collapsed at work, that the ambulance was taking him to County General, that she should come now. She thought about getting in her car and starting to drive, getting all the way to the hospital parking lot, seeing the emergency, room entrance, and then she thought about what she'd done next. Put the car in reverse, driven home, and told herself she'd go later, after she'd had time to compose herself, after she'd changed clothes, after 1,000 different excuses that all meant the same thing. She'd been afraid. Not of hospitals, not of sickness, not of any practical concern. She'd been afraid of seeing her father diminished, afraid of having to be strong when she felt weak, afraid of having to face the fact that he was mortal and fallible, and wouldn't always be there. So she'd driven home, and by the time she'd talked herself into going back, by the time she'd parked in that same parking lot 3 hours later, Ethan was calling her again to say that Dad was stable, that he was going to be fine, that she'd missed the scary part. And she'd never told anyone. She'd shown up at the hospital and played the concerned daughter, and she'd visited during his recovery, and she'd been there when he was discharged. But she'd never told him, never told Ethan, never told anyone that when he needed her most, when Ethan had asked her to come now, she'd chosen to go home instead. She'd been carrying that choice for 6 weeks, letting it rot in her chest like old fruit, feeling it get heavier every day. Maya held the stone in her palm and named it, all of it, silently and completely. She didn't try to soften it or explain it away. She didn't tell herself that she'd been in shock, that anyone would have reacted the same way, that it didn't really matter since he'd been fine anyway. She just named what she'd done. I drove away. I went home. I was too afraid to be there. I put my own fear ahead of being there for him. I chose wrong. The naming hurt worse than she'd expected. It physically hurt. A sharp pain in her chest like something vital tearing loose. Her eyes burned with tears she'd been holding back for weeks, and her throat closed up so tight she thought she might actually be choking. But she didn't. Stop. She held the stone and she let herself feel all of it. The shame, the guilt, the knowledge that she'd failed someone she loved when it mattered. When the naming felt complete, when she thought it through to the end without flinching away, she opened her hand and let the stone drop. It fell from the bridge with a small plunk sound that seemed enormous in the rain-muffled silence. She watched it disappear into the dark water below, seeing just a brief flash of pale foam where it entered the surface, then nothing. For several seconds, nothing happened. The water flowed past the bridge supports. The rain continued its endless whisper. Maya remained stuck, her leg still wedged through the broken board, waiting to see if her grandmother's old story had been anything more than superstition. Then she felt it. A change in the water's movement beneath the bridge. The current, which had been pushing against the supports with constant pressure, seemed to ease slightly, as if whatever resistance had been there had suddenly relaxed. The breathing sound that had been matching her own gave one final, long exhalation, and then stopped, leaving only the natural sounds of rain and river. And most noticeably, the pressure around her wedged leg loosened. The board that had been gripping her shin like a trap seemed to soften slightly, the splinters releasing their hold. Maya pulled her leg free slowly, testing to make sure she wasn't about to make things worse. But the broken board let her go easily now, and within seconds she was standing again on both feet, shaking but mobile. She didn't waste time. She moved forward across the remaining boards, testing each step but not hesitating, and within moments she was across the bridge and standing on the far bank, on solid ground that felt like the best thing she'd ever experienced. She stood there breathing hard, her leg throbbing where the splinters had dug in, rain running down her face. She was soaked. She'd lost her phone. And she had no light source for the walk back to the car. But she was across. The bridge was behind her. Whatever had been beneath it was staying there. Except as she turned to continue down the trail, she heard something that made her stop. It was coming from the direction of the bridge, from the water beneath, or perhaps from the water itself. It was a sound that might have been words, though she couldn't make them out clearly. Syllables rising from the river in a wet, gurgling approximation of human speech. And the terrible thing was that the rhythm of these almost words, the cadence and tone, sounded familiar. It sounded like her. Maya made herself not look back. She'd dropped the stone, she'd made the offering, she'd completed the ritual. That should be enough. That had to be enough. She started walking along the trail, moving carefully in the near darkness, using what little light remained in the clouded sky to guide her. Behind her the river continued its incomprehensible, muttering, practicing syllables, learning the shape of her voice. The walk back to the car was going to be difficult without light, but Maya found she didn't care. She'd learned something out here on the bridge, something she'd been avoiding for 6 weeks. She'd named the thing she'd done, and naming it hadn't destroyed her the way she'd feared it would. It hurt. God, it hurt. But she was still standing, still breathing, still moving forward. The trail ahead was dark and flooded and treacherous, but she'd navigated worse in the last hour. She could make it back, and tomorrow, or maybe the day after, when she'd had time to dry out and rest and gather her courage, she would call Ethan. She would tell him what she'd done, or what she hadn't done, that afternoon 6 weeks ago. She would say it out loud to another person, with her actual voice instead of just in her mind. It would be terrible and hard and maybe unforgivable, but it would be honest. It would be true. The rain continued, falling as Maya walked, and behind her, very faint now and growing fainter, the river practiced speaking in a voice that wasn't quite hers but was close enough to be unsettling. She didn't turn around. She kept her mouth shut. She focused on the path ahead, on the careful placement of each foot, on the simple act of moving forward through water and darkness towards something like home. Downstream, where the river widened and deepened, the mud along the bottom shifted slightly, as if something large had just settled into a more comfortable position. The confession Maya had named but not spoken hung suspended in the water like a dissolved substance, invisible but present, adding its weight to all the other secrets the river had collected over the years. And deep in the silt something listened, patient and eternal, waiting for the next crossing, the next confession, the next small stone dropped as payment for passage. The thing that lived in the riverbed, if it could be called a thing, if it could be said to live in any conventional sense, had no name for itself. It existed in the pressure between water and mud, in the vibrations that travelled through saturated earth, in the patterns of disturbance that marked where one element met another. It had been there long before the first humans crossed the river, would be there long after the last of them were gone. It didn't hunt, didn't hunger, didn't seek anything beyond what was freely offered. It simply listened, and in listening, it collected. Not the secrets themselves, perhaps, but the shape of them, the resonance they created in a human throat, the frequency of guilt, of shame, of things done or left undone. These vibrations sank into the riverbed and stayed there, layering over one another like sediment, building up a kind of archive of unspoken truths. Whether the thing could understand these truths in any meaningful way was unclear. Perhaps it simply appreciated their weight, their texture, the way they differed from ordinary sound. Perhaps it was no more conscious of their meaning than a musical instrument is conscious of the notes it produces. Or perhaps it understood perfectly, and kept them the way a collector keeps specimens, examining them in whatever passed for its awareness during the long, quiet hours when no one crossed the river. Maya didn't know any of this and wouldn't have wanted to. She made it back to the parking area 45 minutes later, soaked to the bone and shivering, her legs scraped and bleeding from the broken board. The rain was starting to ease finally, thinning from a downpour to a steady drizzle. The old sedan that had been parked when she arrived was gone now, and she was alone. She got into her car and started the engine, turning the heat up as high as it would go. Her hands were shaking too badly to drive immediately, so she sat there for several minutes, warming up, waiting for the shaking to subside. She kept expecting to feel traumatized, shocked, disoriented by what had happened on the bridge, but instead what she felt was a kind of clarity, as if something that had been blocking her vision had been removed. The fear was still there. She wasn't foolish enough to think dropping a stone had solved anything, but it felt different now, less like a weight and more like something she could examine, could understand, could eventually learn to carry without being crushed by it. Her phone was gone, at the bottom of the river, which meant she couldn't call anyone even if she'd wanted to. She'd have to deal with replacing it tomorrow. For tonight she would just go home, take a hot shower, bandage her leg, and try to sleep. And tomorrow, after she'd gotten a new phone, she would call Ethan. She would say the thing she needed to say. And whatever happened after that, anger, disappointment, forgiveness, or just understanding, she would handle it the same way she'd handled the bridge, one careful step at a time. Maya put the car in, reversed and backed out of the parking space, her headlights sweeping across the trailhead sign with its warnings about flooding. She paused there for a moment, engine idling, looking at the dark trail entrance. Part of her wanted to go back, to reclaim her phone if possible, to confirm in daylight what she'd seen, or convince herself that she'd seen nothing at all. But she knew she wouldn't. Some experiences weren't meant to be revisited, weren't meant to be verified or explained. Some things you just had to accept as they were, strange and frightening and real in ways that defied comfortable explanation. She drove away from the river, following the winding access road back toward the highway. In her rearview mirror, the dark line of trees that marked the river's course gradually faded into the rainy gloom. She didn't look back after that. She kept her eyes on the road ahead, on the yellow lines that marked her lane, on the simple mechanics of driving safely in poor weather. The rain continued through the night and into the next morning, and by the time Maya woke up, late, having slept deeper than she had in weeks, the weather service was warning about major flooding all along the river basin. Roads were closing, evacuations were being recommended for low-lying areas, and the riverside trail where Maya had walked was now reported as completely underwater, impassable even to emergency vehicles. The footbridge, according to one news update, had washed away entirely sometime during the night. Maya read these reports on her laptop since her phone was still at the bottom of the river and felt a strange mixture of relief and regret. Relief because if the bridge was gone, she wouldn't be tempted to go back and look for explanations. Regret because the loss of the bridge felt significant somehow, like the closing of a door she might have wanted to pass through again someday, under different circumstances. She spent the morning dealing with practical matters, reporting, her phone lost, arranging for a replacement, cleaning and bandaging the scrapes on her leg, which looked worse in daylight than they'd felt in the dark. The splinters had left ragged gouges that would probably scar, thin white lines she'd carry as evidence of a night when she'd learned that old stories sometimes contained truths that modern understanding couldn't quite accommodate. By early afternoon the rain had finally stopped, though the sky remained heavy with clouds that threatened to open up again at any moment. Maya sat at her kitchen table with a cup of tea, her laptop open to the contact form for a phone replacement, her bandaged leg propped on a second chair. She'd been staring at the screen for 20 minutes without typing anything, because what she needed to type wasn't related to the phone replacement at all. She closed the laptop and picked up her landline instead. Old technology she'd kept mostly out of habit, never expecting to actually need it. She dialed Ethan's number from memory, listened to it ring twice, 3 times, 4. She was starting to hope he wouldn't answer, starting to tell herself she could just leave a message when he picked up. "Hello? It's Maya. Hey, I was going to call you later. Did you see Dad's texts about dinner this weekend? He wants to—" "Ethan, I need to tell you something." She interrupted him before she could lose her nerve, before the momentum that had carried her this far could dissipate. "About the day Dad collapsed, when you called me from the hospital. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Okay?" And then Maya told him. She told him about driving to the hospital, about making it all the way to the parking lot, about putting the car in reverse and going home instead. She told him about the fear, about the excuses she'd made to herself, about the 3 hours she'd wasted before finally coming back. She told him all of it in simple, direct language, no hedging, no justifications, just the plain facts of what she'd done. When she finished, there was a long silence. Maya waited through it, not trying to fill the space, not apologizing or explaining further. She'd made her offering, dropped her stone. Now she would see what the river gave back. "Why are you telling me this now?" Ethan asked finally. His voice was neutral, impossible to read. "Because I should have told you 6 weeks ago, and because I couldn't keep carrying it anymore." Another pause. Maya could hear background noise on his end. Traffic, maybe, or wind. He was somewhere outside. "Did something happen?" he asked. "You sound different." "I went for a walk," Maya said. "Learned some things. Decided to stop being a coward about at least one thing in my life." "You're not a coward." "I drove away when you needed me there. That's not courage." "No," Ethan agreed, "but telling me about it is. That takes courage." Maya felt tears starting again, the same ones she'd been holding back on the bridge. "Are you angry?" "I don't know yet," Ethan said honestly. "I need to think about it. But I'm glad you told me. I'd rather know than not know, even if it's hard to hear." They talked for a few more minutes, carefully navigating the new terrain their conversation had opened up. Eventually Ethan had to go. He was on his lunch break, needed to get back to work. But before he hung up, he said something that Maya would remember later. "Dad's fine, by the way, in case you were wondering. He asks about you, wants to know why you don't call as much anymore." "I'll call him," Maya promised. "This weekend. I'll call him." After she hung up, Maya sat at her kitchen table for a long time, holding the phone and listening to its dial tone. The hardest part was done. She'd named the thing, dropped the stone, made the confession. Not to a river this time, but to an actual person who could be hurt by what she'd done. And he hadn't destroyed her for it. Hadn't even said he hated her. Just that he needed to. Think. Which was fair. Which was more grace than she'd expected or maybe deserved. The rain started up again around dusk, lighter than before but steady. Maya stood at her apartment window and watched it fall, watched it create new patterns on the glass, watched the streetlights reflect off the wet pavement below. She thought about the river, about the thing that listened beneath the bridge, about the stone she'd dropped and the voice she'd almost given away. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about the old rules that persisted even when people stopped believing in them, about the ways that truth demanded payment regardless of whether you credited its power. Most of all, she thought about what came next. Tomorrow she would get her replacement phone. This weekend she would call her father, would make plans to see him, would try to rebuild what she'd been avoiding for 6 weeks. It wouldn't be easy. Nothing about this would be easy. But at least now she was moving in the right direction, taking actual steps instead of just circling the same painful thought over and over until it wore a groove in her mind. The river would still be there, swollen with rain, carrying its burden of secrets and stones and lost phones. The thing in the riverbed would still be listening, patient and eternal, waiting for the next crossing. But Maya wouldn't be going back, at least not soon. She'd paid her toll, learned her lesson, received whatever strange gift the river had to offer. Now she had to take that gift, that clarity, that courage to name what she'd done and use it in the ordinary world of phone calls and family dinners and difficult conversations. The rain fell through the night and into the next morning, but by afternoon it had finally stopped. The clouds broke up, revealing patches of blue sky that felt like a promise after days of grey. Maya walked to the phone store to pick up her replacement, and on the way there she passed a small park with a creek running through it. The creek was swollen from all the rain, running higher than she'd ever seen it, and as she crossed the footbridge she paused to look down at the water below. For just a moment she thought she saw something pale moving beneath the surface, following the current downstream. But when she looked more carefully, it was just a plastic bag caught on a rock and rippling in the flow. Just debris. Just ordinary flood litter. Nothing watching, nothing listening, nothing that knew her name or the shape of her voice. Maya crossed the bridge without dropping anything into the water, without making any offerings or naming any truths. Some bridges you only paid once. Some confessions were enough on their own, didn't need to be repeated or reinforced. She'd learned that lesson, had the scars on her leg to prove it, and she wouldn't forget it any time soon. The phone store was busy, full of people replacing devices they'd lost or broken in the storm. Maya took a number and waited her turn, watching rain-soaked customers argue with clerks about insurance coverage and data recovery. When her number was finally called, she provided the necessary information, signed the forms, and received her new phone in a small box that felt much heavier than it should have, weighted with all the calls she would need to make, all the conversations she would need to have. She activated the phone sitting in her car in the parking lot, watching it go through its setup procedures, downloading her backed-up data, restoring her contacts and messages. Among the messages waiting for her was one from Ethan sent earlier that day. Thought about what you said, not angry. Want to talk more when you're ready. Love you. Maya read it 3 times, feeling something in her chest loosen, some tension she'd been holding finally releasing. It wasn't forgiveness. It was too soon for that. But it was something better. Acknowledgement. The confession had been heard, the truth had been spoken, and the world hadn't ended. That was enough for now. She texted back, "Love you too. Let's talk this weekend. I'm ready." Then she started the car and drove home through streets that were still wet but no longer flooding, past parks where the creeks were beginning to recede, past the closed road that led to the riverside trail, where she dropped a stone into dark water and learned that some prices were worth paying. The sun was breaking through the clouds now, creating patches of warm light on the wet pavement, making everything steam slightly as it dried. The world was returning to normal, or what passed for normal, and Maya was returning with it. That night, she slept better than she had in weeks. She didn't dream about the river, didn't dream about pale shapes in dark water or breathing sounds beneath bridges. She dreamed instead about ordinary things, grocery shopping, walking in sunshine, conversations with people she loved. When she woke, she felt rested in a way that went deeper than just physical sleep. Something had shifted, some burden had been partially lifted, and while she knew the work of making things right was far from over, at least she'd started. At least she'd taken the first hard steps. The weekend came, and Maya kept her promise to call her father. It was awkward at first. She was out of practice at talking to him honestly, but they found their rhythm eventually, fell into the comfortable patterns they'd established over years of being family. He told her about his recovery, about the dietary changes his doctor had recommended, about a new project he was starting at work. She told him about the flooding, about losing her phone, about work stress and apartment problems, and all the safe, ordinary topics that felt easier than the truth. But then, near the end of the call, she surprised herself. "Dad, I'm sorry I haven't been calling as much. I've been dealing with some stuff and I handled it badly and I'm sorry." There was a pause, and then her father said, "We all handle things badly sometimes, kiddo. What matters is whether you learn from it." "I'm learning," Maya said. "I'm trying." That's all anyone can do. They made plans to meet for dinner the following week, just the two of them, and when Maya hung up, she felt like she'd crossed another bridge. A smaller one, maybe, less dramatic than the river crossing, but still significant. Still a step forward. Days passed. The floodwaters receded. The riverside trail remained closed while crews worked to repair the damage and rebuild the bridge that had washed away. Maya didn't follow the reconstruction progress too closely, didn't feel any urgent need to go back and walk that trail again. She'd gotten what she needed from it, left behind what needed leaving. The river could keep its secrets, and she would keep hers. Or rather, she would work on making them less secret, on speaking the truths she'd been swallowing. It wasn't easy. Some days she failed completely, fell back, into old patterns of avoidance and silence. But more days than not, she managed to push through the fear, to say the difficult thing instead of keeping it locked in her chest. She told Ethan more about why she'd been distant lately. She had an honest conversation with her therapist, she'd started going again twice a week now, about the pattern she'd developed around avoiding difficulty. She even told her best friend about the bridge, though she left out the stranger elements, described it simply as a moment of panic and revelation during a stressful hike. Life continued. Seasons changed. The rain that had flooded the river gave way to clear fall weather, then winter cold, then the early signs of spring. The riverside trail eventually reopened with a new bridge, concrete this time instead of wood, rated for higher water levels, built to modern safety standards that would have seemed like overkill to anyone who didn't know what the old bridge had been. Maya never walked that trail again. She told herself it was because she'd found other routes she liked better, closer to home, with better parking and less flood risk. But really it was because she didn't need to go back. Whatever lesson the river had to teach her, she'd already learned it. Whatever price the bridge had required, she'd already paid it. And the confession she'd dropped into dark water, the knowledge of her failure and fear, had become something she could carry in daylight now, something she could look at without having to swallow it down and pretend it didn't exist. Sometimes, on rainy nights when she couldn't sleep, Maya would think about the thing in the riverbed, about whether it was still there, still listening, still collecting the vibrations of unspoken truths, about whether other people had crossed that bridge in the dark and made their own offerings, dropped their own stones, named their own secrets, about whether the river kept all those confessions the way it kept sediment and debris, letting them settle into layers of accumulated truth that would eventually compact into something like bedrock, solid and permanent and hidden from view. These thoughts didn't frighten her the way they once might have. They were just curiosities now, questions about a strange experience that she would probably never fully understand, and that was okay. Not everything needed explanation. Not every mystery needed solving. Some things could just be what they were, strange and real and meaningful in ways that defied easy categorization. A year passed, then another. Maya's life moved forward in the ordinary ways that lives do, with new jobs and new relationships and new problems that required new solutions. She got better at naming the hard things, better at not swallowing them down and pretending they didn't exist. She got better at crossing bridges without dropping stones, because most bridges didn't require that kind of payment. Most bridges you could cross just by putting one foot in, front of the other, and trusting that the structure would hold. But sometimes when she crossed a bridge over water, any bridge, any water, she would pause for just a moment and listen. Not for breathing sounds or whispered voices, but for the ordinary music of flowing water, for the sound of the current doing its patient work of carrying things downstream. And sometimes she would drop a small stone into the water, not as payment or offering, but just as acknowledgement, a way of saying, I remember, I was here, I learned something, I'm still learning. The river would always be there in one form or another. Water had been flowing before humans arrived and would keep flowing long after they were gone. And somewhere in the deep places, in the pressure between water and mud, something would keep listening. Not judging, not demanding, just listening. Recording the vibrations of truth and fear and confession, collecting them the way rivers collect everything that falls or flows into them, carrying it all toward whatever ocean waited downstream. Maya made her peace with that. She made her peace with having been frightened, having failed, having learned difficult lessons in difficult ways. She made her peace with the fact that she would probably fail again, would probably have more confessions to make, more stones to drop, more bridges to cross in darkness, while rain fell and something beneath the water listened to the pattern of her breathing. But she also knew now that those crossings were survivable, that naming the hard truths didn't destroy you, even when it felt like it might, that there was relief in acknowledgement, freedom in confession, strength in the simple act of saying, yes, I did that, I was afraid, I failed, I'm sorry. These were the lessons the river had taught her, and she carried them forward into whatever came next. Not as talismans or protections, but as earned knowledge, hard-won understanding, the kind of wisdom that only comes from making mistakes and learning to name them clearly. The river flowed on, patient and eternal, waiting for the next crossing, the next confession, the next small stone dropped as payment for passage. And Maya walked on too, on dry land for now, but knowing that eventually she would need to cross water again, would need to make offerings again, would need to face her fears and name her truths in the dark. That was just how life worked. You kept crossing bridges, you kept dropping stones, you kept learning slowly and painfully how to move through the world with a little more honesty, a little more courage, a little more willingness to acknowledge what you carried. And if you listened carefully, really listened, the way the river listened, you could hear it everywhere. The sound of truth trying to surface, the sound of confessions waiting to be spoken, the sound of fear and hope, and everything in between flowing like water towards some distant shore. The river was everywhere in every difficult conversation, in every moment of choice between honesty and avoidance. You just had to learn to recognize it, to respect it, to pay it what it was owed. Maya had learned. She was still learning. She would always be learning. The river flowed on, carrying its burden of stones and secrets. And somewhere downstream, in the deep places where water met earth, something listened. The years that followed taught Maya that crossing one bridge didn't mean you'd crossed them all. Life had a way of presenting new rivers, new dark crossings, new moments when the choice between truth and silence felt like the choice between drowning and breathing. But something fundamental had changed in her that night on the flooded trail. She'd learned that silence had weight, that unspoken truths accumulated like sediment until they changed the very landscape of your inner world. And she'd learned that there was a strange mercy in naming what you'd done, even, especially when what you'd done was shameful. Her father recovered fully from his collapse, went back to work, resumed his normal life. But he was different afterward in small ways that only family would notice. More careful about his health, yes, but also more deliberate about staying connected. He called Maya more often, sent her articles he thought she'd find interesting, made plans weeks in advance instead of his usual last-minute suggestions. Maya understood that he'd been frightened too, that his brush with mortality had taught him his own lessons about time and connection and the things you couldn't take for granted. She never told him about driving away from the hospital that day. She'd confessed to Ethan, had made her peace with her brother, but some truths were too sharp to hand directly to the people they would cut deepest. Instead, she tried to make amends through presence, through showing up reliably, through being the daughter she should have been all along. It wasn't the same as confession, but it was something. It was the work of repair, which sometimes mattered more than the words of apology. Ethan forgave her, in the end. Not immediately, not easily, but gradually, the way water wears down stone. They had long conversations about it over the months that followed, conversations that circled back to the same territory from different angles, trying to understand not just what had happened, but why. Ethan wanted to understand her fear, wanted to know what had been so overwhelming that it could override family loyalty. Maya tried to explain, though she wasn't sure she understood it herself. How do you describe the moment when your brain decides that running away is the only tolerable option? How do you put into words the kind of fear that makes cowardice feel like survival? I think, Ethan said during one of these conversations, that you weren't really afraid of seeing Dad sick. You were afraid of seeing yourself fail at being strong enough for it. Maya had sat with that observation for a long time, turning it over in her mind like one of those smooth river stones. He was right, she eventually realised. She'd been afraid of her own inadequacy, her own weakness, her own inability to be the person the situation required. So she'd removed herself from the situation entirely, had chosen absence over the risk of visible failure. It was a coward's logic, but it had felt like self-preservation at the time. Understanding didn't erase the guilt, but it did make it bearable. It transformed the thing from a monstrous, indefinable wrongness into something with a shape she could see clearly, could examine, could eventually set down when her arms got tired of carrying it. The guilt became just another thing she'd done, another mistake in a long life that would inevitably contain many mistakes. Not nothing, but also not everything. The seasons turned. Winter came with its own kind of rain, cold and sharp, nothing like the soft summer rain that had been falling the night Maya crossed the bridge. She found herself thinking about the river more during winter, wondering if it still flooded, if the new concrete bridge could handle the surges better than its wooden predecessor. She imagined the thing in the riverbed going dormant during the cold months, or perhaps remaining active, listening through ice and snow for the vibrations of confession, for the pressure of truth against silence. In February, Maya's grandmother died. It was expected. She'd been declining for months, her body slowly shutting down in the way bodies do when they've run their full course. Maya was there at the end, holding her hand in the hospice room while machines beeped and hissed and measured out the final hours. Her grandmother's breathing had become laboured, irregular, and Maya found herself matching that rhythm unconsciously, the way she'd once matched the breathing of whatever had been beneath the bridge. Her grandmother opened her eyes once in those final hours, looked directly at Maya with a clarity that seemed impossible given her condition, and said, "Did you pay it?" Maya understood immediately what she was asking. "Yes," she said. "I paid it." Her grandmother nodded, satisfied, and closed her eyes again. She died an hour later, slipping away between one breath and the next, leaving behind only the machines and the suddenly too light weight of her hand in Maya's grip. At the funeral, Maya stood in the rain, because of course it was raining, and listened to the priest talk about eternal rest and God's mercy, and all the usual comforts that felt both true and insufficient. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about the old rules and the old ways, about the wisdom that had been passed down through generations of people who understood that the world was stranger and more attentive than modern life generally acknowledged. Her grandmother had known about the river, had known about the toll, had probably made her own offerings at some point in her long life, and she'd passed that knowledge to Maya, a gift that looked like superstition, but functioned like survival instruction. Maya made a decision standing there in the rain by her grandmother's grave. She would keep the stories alive. She would tell them to someone eventually when the time was right, not as entertainment or folklore, but as genuine instruction, as wisdom earned through experience, because the world still had rivers, still had bridges, still had moments when you needed to know the old rules in order to cross safely from one state to another. Spring came slowly that year, the cold reluctant to release its grip, but eventually the weather warmed, the rain gentled, and the world turned green again in that sudden, almost violent way spring happens after a long winter. Maya started running, something she'd never done consistently before. She found routes along other waterways, creeks and canals and small rivers that weren't the river, that didn't carry the same weight of memory and meaning. Running gave her time to think, or rather, time to not think in the usual way. Her mind would quiet into a rhythm matched to her footfalls, and in that rhythmic quiet she could process things that seemed too large or complex to handle in her normal waking state. She ran through grief over her grandmother. She ran through continued guilt about her father. She ran through the normal stresses of work and relationships and the ongoing project of being a functional adult. and slowly, gradually, she ran herself into a new shape, a new way of being that felt more honest, more integrated, more willing to acknowledge difficulty instead of fleeing from it. On one of these runs, she encountered another runner stopped on a small footbridge over a creek. The woman was standing very still, hands on the railing, staring down into the water with an expression Maya recognized instantly. It was the expression of someone circling a difficult truth, someone on the edge of naming something they'd been avoiding. Maya slowed to a walk, her runner's instinct telling her to keep moving, but something else, some deeper instinct perhaps, the same one that had guided her to the riverside trail that rainy evening, made her stop. She approached the bridge carefully, not wanting to startle the woman, and paused at a respectful distance. "You okay?" Maya asked. The woman looked up, startled, and Maya saw that she'd been crying. "Yeah, sorry, just..." She gestured vaguely at the water. "Having a moment?" Maya nodded. She understood moments. She moved closer to the railing, looked down at the creek flowing beneath. It was swollen with spring runoff, running faster than usual, carrying the accumulated melt from upstream. "This is going to sound strange," Maya said, "but do you have a stone, or a coin? Something small you could drop in the water?" The woman looked at her like she might be crazy, which was fair. "Why would I do that?" "Old tradition," Maya said. "My grandmother taught me. If you're carrying something heavy, something you haven't been able to say out loud, sometimes it helps to drop a stone and name it in your mind. Not speaking it, that's important. Just thinking it clearly while you make the offering. The water takes the weight of it or something like that. I don't know if it actually works or if it's just psychological, but it helped me once." The woman was quiet for a long moment, considering. Then she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a keychain with several keys attached. She worked one of them free, an old key that didn't look like it fit anything important, and held it in her palm. "Just think it, not say it." "Not out loud," Maya confirmed. "The speaking part is important. Keep that to yourself or save it for someone you trust. But the naming, the acknowledging, that you can do silently, just for you and the water." The woman nodded slowly. She closed her hand around the key, closed her eyes, and stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Maya saw the muscles in her jaw working, saw her throat move as she swallowed something back. Then she opened her hand and dropped the key into the creek. It disappeared with a small splash, and the woman let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in her chest for a very long time. "Thank you," she said, wiping at her eyes. "That's weird, but it actually helped." "The weird stuff usually does," Maya said. She started to leave, to continue her run, then paused. "One more thing. If you ever need to actually talk about whatever that was, find a person, not a river. The water can hold the weight for a while, but people are better for the long term." The woman nodded, managed a small smile. "Got it. Person, not river. I'll remember." Maya ran on, leaving the woman alone on the bridge. She felt strange about the interaction, part proud, part embarrassed, part uncertain whether she'd helped or just imposed her own weird beliefs on a stranger. But the woman had seemed genuinely relieved after dropping the key, and Maya chose to believe that meant something, that the old wisdom her grandmother had passed to her was worth passing forward. Over the following months, Maya found herself having variations of that conversation several more times, always at bridges, always with people who had that particular look of someone wrestling with unspoken truth. She began to understand that she'd been given a kind of responsibility that night on the flooded trail. Not a burden exactly, but a duty. To recognize others at that same threshold, to offer them the option of naming and releasing, to keep the old knowledge alive and functional. Some people thought she was crazy. Some ignored her advice entirely. But some, enough to matter, took the stone or coin or key she suggested they drop, made their silent naming, and walked away lighter. Maya never asked what they'd named. That wasn't the point. The point was the acknowledging, the releasing, the understanding that silence and secrets had weight that could be shared with something larger than yourself. Summer arrived with its heat and humidity, and Maya found herself thinking about the anniversary. It had been almost 2 years since that night on the riverside trail, since she'd crossed the damaged bridge and made her offering to whatever listened beneath. The trail had been open again for months, the new concrete bridge installed and certified safe. She could go back if she wanted. Walk the same path, cross in daylight, see if anything of that night remained, or if it had all been washed away by time and flood and reconstruction. She decided to go, but in daylight and with company. She asked Ethan if he wanted to join her for a hike, and he agreed readily, probably just happy that she was initiating plans instead of avoiding him. They met at the trailhead on a Saturday morning, sunny and clear, nothing like that rainy evening 2 years earlier. "This is the place, right?" Ethan asked as they started walking. "Where you lost your phone?" "Yeah," Maya said. "The trail you hiked alone in a storm and scared me half to death when you told me about it later." "I was going through something." "I know. You told me." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, boots crunching on the dry trail that bore no resemblance to the flooded path Maya remembered. Everything was different in sunshine. Smaller, less ominous, just an ordinary riverside trail that hundreds of people probably walked every week without incident. When they reached the bridge, Maya stopped. It was completely different. Wide and solid, with metal railings and a surface that looked like it could support a car if needed. Nothing like the narrow, warped wooden structure that had been there before. She walked onto it slowly, Ethan following, and stopped in the middle to look down at the water. The river was low, running slow and clear over visible rocks. She could see the bottom in most places, could see small fish darting in the shallows. There was nothing mysterious about it, nothing that suggested hidden depths or listening presences. It was just a river, doing what rivers do, flowing from somewhere upstream to somewhere downstream in accordance with ordinary physical laws. "You okay?" Ethan asked. "Yeah," Maya said, just remembering. It was different that night. Higher water, darkness, rain. This whole bridge was wood, half falling apart. I got my legs stuck in a broken board right about here. She pointed to where she estimated the hole had been. "And that's when you decided to call me about Dad?" "Not exactly. That's when I decided I needed to stop running from difficult things. Calling you came later, after I'd had time to work up the courage." Ethan leaned against the railing, looking out at the river. "You know what I think about sometimes? How much worse it would have been if you'd never told me. If I just kept thinking you were there the whole time, kept believing you were the person who showed up. The truth hurt, but I think not knowing would have hurt worse eventually." Maya considered that. "I'm not sure I agree. Ignorance can be pretty comfortable. Comfortable isn't the same as good." Ethan turned to look at her directly. "I'm glad you told me, even though it was hard. Maybe especially because it was hard. It meant you trusted me with something real." They stood there for a while longer, watching the water flow beneath the bridge. Maya tried to feel something mystical, something that would confirm the reality of what had happened here 2 years ago. But all she felt was ordinary. Just a woman standing on a bridge with her brother on a sunny Saturday morning. If there was anything listening in the riverbed, it was quiet today, content to let them pass without demanding payment. Before they left the bridge, Maya pulled a small stone from her pocket. She'd brought it intentionally just in case, and dropped it into the water, below. Not as payment, not as confession, but as acknowledgement. A way of saying, "I was here. I learned something. I'm still learning. Thank you." The stone disappeared with a small plunk, and the river carried on unchanged, as rivers do. They completed the hike, had lunch at a cafe nearby, spent the afternoon being siblings in the easy way that had gradually returned to them. By the time Maya drove home that evening, she felt a sense of completion, as if a circle that had been opened 2 years ago had finally closed. She'd returned to the site of her transformation and found it ordinary, which somehow made the transformation feel more real, rather than less. The magic hadn't been in the place. It had been in the moment, in the necessity, in her own readiness to face what she'd been avoiding. But that night, she dreamed of the bridge, not the new concrete structure she'd visited that afternoon, but the old wooden one, warped and damaged, boards flexing underfoot. In the dream, she was crossing it again, but this time she wasn't alone. There were others on the bridge, ahead of her and behind her, all moving in single file through darkness and rain. She couldn't see their faces, but she could hear them breathing, could sense their individual weights of guilt and shame and unspoken truth. One by one, they each stopped at a certain point on the bridge, reached into their pockets, and dropped something into the water below. She couldn't hear what they named in the silence of their minds, but she could feel the collective release, the communal unburdening. They were all paying the same toll, all acknowledging the same necessity, all learning the same lesson about the cost of crossing from one state of being to another. When Maya's turn came, she found herself holding not a stone but her grandmother's hand, old and papery and impossibly light. She understood in the dream's logic that this was the offering required, not a stone or a coin, but the connection to the person who taught her the old ways. She had to drop it, had to let go, had to acknowledge that the wisdom had been passed and the teacher could rest. She opened her hand, and her grandmother's hand dissolved into water, becoming part of the river, merging with everything the river carried. And from below she heard her grandmother's voice one final time. "You'll teach someone else. That's how it continues." Maya woke with tears on her face, and the certainty that the dream had been both grief and instruction. She'd been given knowledge and experience, and now she had a responsibility to pass them forward. Not to everyone. Most people wouldn't listen, wouldn't believe, wouldn't understand why the old ways still mattered in a modern world. But to those who were ready, who were standing on their own dark bridges and needed to know about stones and silence and the cost of crossing, she started writing it down, not as fiction, not as folklore, but as clear instruction. This is what happened to me. This is what I learned. This is how you navigate similar crossings when they come. She wrote late at night, after work, whenever the memories felt close enough to touch. The writing was difficult in a different way than confession had been, not because it required admitting fault, but because it required precision. She had to get the details right, had to convey not just what happened but why it mattered, how it worked, what someone else would need to know. The document grew slowly, 5 pages, then 10, then 20. She included her grandmother's original story as she remembered it. She included her own experience on the bridge. She included the principles she'd extracted from that experience, the importance of naming without speaking, the necessity of offering something physical, the understanding that truth had weight and water could hold it. She included warnings about speaking confessions aloud near water, about the risk of giving the river your voice when it felt complete, or, as complete as it would ever be. Maya saved the document with a simple title, Instructions for River Crossings. Then she put it away, not sure what to do with it, not sure if anyone would ever read it, or if it was just something she'd needed to write for her own clarity. A year passed, then another. Maya's life continued its ordinary trajectory. New jobs, new relationships, new challenges that required new solutions. She kept running, kept having occasional conversations with strangers on bridges, kept dropping stones when the weight of unspoken truth felt too heavy to carry. The guilt about her father's collapse had faded to something manageable, a scar rather than an open wound, something she could touch without flinching. She started seeing someone, a man named David who worked in environmental science and spent his weekends measuring water quality in local rivers. It felt fitting somehow that she'd be drawn to someone who paid attention to water, who understood rivers as complex systems rather than simple decorative features. She told him about her experience on the bridge, told him everything, and waited to see if he'd think she was crazy. Instead, he'd listened carefully and said, "That makes sense, actually. Rivers have always been threshold spaces in human cultures, boundaries between one state and another, places where transformation happens. Every major religion has river crossing stories, river baptism stories, river journey stories. You tapped into something really old. So you don't think I'm crazy. I think you had a powerful psychological experience in a liminal space during a moment of crisis. Whether there was literally something in the river, or whether your mind created that framework to allow you to process what you needed to process. Does it really matter? Either way, it worked. Either way, you learned what you needed to learn." Maya appreciated his perspective, appreciated having someone she could talk to about it without fear of judgment. They spent hours discussing rivers and thresholds and transformation, theoretical conversations that somehow made her experience feel both more and less mysterious. David gave her a vocabulary for what had happened, terms like liminal space and ritual transformation and psychological integration. But he also never dismissed the possibility that there might be genuine mystery involved, that the world might contain presences and intelligences that science hadn't yet categorized. It was David who suggested she do something with her Instructions for River Crossings document. "This is valuable," he said, reading it one evening on her couch. People need this. Maybe not everyone, but the ones who need it really need it. What am I supposed to do? Publish it? Put it online? Maybe. Or maybe you just keep it available for when someone asks the right question. Keep it ready for when you recognise someone who's standing at the same threshold you were, Maya thought, about the woman on the bridge during her run, the one who'd dropped the key, about the others she'd spoken to over the years, the ones who'd listened when she offered the old wisdom, about her grandmother who'd known she would need this knowledge someday and had made sure to pass it on. Yeah, Maya said. Okay, I can do that. She created a simple website, nothing fancy, just a single page with her instructions and a contact form. She didn't advertise it, didn't promote it, just let it exist as a resource for anyone who might stumble across it while searching for answers to questions they couldn't quite articulate. River crossing traditions, old ways of confession, how to make offerings to water. The search terms that might lead someone there were varied and obscure, but that was fine. This wasn't information for everyone. It was information for the specific people who needed it, when they needed it. The contact form received messages occasionally. Most were spam or people looking for something else entirely. But every few months someone would write with a story that echoed Maya's own. A moment of crisis near water, a sense of being heard by something they couldn't see, a need to understand what had happened and how to navigate similar experiences in the future. Maya answered these messages carefully, sharing what she knew without imposing belief, offering the old wisdom while acknowledging that everyone's experience would be unique. One message came from a woman named Sarah who'd had an experience almost identical to Maya's, a damaged bridge, rising water, a moment of necessary confession. I dropped a stone like the old stories say, she wrote, but I'm not sure I did it right. I'm not sure it worked. I still feel like something followed me home. Maya wrote back immediately, her fingers moving faster than her conscious thoughts could follow. She explained about speaking versus naming, about the importance of keeping the confession silent about what it meant if you'd spoken the truth out loud near the water. She asked Sarah specific questions. Had she said anything aloud on the bridge? Had she called out, cried out, spoken any part of the confession vocally? Sarah's response came 2 days later. Yes, I said it out loud. I was alone and scared and I just started talking, telling the water everything. Was that wrong? Maya sat with that for a long time before responding. According to her grandmother's stories, speaking the confession aloud near the water was the crucial mistake. It gave the river your voice, created a connection that could be used to call you back. But Maya didn't know what to do about that, didn't know if there was a way to sever that connection, or if Sarah would just have to live with it. She wrote back honestly. I don't know if that was wrong exactly, but it might have created a stronger connection than the silent method. Old stories say not to speak confessions aloud near water because it gives the water your voice. If you feel like something followed you, trust that instinct. Stay away from that river for now. Find someone safe to talk to about what you confessed. A therapist, a trusted friend, someone who can help you process it in a healthier way. And maybe, if you feel ready, go back to that bridge in daylight with someone you trust. Make a second offering, this time silently, and see if that helps close whatever got opened. She didn't know if her advice was right. She was making it up based on fragments of old stories and her own single experience. But it felt right. Felt like wisdom, even if it wasn't certainty. Sarah wrote back a week later to say she'd followed the advice, had returned to the bridge with her sister, had dropped another stone in silence. It helped, she wrote. I don't feel watched anymore. Thank you for understanding. These exchanges became part of Maya's life, a strange ministry she'd never asked for but seemed to have inherited along with her grandmother's stories. She was the keeper of old knowledge about rivers and crossings and the prices truth demanded. It wasn't a role she'd sought, but it was one she'd been prepared for by experience and necessity, and she found she could fulfill it with something approaching grace. Her relationship with David deepened and steadied. They moved in together, found an apartment near a small creek that David could monitor for his work. Maya would sit on their balcony and watch the water flow past, thinking about all the confessions that had probably been dropped into it over the years, all the small stones and heavy secrets it had carried downstream towards some larger confluence. The creek was too small to have the presence she'd felt beneath the bridge. Or maybe she was just too familiar with it now, had domesticated it through daily observation until it lost its mystery. But sometimes, on rainy nights, she would still hear something in the water's voice, a rhythm that sounded almost like breathing, a pattern that suggested intention rather than mere physics. And she would remember that first crossing, that moment of terror and transformation, that knowledge that the world was stranger and more attentive than the ordinary life acknowledged. She never forgot. She made sure she never forgot, because forgetting felt like a betrayal of the experience, of her grandmother's wisdom, of everyone who'd written to her seeking understanding. The memory stayed sharp and clear, resisting the usual erosion that time worked on all experiences. When she was old, and she would be old someday, would be the grandmother passing stories to someone younger, she would tell it exactly as it happened. Not as folklore, not as metaphor, but as instruction. This is real. This is how it works. This is what you need to know. Years passed. Maya's father eventually retired, began the slow process of accepting that his working life was behind him. Ethan got married, had children, began the enormous project of raising new humans. Maya became an aunt, which felt both ordinary and profound. This continuance of the family line into another generation. She wondered if any of those children would someday need the knowledge she carried, would someday stand on a dark bridge and need to know about stones and silence. She hoped they wouldn't, but if they did, she would be ready. The river flowed on, as rivers do, carrying water and debris and secrets downstream toward the ocean. And in the deep places where water met earth, something listened, patient and eternal, waiting for the next crossing, the next confession, the next small stone dropped as payment for passage. It had always been there. It would always be there. And people would keep crossing, keep confessing, keep learning the old lessons about truth and weight, and the cost of moving from one state of being to another. Maya had learned. She'd taught others. She would keep teaching, keep passing forward what had been passed to her, keeping the knowledge alive and functional for whoever came next. That was the real toll she'd come to understand. Not the stone you dropped, but the responsibility you accepted. Not the confession you made, but the wisdom you carried forward. That was how these things worked, how they persisted, how the old ways stayed alive even in a world that had mostly forgotten them. The river remembered, Maya remembered, and that in the end was enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.